to automobile engines, but the technical details were lost on me. My focus was on getting the job done, and that was enough for people to see me as a professional and diligent worker. In today's world, it was common for men to work as administrators just as much as women could be mechanics. As long as I completed my tasks, I stayed under the radar, just that guy in the admin team. Looking back, maybe I should have anticipated that things would eventually surface, but nothing could have prepared me for what I'm about to share. I was the only man in the administrative department, working alongside 5 women under the leadership of Lucy, our head administrator. We all got along well enough, but that's where it ended for me. I never really felt like part of the group, though there was no hostility from the others. They were friendly, but I knew I wasn't going to be invited for a night out with them. For what felt like ages, I had been cross-dressing. It started with secretive moments of rifling through female relatives' drawers, then evolved into lingering over lingerie catalogs during my teenage years. Now, I had amassed a rather impressive collection of clothes, shoes, and underwear. Living alone gave me the privacy I needed to indulge in my fetish. I didn't actually want to be a woman, but I loved the sensuality and confidence I felt when I dressed up as one. It always seemed unfair that women had all the glamour and fun. When I went out dressed up, I had a confidence I lacked in my everyday life. My appearance certainly helped. Part of it was luck and genetics, but a lot of it came down to diet and exercise, which helped me maximize my physical attributes. I was naturally tall and lean -5'17" in my stockings. Regular gym workouts kept me toned without adding bulk, leaving me with slender, shapely legs and a slim upper body. At 24, I looked youthful and fresh, with my mother's genes gifting me a delicate, boyish face. Because of this, I often felt the need to butch up during the day, opting for crisp white shirts and shapeless trousers to present a more masculine image. Like many crossdressers, I had gone through phases of trying to quit. I'd thrown all my clothes into bins and sworn off the habit, usually after a close call, but it always found its way back into my life. At that point, I was content with my dual lifestyle. I had a stable job during the day and an alternative female persona for evenings and nights out. Each part of my life stayed completely separate, never overlapping, unless something truly extraordinary happened. And this is the story of one of those rare occasions which led to much more than I ever expected. It was a Friday, and work officially ended at noon. However, I had too much to do, so I stayed late into the afternoon, but I had other plans for the evening. That night, I was meeting up with some of my girlfriends, my fellow crossdressers, in town. We had planned a weekend getaway and booked a minibus to take us down to London. The plan was to stay in a luxurious 5-star hotel, unwind, and spend our evenings at some of our favorite alternative clubs. I was beyond excited to get dolled up and head out for this mini-adventure. The big challenge was that I needed to be ready by 6:00 p.m., which didn't leave enough time to go home, change, and get back into town. This meant I had to break my golden rule of never mixing business with pleasure. I would have to get ready at work, bringing my weekend clothes with me. My weekend bag, containing everything I needed, was hidden under my desk, out of sight. By 3:00 p.m., nearly everyone had left for the weekend. A few engineers and executives were still around, but I hadn't seen any of the women from my department. My plan was to make a quick dash to the ladies' room, where I could change safely. Most of the lights had been turned off, and the day was already fading into a winter dusk outside. With my work wrapped up, it was finally time to get dressed. The women's restroom was conveniently located just down the corridor, out of sight from the office door. I hadn't seen anyone pass by in about 30 minutes, and I was pretty sure the building was almost empty. Still, there was a slight thrill as I grabbed my weekend bag and prepared to sneak out. My heart was racing as I left the office and headed left down the corridor. I paused at the water cooler, taking a slow drink and pretending to read one of the company's motivational posters on the board. After waiting another 5 minutes without anyone coming out of the ladies' room, I thought, this is it. All the admin girls have left. It's now or never. Feeling confident, I slung my weekend bag over my shoulder and made my way swiftly and quietly down the corridor, past the men's room. With one last cautious glance behind me, I slipped into the safety of the women's restroom. My heart was still racing as the automatic lights flickered on, but to my relief, the room was empty, thankfully. To be extra safe, I chose the second-to-last cubicle and locked the door behind me. Now I could finally relax and start my transformation. I quickly stripped out of my work clothes and stuffed them into the carrier bag I brought along. The night before, I had indulged in a long, luxurious bath, waxing, shaving, and moisturizing my entire body. Standing there, I took a moment to enjoy the sensation of my hands gliding over my soft, smooth skin. Sitting down, I pulled on a pair of silky hold-up stockings, feeling the light fabric slide effortlessly up my freshly waxed legs. Then I zipped up my black leather boots, which stopped just below the knee. At least now, if anyone happened to see under the door, I'd appear normal in case of an emergency. Now feeling much more at ease, I could fully focus on perfecting my feminine image. The first step was attaching my beloved C-cup silicone breast forms, carefully blending the edges with some foundation to make them look as natural as possible. Once they were in place, I took out my pocket mirror and started applying makeup, aiming for just enough to enhance my delicate, boyish features without overdoing it. I always kept my look subtle, allowing me to pass without drawing too much attention. I began with a layer of my favorite foundation, followed by a light dusting of blush to highlight my cheekbones. Next, I chose a dusky eyeshadow to complement my hazel eyes, carefully applying it before adding a coal grey eyeliner to open them up. After that came the first coat of mascara, adding a little extra definition to my lashes. In school, art had always been my favorite subject, and now it was paying off in an unexpected way. My skill with a brush made applying makeup second nature. For the final touch, I added a bold splash of crimson lipstick, finishing with a hint of lip gloss to make my lips pop. Now, my transformation was well underway. Tonight, I was aiming for elegant and stylish. Standing up, I slid into a delicate lacy black thong, followed by the matching bra, both soft and sensual against my freshly moisturized skin. Then came the pièce de résistance, my killer little black dress. This dress was my go-to for a night out, a real confidence booster. It hugged in all the right places, disguising any flaws and fitting like a dream. The hemline ending just below my stocking tops was a cheeky touch, giving the outfit a hint of allure without being over the top. Next, I applied my pre-prepared crimson-painted nails, carefully pressing them into place. While waiting for the glue to set, I brushed on a second coat of mascara, fluttering my lashes playfully at myself in the mirror. Feeling the transformation nearly complete, I finally reached for my favorite brunette bob wig. Taking it out of its box, I carefully adjusted it into place. The modern cut, with its angled layers framing my face and a sleek fringe, was perfect. It was like slipping into the final piece of the puzzle, bringing the whole look together. Now, standing there in my heels, I was ready to face the night. The look I had put together perfectly matched the young classy vibe I was aiming for. With a little luck, I might even catch someone's eye at the bar tonight. Feeling satisfied with my appearance, I cautiously opened the cubicle door and stepped out, eager to check myself out in the bathroom mirror. "Whoa, cute honey," I thought, admiring the reflection staring back at me. The dress was doing wonders, and I silently thanked the gym instructor whose routines had worked magic on my figure, especially my now shapely derriere. Just a few small adjustments, an extra touch of blusher here, smoothing out a stray hair there, and I was almost ready to make my grand exit. I turned back to the cubicle to collect my makeup bag from the toilet seat, setting it down by the middle sink. Then, leaning down, I scooped up my day clothes, stuffing them neatly into my weekend bag. With the final touches in place, I was ready to hit the streets and start my weekend adventure in style. Fully dressed now, I was enjoying the snug fit of my outfit. As I bent down to pick up my bag, the hem of my little black dress crept teasingly up the back of my thighs, revealing just a hint of stocking top and bare skin. I paused, savoring the luxurious stretch running down my leg, feeling the fabric glide over my body. It felt so good, until I froze. The outer door suddenly swung open, shattering the quiet. My heart skipped a beat, and in a panic, I straightened up quickly, unsure of what to do. The inner door opened, and the unmistakable sound of heels tapping against the tiled floor echoed in the room. I could feel my pulse racing as I tried to stay calm. Okay, keep calm and casual, I told myself, forcing a steady breath. My mind raced through escape options, but there was no turning back now. I had to play it cool and hope for the best. My heart pounded so loudly, I was certain the woman who had just entered could hear it too. Clutching my bag for dear life, I returned to the sink where I'd left my makeup kit, trying to keep my head low enough for my wig's fringe to shield my face. If luck was on my side, she'd head straight for a cubicle, and I could make a quiet escape without any awkward encounters. I glanced up at the mirror for a split second, reassured by how well I passed. It was just a shame I couldn't risk a final touch-up to my makeup. But before I could plan my next move, I felt her presence behind me, and then she settled at the sink next to mine. My stomach dropped. Why had I taken the middle sink? I cursed internally. Now I had no choice but to stay and act casual. If I bolted now, it would definitely seem odd. Think, I told myself, reaching for a makeup brush as if I was finishing up. I pretended to fix my eyeliner, praying my hands wouldn't shake too much, and hoping she'd finish and leave without a second glance. I took out my blusher brush, doing my best to appear calm and composed, even though inside I was anything but. As I flicked the brush lightly over my cheeks, I glanced to my left and my stomach flipped again. It was Sally, one of the senior executives, fussing with her hair and spraying it with a small can of hairspray. Idiot. I silently cursed myself. How could I have forgotten about Sally? She was one of the few women who worked late at the office. Of course she could be here. God, these long meetings play havoc with my hair. Sally sighed, fussing at her reflection. I'm sure it's the air conditioner, but I always come out of that room looking a mess. For a split second, panic surged again. But somehow, I managed to respond, my voice soft and feminine. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mumbled, desperately trying to sound casual while mentally crossing my fingers that she wouldn't look too closely. Sally didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary, continuing to tame her hair with a slight frown. My heart was still racing, but at least the small talk was buying me some time. And I'm supposed to be going out tonight, she continued, sounding slightly frustrated. Now it's too late to go home, and I'm stuck in these stuffy work clothes. She still seemed too preoccupied with her hair to pay me much attention, so I allowed myself a longer glance to my left. Sally was dressed in a sleek, modern-cut navy blue skirt suit, paired with a crisp white blouse underneath. The outfit suited her figure perfectly, and as usual, the skirt was just that bit shorter than what most would consider business appropriate. She looked good, just as she always did. Her style balanced between confident and daring, even within the confines of office wear. She was rather petite, probably under 5 feet, but her curvy figure and full chest made her presence hard to miss. It was clear she knew how to make an impression, both in the boardroom and beyond. I turned my attention back to my own reflection, quickly brushing a bit of stray hair back into place. As nervous as I was, her distraction worked in my favor. I just needed a few more moments, and then maybe I could slip away without her noticing anything unusual. I tried to focus on breathing steadily, keeping my hands steady as I adjusted my lipstick slightly, pretending to be as nonchalant as possible. Sally's navy blue 3-inch heels not only gave her a bit of extra height, but also emphasized her heart-shaped rear, enhancing her already striking figure. And then, of course, there was her hair, a fiery red mane that contrasted beautifully with her creamy white skin, making her impossible to ignore. She always knew how to turn heads, whether in a boardroom or a bar. Trying to steady myself, I responded with a smile. "No, you look great. Just maybe lose a few buttons on your blouse and add some more makeup, and you'll be good to go for the bars." I couldn't believe what was happening. Here I was, dressed as a woman, casually giving beauty advice to one of the senior executives. If Sally realized who I was, it could be the end of my career. But somehow, I managed to keep up the charade, despite the rising anxiety bubbling inside me. "Oh, thanks," Sally replied warmly, not suspecting a thing. Then she asked, "Could I borrow some eyeliner? I don't keep any at work." My stomach did a flip. I hadn't expected the conversation to go this far, but what choice did I have? I quickly fumbled through my makeup bag and handed her a small pencil. "Sure, here you go," I said, hoping that my hands didn't shake too much as I passed it to her. She smiled gratefully, taking the eyeliner as if this were the most normal exchange in the world. Meanwhile, I was still in disbelief, feeling like I was tiptoeing along a very thin line. "Sure," I replied, silently kicking myself for even bringing up makeup. I rummaged through my makeup bag and handed Sally the eyeliner, keeping my focus on the mirror, pretending to be engrossed in perfecting my own appearance. As she concentrated on applying the eyeliner, I used the moment to calm my nerves and adjust my hair, trying to keep my hands steady. Once she was finished, Sally passed the eyeliner back, and I quickly fumbled it into my makeup bag without turning away too much. My heart was still racing, but it felt like I was almost in the clear. "Right, I better get going," I said casually, still avoiding eye contact, hoping I could slip away smoothly. "Oh, me too. I'm about done in here," Sally replied with a hint of a smile. "Thanks again for the eyeliner." "No problem," I muttered, feeling like I was on the edge of a cliff. As we both turned to leave, the inevitable happened. Our paths crossed, and for an instant, I looked directly at Sally. My breath caught in my throat. Her eyes met mine, but there was no flicker of recognition, just a polite, casual acknowledgement. I forced a small smile, turned quickly, and headed for the door, the sound of my heels clicking against the tile floor matching hers. My pulse was still racing as we exited the bathroom together, but the immediate panic began to ebb as I realized I might have just pulled it off. As I opened the door and stepped into the corridor, the feeling of relative freedom washed over me. I could still sense Sally right behind me, though, and I wasn't out of the woods yet. "Looks like you're on for a big one," she commented, her voice light as she followed me out. "What are you planning?" I stammered, my mind scrambling for a believable answer. I'm meeting some friends in town, and we're heading down to London," I mumbled, keeping my voice steady but inwardly cringing at how awkward I sounded. "Aha," she replied, her tone slightly curious but nonchalant. "Well, you have fun," she added, turning her attention back to her own plans. I nodded quickly and turned to go, heart racing, thinking I'd made it, until I heard her voice call out after just 3 steps. "Excuse me," Sally's tone was polite but firm. I froze mid-step. "I hate to do this, really I do, but you do work here, don't you?" A cold rush of panic shot through me. I turned slowly, trying to keep my expression calm, even though my heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. Yeah," I said carefully, feeling the weight of her gaze on me. She looked at me for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if she were trying to place me. I had to think fast. How much did she know? Would she connect the dots? "Sure," I replied as casually as I could, though every fiber of my being was screaming in panic. "Down in the finance office with Sue," I added, hoping the mention of a name would help me sound more convincing. Sally tilted her head slightly, still looking curious. "Oh, right. I haven't seen you around much. Are you new?" "Yeah," I nodded, doing my best to look relaxed, even though my stomach felt like it was in knots. "I transferred from the northern branch about 3 months ago." "Ah, right, I see." She seemed to be processing this, and then there was another long, uncomfortable pause. I felt my heart begin to sink again just as she spoke up. Sorry to do this, but can I see your ID? We've had a few security breaches recently, and you can never be too careful. My stomach dropped, and I felt my mouth go dry. My face, however, was forced into a polite, almost practiced smile. No problem, I replied, my voice steady even if my insides were chaos. I squatted down next to my weekend bag, making a big show of rummaging through it, pretending to search for my ID. My thoughts were racing desperately. What was I going to do now? There was no way I could show her my real ID. It would instantly reveal who I was, and the disguise would be blown. As I kept digging around in my bag, I mentally willed myself to find some kind of way out. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I came up empty-handed and looked back at Sally with an apologetic shrug. Sorry, I must have lost it somewhere, I said, trying to project confidence, though I felt like my voice might crack. Maybe left it in my other bag, or back at the finance office. Sally didn't immediately respond, and I could see her considering my words. I kept my expression neutral, hoping she'd let this slide, while bracing for whatever came next. Right, Sally said with a sigh, her tone sounding resigned but firm. Then she added, well, would you mind coming with me while we sort all this out? Panic flared again, but I forced a calm smile. Sure, but I do have to go soon, you know, I replied, trying to sound casual, even as every instinct screamed for me to find a way out of this. Yes, this will all get sorted quickly, one way or another, she answered, her words carrying an unsettling weight. Feeling like I was falling through some bizarre dream, I followed Sally back through the office, past my desk, and towards her executive suite on the far side. Each step felt heavier than the last, my mind whirling with every possible scenario. I'd never been inside her office before. I'd only ever seen glimpses from a hallway when the door was open. Stepping inside, I was struck by how much nicer it was compared to the cramped, impersonal workspace in the drones section, as we all called it. Sally's office had large windows along one side, offering a view of the meticulously landscaped grounds that surrounded the building. The natural light softened the room, making it feel almost serene, an odd contrast to the mounting tension inside me. Sally walked around her sleek desk and motioned to a chair in front of it. Please have a seat, she said, her voice cool but polite. I hesitated for a moment, then slowly sat down, my mind racing to figure out how to navigate this situation. Sally sat across from me, folding her hands on the desk. Let's get to the bottom of this, she said, looking at me with a calm yet calculating expression. Sally's office was impressive, to say the least. A large, imposing desk dominated one corner, positioned in front of a wall lined with books and files. It felt like the intellectual center of the room, a place where decisions were made and strategies formed. In the opposite corner, a low coffee table surrounded by 6 easy chairs hinted at a more relaxed setting, no doubt where important deals and discussions unfolded. The rest of the office was minimalist but elegant. Large foliage plants were strategically placed around the room, adding a touch of greenery that softened the professional atmosphere. The contrast between Sally's high-backed, black leather office chair and the standard chair on the other side of the desk, where I was clearly meant to sit, couldn't have been more striking. One seat symbolized authority, the other subordination. Sally moved behind the desk, her movements deliberate, and settled into her chair. She exuded the calm confidence of someone used to being in control. Once she was seated, she motioned for me to take the chair opposite her. I hesitated only for a fraction of a second, then quietly sat down, trying to keep my nerves in check. The plush chair beneath me was deceptively comfortable, but it did little to ease the growing tension. As I faced Sally, her cool, composed gaze met mine. She folded her hands on the desk, the space between us suddenly feeling more like an interrogation room than an office. So, she began, her voice measured, let's clear up this little mystery, shall we? Both then, Sally said, her eyes not leaving mine. Sorry, what did you say your name was? Cheryl. I blurted out instinctively. Sally raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't seem fazed. "All right, Cheryl. We need to find your ID quickly, or get you cross-checked with security. What's it going to be?" Her words hung heavy in the air. By now, I'd all but resigned myself to the inevitable, losing my job, my reputation, and possibly worse. It was either face the humiliation now, alone with Sally, or deal with it in front of her and a group of security guards. The second option seemed infinitely worse, but both felt like a sinking ship. I tried to swallow, but my throat was dry, as if all the moisture had evaporated from my body. My mind was spinning, scrambling for some kind of clever way out, but the walls felt like they were closing in. Then, like a light bulb flickering on, an idea hit me. It was risky, but at this point, I had nothing left to lose. "Sally, wait," I said, forcing a small, nervous smile. I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice as if sharing a secret. I didn't want to say anything because, well, you know how gossip is in this place. But the truth is, this isn't exactly an official visit. I paused, hoping my bluff was enough to buy me time. "I'm helping organize a surprise for one of the higher-ups, and I'm supposed to be a little incognito. It's why I don't have my ID on me right now." I watched her closely, praying that the story was just plausible enough. "I am sorry, but the truth is, I'm just here to fill in for Jesse," I said, my voice dropping to a timid whisper. "He's a close friend, and he needed me to finish some of his work today. He did me a big favor a few weeks ago, so I thought I'd help him out. He had some personal matters to attend to. I'm really sorry." My throat tightened as I added, "I shouldn't have done this. Please, don't call security." Sally's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly as she processed my words. I braced myself, wondering if this new attempt would crumble just like the others. Then, unexpectedly, she exhaled sharply. "Well, why didn't you say that before?" she exclaimed, though not unkindly. "I know Jesse, not personally, but I've heard a lot about him. He's a good worker. If he called you in, it must have been for something important." I was stunned for a moment, unsure how to respond. She was buying it. I could hardly believe it. All I could do was nod, grateful that my panicked lie had somehow managed to stick. Sally's demeanor softened, and she leaned back in her chair, relaxing slightly. "Look, I'm not happy with how you went about this, but Jesse's reputation gives you some leeway here. Next time, though, you need to be upfront. Understand?" I nodded again, forcing a tight smile. "Of course. I really appreciate your understanding." "Good," she said, her voice lighter now. "I won't call security this time, but don't let this happen again." I breathed a sigh of relief, my heart still racing but with a new surge of hope. For now, I was in the clear. I couldn't believe it. Sally had actually bought my story. I felt a brief flicker of pride at how smoothly I'd managed to escape the situation. She hadn't recognized me, hadn't questioned anything too deeply. It was almost surreal. Sally stood up from her desk, her earlier sternness replaced by a gentler tone. "You can go now," she said, a softness in her voice that I hadn't expected. "Thank you so much," I replied, doing my best to sound sincere. "Have a nice weekend," she added casually, as if the past few tense minutes had never happened. We both walked out of her office together, and the moment I stepped into the hallway, I finally let myself breathe again. I walked briskly, trying not to look like I was fleeing, but inside, I was practically running. It wasn't until I was out in the corridor, and then finally outside the building, that I allowed the tension to fully release. I checked my watch. There was still time to meet up with my friends. What an afternoon this had turned out to be. As I stepped away from the office, feeling the fresh air against my face, I couldn't help but let out a shaky laugh. I had made it. Somehow, through a blur of panic and improvisation, I had made it through. I deeply loved my wife. She was the most stunning woman I had ever encountered. Tall, with flowing brunette hair and legs that seemed to go on forever. Gwen's captivating face was perfectly complemented by her rich brown locks. Standing around 5'7", she had a figure that was both graceful and feminine. Though not overly voluptuous, her curves were soft and alluring, and her chest, while modest, was perfectly shaped and irresistible to me. I especially adored it when she wore pantyhose, heels, and a short skirt. It drove me wild. Little did she know how much that kind of outfit made it impossible for me to keep my hands off her legs and backside. Our sex life was enjoyable, but somewhat predictable. It usually followed the same pattern. A nice dinner would lead to us ending up in the missionary position. She never performed oral sex on me, and I rarely did on her. Over time, we found ourselves trapped in this routine, and eventually, sex began to fade out of our relationship altogether. There were occasional moments, celebrating a new job or enjoying a quiet weekend to ourselves, when we would reconnect physically, but these instances became increasingly rare. As a result, I found myself turning to self-relief more and more frequently to release the growing tension. I had always been intrigued by the idea of dressing as a woman. I remembered, as a child, trying on my older sister's clothes and feeling an overwhelming thrill while wearing pantyhose and heels. As I got older, that feeling faded, but I never quite forgot it. Back then, just slipping into those silky pantyhose was enough to make me hard, and with a few strokes, I would finish in no time. Now, with Gwen and I barely having any physical intimacy, those old fantasies started to creep back into my mind. At around 5'9" and a slim 182 pounds, I've always had more delicate, feminine features. With the right wig and a little grooming, like a few plucks to my eyebrows, I knew I could easily pass as a woman. My experience with theater in high school made me comfortable with makeup and wigs, so that part didn't intimidate me. I'd also walked in my sister's heels before, so with a little practice, I was confident I could master the stride. Admittedly, I didn't have much in terms of size downstairs. While part of me wished I had a more impressive member, in this case, it seemed like less of a burden. A pair of control top pantyhose would be perfect for concealing my male parts. I found myself constantly fantasizing about dressing up, even browsing online stores to find the right size heels, dresses, and wigs. These thoughts consumed me for quite some time. Then, the opportunity finally presented itself. Gwen told me she was heading to Chicago for a week on business. While I tried to sound disappointed, in the back of my mind I was already making plans. This was my chance to order everything I needed and fully embrace my fantasy of becoming a woman for the week. She would be leaving on a Monday and returning the following Monday. At one point, she asked if I could take a few days off to accompany her, but I quickly fabricated an excuse, claiming one of our biggest clients would be in town and it wouldn't be wise to take time off. Gwen seemed a little let down, but she didn't press the matter further. I knew she wouldn't understand the week I had in mind, so I had to discreetly acquire everything I needed without her finding out. I decided to open a new credit card in my name to keep everything discreet. I ordered a pair of black pumps in size 8 with 4-inch heels, along with a few other essentials: control top pantyhose, black and white sheer stockings, 2 knee-length black dresses, a brown wig, and some jewelry to complete the look. I also purchased breast fillers and corset tops. The corset would help shape my upper body, and the breast fillers, in a size C, 1 cup larger than my wife's, would give me the feminine curves I desired. I carefully scheduled all the deliveries to arrive the Monday that Gwen was set to leave. To ensure my time was free, I took a week off from work, telling my colleagues I'd be going to Florida for some rest and relaxation. I arranged for all my calls to be forwarded to my cell phone so that, even if Gwen called my office, she'd reach me without raising any suspicion. Everything was falling into place, and I was setting up for what promised to be the perfect week living as a woman. When the weekend before Gwen's trip finally arrived, I could hardly contain my excitement. The thought of slipping into silky, feminine clothes and doing some light makeup shopping had me on edge the entire weekend. By Sunday, I was completely aroused, counting the hours until her flight would take off, leaving me free to indulge in my fantasy. I even helped her pack, playing the role of a supportive husband, and told her I'd taken a half day off to personally drop her off at the airport. As I carried her bag through the terminal, my mind was already racing with thoughts of the heels and dresses waiting for me at home. When I kissed Gwen goodbye before she went through security, I made sure it was passionate, and we promised to call each other whenever we had the time. But the second she was out of sight, I dashed back to the car, eager to get started. My first stop was the drugstore, where I picked up makeup and some hair removal wax to thin out my eyebrows and soften my beard growth. The rest of the morning was spent shaving my body meticulously. I couldn't believe how far I was going to bring this fantasy to life, but the excitement was undeniable. After my shower, I couldn't stop running my hands over my newly smooth legs and underarms, reveling in the softness. I used whatever lotion and perfume my wife had left behind, feeling even more feminine with each step. Next, I tackled my eyebrows, painstakingly shaping them with wax to create a more feminine arch. It was painful, but when I stepped back to look in the mirror, I hardly recognized myself. My eyes looked softer, more delicate, and I couldn't help but smile at the reflection. I hadn't even applied makeup yet, but I was already starting to see a more womanly version of myself. Feeling proud of my progress, I was interrupted by the doorbell. The delivery man gave me a strange look, but I brushed it off, barely able to contain my excitement as I tore into the packages after he left. Out came the sleek black heels and the elegant black gowns I had ordered. My heart raced as I slipped out of my robe. I went to my wife's dresser and pulled out a pair of her silk stockings, the very ones she had worn at our wedding. I opened the rest of the shipment and began dressing. First, I pulled out the tan-controlled top pantyhose and carefully slipped them on. The sensation of the smooth fabric sliding up my newly hairless legs was exhilarating, making it difficult to keep my hormones in check. I took a deep breath and focused on the next step. I fitted the corset around my torso, tightening it until it hugged my body. The breast inserts slipped perfectly into place, filling the cups and giving me a feminine shape. As I looked down at my chest, I was in awe at how my body was transforming into something sensual and feminine. Next, I fitted the shoulder-length brown wig onto my head. I didn't spend too much time fussing with the styling. It wasn't necessary. The wig already made a dramatic difference. When I stepped back to look at myself in the mirror, I could barely believe what I saw. The woman staring back at me was striking, her curves accentuated by the corset, her legs smooth and sleek in the pantyhose. I could feel myself getting aroused again as I took in the image of my transformed body, barely able to recognize the man I was beneath it all. With some sexy makeup, I knew I could fully pass as a woman. I was already looking so good, so feminine, that any lingering doubts I had about being mistaken for a man in drag began to fade away. I turned, rubbing my hands across my flat stomach and smooth legs, and felt the familiar stir of arousal again. I forced myself to think of anything else to avoid losing control once more. My hands shook a little as I started applying my makeup. I added just a touch of rouge, followed by lipstick and eyeliner. Each stroke transformed me further into the woman I was envisioning, bringing my feminine features to life. When I finished, I tried to keep my focus and carefully slipped into one of the black dresses I had ordered. The moment I zipped it up, I was astonished at how perfectly it fit, snug around my bust and hips, creating the figure I had always imagined, but never fully realized. My sister's clothes had never fit quite right, and Gwen's things were out of the question, far too tight and likely to tear at the seams. But this dress was different. It hugged every curve, making me feel truly feminine for the first time. The black fabric was sleek and smooth, with thin spaghetti straps that rested delicately on my shoulders. The knee-length hem had a white lace trim, which added a touch of elegance to the otherwise sensual outfit. I stood in front of the mirror, marveling at how this womanly outfit fit me so perfectly. I had never worn anything that made me feel this real. I added a small skinny belt around my waist to accentuate my figure, then pulled out the black sheer stockings I had ordered, carefully slipping them on over the tan hose. The combination of the two layers felt incredibly sensual against my skin. Sitting on the bed, I fastened the stockings to the garter straps on the corset, and as I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, it was hard to believe that the woman staring back was really me. I stood in front of the full-length mirror, striking a pose and giving my reflection a seductive, "come fuck me" look. I leaned forward slightly to show off my cleavage, surprised at how natural it looked thanks to the corset. The breast inserts and the tight fit created just the right amount of fullness to complete the illusion. Then it hit me. I was turning myself on. To a passing eye, I appeared as an athletic, tall woman with brown hair, long legs, and a subtle hourglass shape. I looked so real, so feminine, that I couldn't contain my excitement. My arousal became impossible to hide, and through the pantyhose, the unmistakable outline of my cock began to surface at my crotch. The excitement of it all was so overwhelming that I felt like I might come right there, trapped in the pantyhose. I didn't want the experience to end after just a few moments of being dressed up. I did everything I could to avoid thinking about my arousal, wanting to savor this feeling for as long as possible. To distract myself, I decided to vacuum the house in heels and a dress. The act served two purposes. It helped me get used to walking in heels and kept my excitement in check, allowing my cock to shrink back to a more manageable state. While I moved through the house, I focused on practicing my walk, making sure each step was graceful and feminine. I also worked on sitting down and standing up properly in a dress. I was surprised at how quickly I picked up the habits, sitting with my back straight, keeping my knees together, standing with a sense of poise. These small movements made me feel more like a woman, building my confidence. Next, I practiced my feminine voice, which came more naturally to me than I expected. I had often been mistaken for a woman on the phone by telemarketers who would address me as "ma'am" when I answered. I went into the bathroom to take advantage of the echo, working on refining my pitch and tone. Feeling confident, I decided to test it out by calling a few people, pretending to be a telemarketer. On the very first call, I managed to fool one of my wife's friends, and that gave me an incredible sense of accomplishment. I was really passing as a woman, not just in appearance, but in voice and mannerisms as well. Flirting with my wife's friend had come so naturally that it boosted my confidence even more. I was feeling really good about how I looked and how easily I slipped into this feminine role. After gathering enough courage, I decided to take it a step further. Once it was dark, I quietly slipped out of the house and took Gwen's convertible, a small red beauty, for a drive toward downtown. It was a bold move, but the excitement was intoxicating. I packed one of my wife's purses, making sure to include everything a woman might carry: tampons, makeup, keys, wallet, even a little perfume. With my makeup touched up and everything in place, I took one last look in the mirror. The reflection staring back at me was that of a woman, and I could hardly believe how well I'd pulled it off. To complete the look, I tied one of Gwen's scarves delicately around my neck and added some jewelry for that final touch of elegance. My heart was racing with anticipation and nerves as I stepped into the garage, the sound of my heels clicking against the cold concrete sending a thrill through me. With shaky hands, I unlocked the convertible, the red car feeling like a perfect extension of my newly transformed self. The adventure was just beginning. Since childhood, I've always been drawn to girls' clothing. My sister, 2 years older than me, had outfits that were undeniably more charming than mine. I envied how adorable she looked. One day, when the house was quiet and no one was around, I slipped into her dress and stockings for the first time. The moment I saw my reflection, something shifted inside me. I no longer saw myself as a boy. That simple act of dressing sparked a deep sense of belonging, and I instantly fell in love with the idea of being dressed as a girl. From that day forward, I couldn't shake the desire to look and feel feminine. It became almost second nature to sneak into my sister's room, drawn to her wardrobe like a moth to a flame. Skirts, dresses, leggings, anything I could find, even her braids and panties. The more I dressed, the more I uncovered this hidden feminine side of myself that I couldn't help but want to explore further. One afternoon, I stumbled upon a treasure trove of my sister's old clothes in the storeroom, and the excitement was overwhelming. There were 2 dresses, her old school uniform, a crisp white shirt, a grey pleated skirt, and a school tie along with a couple of t-shirts and a black skater skirt. To top it all off, I found an old black wig, likely a remnant from one of my mother's Halloweens. My heart raced with joy. I gathered everything in my arms and hurriedly stashed it away in my room. That night felt like a dream. As I dressed in the wig and outfits, an almost magical transformation took place. I didn't just look like a girl, I felt like one entirely. The sensation was indescribable, as if every piece of clothing brought me closer to the truest version of myself. From that moment on, dressing up became my nightly ritual, a secret indulgence that lasted for a long time, until the day I got caught. One quiet Saturday afternoon, I found myself home alone, dressed in my sister's old school uniform, my absolute favorite outfit at the time. I wandered through the house, fully immersed in the feeling of being a girl, enjoying every moment. My parents were out of town, and my sister was supposed to be at her friend's place until the evening. But to my shock, she came home earlier than expected. Unaware of her return, I was in the kitchen when I decided to head out, only to come face to face with her at the doorway. We both jumped in shock. She stood there, wide-eyed, staring at me from head to toe. I was utterly mortified, my heart racing with panic. I had no idea what to say or what might happen next. For a few agonizing seconds, silence hung between us. But then she noticed I was wearing her old school uniform, and suddenly she burst into a fit of giggles. "Oh my God, what are you doing? Why are you dressed in my school uniform? And is that Mom's wig you're wearing?" she asked, her face breaking into a wide grin as she looked me up and down. I stood there, completely frozen, unable to form a single coherent thought. My mind raced, but no words would come out. Meanwhile, my sister kept giggling, clearly amused by the whole scene. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to force some words out. I just wanted to see how it felt to dress as a girl," I muttered, feeling my face flush with embarrassment, growing redder with every second. Her grin widened. "How long have you been dressing up? Do you want to be a girl?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Her question hit me like a bolt of lightning, and I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks. I wasn't ready to tell her the truth, so I stumbled over a lie. "It's just today. I was just curious. That's all," I replied, my voice shaky, hoping she would believe me. My sister gave me a strange, knowing look, and I could tell she didn't buy my story. My nerves tightened with each passing second, and I felt more exposed than ever, standing there in her school uniform. It was as if I had shed all my defenses, suddenly feeling as vulnerable as a young girl caught in a secret. A wave of shame and frustration washed over me. I berated myself for not being more careful. Now, my sister knew that I liked dressing up as a girl. Desperate, I apologized, pleading with her not to tell our parents. I insisted it was my first and last time, hoping she might believe the lie. But to my surprise, she didn't mock or scold me. Instead, she showed a gentle understanding that I hadn't expected. She reassured me, saying she'd be there if I ever wanted to talk about it. I mumbled a nervous okay, relieved that she seemed sincere. True to her word, she never breathed a word to our parents about what had happened, and I've been deeply grateful to her for keeping my secret ever since. After that day, things between my sister and me were never quite the same. I became too anxious to dress up at home, and the idea of telling her that I still wanted to wear girls' clothes terrified me. Years went by, and I did my best to bury those urges deep down. Instead, I found myself watching videos of other crossdressers and boy-to-girl transformations on YouTube, trying to satisfy my desires from a distance. It wasn't until I moved into my own apartment for college that I finally allowed myself to cross-dress again. The freedom of living alone reignited that old sense of wonder. Dressing up felt just as magical as it had when I was younger. I began doing it more often, fully immersing myself in the experience. Inside those 4 walls, I didn't just wear clothes, I lived as though I were a girl. I became obsessed with perfecting every detail of my appearance, determined to look as feminine and convincing as possible. Hours were spent mastering makeup, walking gracefully in heels, practicing delicate postures and gestures, anything I could do to truly embody the image of a beautiful girl. I found myself spending a lot of money on women's clothes, makeup, wigs, heels, lingerie, anything that made me feel more feminine. My transformation from a guy to a girl improved with time, and it brought me so much joy. Eventually, I started sharing photos of my feminine self online, joining communities of crossdressers and connecting with both new friends and admirers. It was an exhilarating experience to show this side of myself to the world, and I quickly became hooked on the validation and freedom it brought. After my first year of college, I started dating a girl named Susan. We bonded over our shared love for online games and music, and I genuinely enjoyed spending time with her. As we grew closer, I realized I had to be extra careful to keep my cross-dressing a secret. I didn't know how she would react, so I made sure to hide that part of me whenever she was around. While I liked Susan, the constant balancing act of keeping my two worlds separate became more and more difficult as our relationship deepened. As Susan began coming over more often, I knew I had to take extra precautions to hide my cross-dressing from her and anyone else who visited. I bought a large black container and stashed all my feminine clothes, wigs, heels, and makeup inside it, locking it away in the storage room. To avoid any accidental discoveries, I'd only dressed up late at night when I was certain no one would stop by. A few nights a week, I would transform from head to toe and enjoy my private girl time in the apartment, and in those moments, I felt truly happy. One night, however, things took a different turn. After a night out drinking with a few college friends, I returned home pretty tipsy. Something about that night left me feeling extra charged, and the urge to dress up overwhelmed me. Without hesitation, I unlocked the storage room and dove into my stash. I put on a matching red bra and panty set, slipped into sheer black pantyhose, and squeezed into a pink bodycon dress that hugged every curve. That night, more than ever, I felt the intoxicating desire not just to look like a woman, but to be handled and treated like one. With my makeup done surprisingly well, despite being tipsy and my blonde wig perfectly in place, I admired myself in the mirror. I looked hot. Slipping into my 2-inch pumps, I felt my heart racing with excitement. The transformation was complete, and I was ready for whatever the night had in store. I put on some pop music and began dancing, letting loose, twirling and moving like no one was watching. I even took videos of myself, capturing the moment of pure joy and freedom as I fooled around. After about half an hour, I needed a break. I poured myself some whiskey, grabbed a cigarette, and went to the window to enjoy the cool night air. Standing there, smoke curling from my lips, I felt an overwhelming sense of power and femininity wash over me. I was completely in my element, so womanly, so confident. But there was something more, something deeper stirring inside me. For reasons I couldn't fully understand, the thought of being with a man, of being held, caressed, and loved while dressed like this took over my mind. The intensity of the fantasy was undeniable, and it made me feel even more charged, as if I were tapping into a new side of myself I hadn't fully explored before. Waking up to the sound of my phone ringing, I groggily reached for it, my head still fuzzy from the night before. It was Susan, my girlfriend, and she casually mentioned that she was on her way to my apartment, arriving in the next 10 minutes. Panic hit me like a bolt of lightning. I glanced at the clock. It was already 9:30 a.m., and I had overslept. Worse yet, I was still fully dressed from the night before, makeup smeared, wig askew, and wearing the bra, panties, and pink dress I'd slept in. As soon as I hung up, I sprang into action. My heart pounded in my chest as I scrambled to clean up. I rushed to the bathroom, trying to wipe off my makeup as fast as I could while throwing off the wig and tossing it aside. My hands shook as I pulled off the dress and struggled out of the lingerie. I ran to the storage room to shove everything back into the black container, desperately trying to make sure there were no traces of the night I just had. All the while, my mind was racing. What if she saw something? What if I couldn't clean up fast enough? Time was ticking, and every second felt like it was slipping away too quickly. I quickly stripped off everything I was wearing and threw on my regular guy clothes, rushing to the bathroom to scrub my face hard, making sure there wasn't a single trace of makeup left. My mind was racing as I gathered up all the feminine items scattered around lingerie, heels, wig, and shoved them back into the container before locking the storage room door. With only a few minutes to spare, I dashed to the bedroom, straightening up the mess and doing a final double check, just in case I'd overlooked something. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood frozen for a second, feeling the rush of panic again. Was everything hidden? Had I missed something? Taking a deep breath, I put on a nervous smile and opened the door, greeting Susan. She stepped inside with her usual warm smile, but my own heart was still racing. I couldn't shake the anxiety, hoping desperately that I hadn't left any traces of last night's cross-dressing session lying around. Every move she made felt like it might uncover something I had missed. I just prayed that I had covered all my tracks. Susan seemed calm as she made coffee in the kitchen, and I started to relax as we chatted over cupcakes. For a while, it felt like everything was back to normal. We hung out, talking about random things, and I was finally starting to believe that I had managed to cover everything up from the night before. She mentioned she had yoga class soon and headed to the bedroom to change into her gym clothes, leaving me sitting on the sofa in the living room, feeling more at ease. But my relief was short-lived. A few minutes later, I heard Susan scream my name from the bedroom. I turned around, and my stomach dropped when I saw her storming out, looking furious, holding up a tube of lipstick. My heart sank. It was mine. In my rush, I had forgotten to hide it. A wave of panic and dread washed over me as I realized the severity of the situation. Susan's face was a mixture of anger and hurt as she pointed the lipstick at me. "What is this? Have you been cheating on me?" she yelled, her voice sharp and accusing. My mind raced. I could barely breathe as I stammered, "No, it's not what you think." My whole body shook with fear. This was the worst possible scenario. I hadn't prepared for this, and now it felt like my secret life was unraveling before me. "Then explain it to me," she demanded, her voice trembling with emotion, "or else it's over between us." I was cornered, and my mind blanked. I knew I had to say something, anything, but how could I explain it? How could I tell her the truth without losing her? The weight of her ultimatum hung in the air, and I was frozen in fear, trying to figure out how to salvage everything. As Susan started to cry, the room fell into a deafening silence. I felt a crushing wave of guilt and shame wash over me. The sight of her tears made my heart ache, and I knew that I couldn't hide the truth any longer. I had to tell her everything, even though I was terrified of how she would react. Deep down, I feared she would think I was a freak, that she would never understand. But there was no way around it. I had no choice but to come clean. With trembling hands and a knot in my throat, I explained it all to her, how I've been cross-dressing for years, how it made me feel, how it was something deeply personal and comforting to me. Susan listened, her face twisted in shock and disbelief. I could see her struggling to process it, as if each word I said shattered her perception of me. When I finished, she sat down on the sofa, looking utterly confused, as if trying to piece together everything I had just shared. I waited in painful silence, my stomach twisting in knots, giving her the space to respond. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. "How long have you been doing this?" Her question struck me like a blow. I hesitated and then confessed. "I've been doing it long enough to feel deeply uncomfortable." She paused again, her expression conflicted. She took a deep breath, trying to gather her thoughts, and then asked the question I dreaded. "Do you like guys?" "I had no idea about your cross-dressing desire. Would you've ever told me if I hadn't caught you?" Her voice was filled with confusion, frustration, and maybe even hurt. I could tell she was trying to make sense of everything, and I understood how blindsided she must have felt. I realized this was the moment to be fully honest with her, even though it was hard. "No, I don't like guys," I replied softly, my heart still racing. "It's not about that. It's about how I feel when I dress up. It's something personal, something that makes me feel good. I didn't want to hide this from you forever, but I was scared. I didn't know how to tell you, and I didn't want to lose you." Her silence was heavy, and I could only wait, unsure of what she would say next or how this would change things between us. My heart sank as Susan's voice softened, but her next question caught me off guard. "Do you have pictures of you dressed as a girl?" she asked, and I could feel the tension in her words. The fear in me deepened. Showing her my feminine side was a huge leap, one I had never prepared for. If I revealed that part of myself, there would be no going back. I was terrified of how she might react to the photos. What if she thought I was a joke, a sissy, or even worse? The idea of her looking at me like that filled me with dread. But Susan wasn't backing down. Her eyes, now watery with a mix of confusion and emotion, locked onto mine. "Please," she said softly, almost pleading, "I need to see this." I sat there, paralyzed, torn between wanting to hold on to her and the fear that showing her would make everything worse. The shame and vulnerability I already felt threatened to drown me, but her insistence, the raw need to understand, was undeniable. I could see that she wasn't just angry anymore, she was genuinely trying to figure out who I really was and what this part of me meant. Taking a deep breath, I hesitated for a moment longer before nodding slowly. "Okay," I whispered, my voice barely audible, feeling like I was stepping off a cliff. I reached for my phone, my hands shaking, and scrolled through the photos I had taken, the ones where I felt confident, happy, and free photos of me fully dressed, my makeup done, my wig perfectly in place. Each image felt like a glimpse into a secret world I had guarded so closely. Finally, I handed her the phone, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't bear to look at her face, afraid of what I might see. All I could do was wait, my breath shallow, as she looked at the pictures. The silence that followed was unbearable. With my hands trembling uncontrollably, I opened a photo of myself in a tight black bodycon dress, nude pantyhose, and heels, with my makeup and wig perfectly done. My heart pounded in my chest as I handed the phone to Susan, unsure of how she would react. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the screen, her mouth slightly open. "Is this really you?" she asked, her voice full of shock and uncertainty. I nodded silently, the weight of the moment bearing down on me. She began to scroll through the other photos, ones I hadn't even thought about in the rush of panic. There were playful and even naughty photos I'd taken, ones where I had let loose completely, feeling free in my feminine form. Now, seeing her go through them made me feel exposed, vulnerable in a way I had never felt before. The embarrassment was overwhelming. I wanted to snatch the phone from her hands, to stop her from seeing more, but I was frozen in fear. As Susan went through every picture, her expression unreadable, my stomach twisted in knots. I felt sure that this was it, our relationship was done. I imagined her walking out, leaving me behind in this pit of shame. My throat tightened as guilt consumed me, and I felt weak, defeated. The air between us was thick with tension, and all I could do was sit there, waiting for the inevitable, for her to tell me it was over. I had never felt so small, so certain that I had lost everything. When Susan spoke, her words were a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Wow, you really surprised me today. I had no idea you liked being feminine and also so naughty. But you do look pretty good as a girl. I would have never guessed. Are you sure you like girls and not guys?" Her tone wasn't angry anymore, but the question still made my heart race. "I promise, I'm not into guys," I said quickly, feeling embarrassed. "I just like dressing up sometimes. I can stop if it bothers you." "I'll stop dressing up, I swear." But Susan's expression shifted. She looked conflicted, struggling to process everything I'd just revealed. This is a lot for me to take in, she said, her voice softer now but tinged with hurt. I need some time to think. I don't know what we're going to do about this. You should have told me earlier. I feel cheated and hurt. I don't know if I can go through this with you. Hearing those words, it felt like the world was crumbling beneath me. I had been caught, and now it felt like I was losing her too. The moment she left, the weight of everything crushed me. I had never felt so alone, so deeply ashamed, and filled with regret. Days passed, and I sank into a deep depression. Susan wasn't answering my texts or calls, and each day without her only made the emptiness grow. Then, one morning, my phone rang. It was Susan. My heart raced as I answered, hearing her familiar voice. "I'm coming over to your place," she said simply. A flicker of hope sparked inside me. Maybe she was ready to talk, to listen to my apology, to forgive me. The thought of seeing her again, of possibly working things out, cheered me up. But I still couldn't shake the anxiety of what would happen when she arrived. Would she forgive me? Or was this just the beginning of the end? As I sat there waiting for Susan, it felt like time had slowed to a crawl. My mind was racing, full of nervous thoughts about how our conversation might go. When she finally arrived, my heart pounded in my chest. Susan looked calm but serious as she walked in and sat on the sofa. I hesitated for a moment, then sat next to her, feeling the tension in the air. "How have you been?" Susan asked, her voice gentle but with an edge of concern. "Not good, really," I said, my emotions suddenly overwhelming me. "I feel awful for hiding my secrets from you. I swear I'll never dress again. Please, Susan, just forgive me." I didn't realize how emotional I had become until the words spilled out, my voice trembling. Susan sighed softly, looking down for a moment before speaking. "I've been thinking a lot about everything," she said, her tone sad but measured. "Ever since I saw those pictures of you, those images are stuck in my mind. I can't stop thinking about it, and I keep wondering, do you actually want to be a girl full-time? Is this something more than just dressing up?" Her words hit me hard. I could see the pain in her eyes as she spoke, and I knew how deeply this was affecting her. But the truth was, I wasn't even sure myself why I did it, whether it was just for comfort or something more. I felt lost, and I could tell Susan was struggling just as much as I was to make sense of it all. Hearing Susan say she was willing to give our relationship another chance should have made me feel relieved, but her next words left me frozen. "The only way I think I can move past this is to actually see you as a girl with my own eyes," she said, her voice tinged with nerves. I felt my heart stop, and my whole body went cold. I was in complete shock. The thought of dressing in front of her, the person I cared about most, filled me with so much embarrassment that it felt unbearable. I couldn't imagine how I would feel standing there, exposed, vulnerable, and terrified of her reaction. "Please, Susan," I begged, my voice shaky. "I don't think I can ever dress in front of you. It's too humiliating for me. I just can't do it." Susan's expression softened, but she didn't back down. "I'm not trying to hurt you or make you feel embarrassed," she said, her voice starting to break. "But I need to understand this for myself. I can't move forward without seeing it. If I see you dressed as a girl in front of me, maybe I'll know how I really feel. Maybe I'll know if I can accept this part of you." Tears welled up in her eyes, and I could hear the vulnerability in her voice. She wasn't asking this to judge me or mock me. She was truly trying to figure out if she could handle this, if we could still have a future together. But the thought of actually doing it, of stepping into that space with her watching, it terrified me. Seeing her so emotional, I realized how much this moment meant for both of us. She wasn't just curious, she was genuinely trying to see if this could work, even though it was painful for both of us. My mind was spinning. Could I really do it? Could I risk the humiliation to give our relationship a chance to survive? As I stood there, trembling and shaken by what Susan had asked of me, the reality of it all started to sink in. I knew that if I wanted to save this relationship, I had no choice but to show her my feminine side. "Okay, I will do it," I said nervously, my voice barely above a whisper. Susan's expression softened with a hopeful smile as she gently grabbed my hand and leaned in to kiss me on the cheek. Her warmth was comforting, but it also made the weight of what I was about to do feel even heavier. "Okay," she said softly. "I'm ready whenever you are." I nodded, feeling my legs shake as I slowly stood up. My heart raced, and the shame was overwhelming. "Are you really sure you want to see me dressed up?" I asked one last time, hoping she might change her mind. But Susan nodded firmly, her eyes filled with both compassion and determination. With my chest tight, I made my way to the storeroom where I kept my feminine clothes and accessories. The entire walk there felt surreal, like I was floating outside of myself. When I opened the container where I kept everything, dresses, wigs, makeup, I froze. My mind went completely blank, and a shiver ran down my spine. I regretted everything in that moment, every secret I had kept, every choice that had led to this. I took a deep breath, trying to refocus, but my nerves were overwhelming. I couldn't decide what to wear. Each piece of clothing in front of me felt like a weight, a decision I wasn't ready to make. Should I dress in something casual? Or maybe something that would make me feel confident? But no matter what I chose, the thought of walking back out there, dressed up in front of Susan, terrified me to my core. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, paralyzed by the fear of how she might react. Would this really help? Or would it push her further away? As I stood there, fully dressed in my grey bodycon dress, padded bra, pantyhose, heels, and brunette wig, I could hardly believe this was happening. The reflection in the mirror showed a version of myself I had always kept hidden, and now I was about to reveal it to Susan. My heart raced as I took one last deep breath, trying to gather what little courage I had left. When I called out that I was ready, Susan's voice came from the other room. "Come out," she said softly, and I knew there was no turning back now. The sound of my heels clicking against the floor seemed to echo in the silence, amplifying the nervousness inside me with every step. My hands were shaking, and my entire body felt like it was trembling with fear and embarrassment. As I slowly entered the room, I saw Susan standing there, waiting for me. The moment her eyes landed on me, I felt like I was standing under the brightest spotlight imaginable. Susan's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. "Whatever," she shouted, her voice filled with shock and excitement. "I can't believe it's really you. You look totally different. You look so cute. More than I imagined. Wow, just wow, I can't believe it." Her reaction was overwhelming. The excitement in her voice only made me more self-conscious. I stood there, not knowing what to say or how to respond. My nerves were on edge, and I felt exposed in a way I had never felt before. I just wanted this moment to be over, to retreat back into the safety of my regular self. "Can I change back now?" I asked nervously, hoping she'd let me escape this uncomfortable moment. But instead, Susan shook her head. "No," she said firmly, though her voice remained gentle. "Come here and sit down with me." I hesitated for a moment, still filled with uncertainty, but slowly I moved toward her, my heels clicking with every step. Sitting next to her, I could feel her gaze on me, and though it made me anxious, I could also sense that she wasn't looking at me with judgment, she was genuinely trying to understand. The tension between us hung in the air, and I had no idea what would happen next. As I slowly walked towards Susan and sat next to her, I could feel her eyes on me the entire time. It was like she was seeing me in a completely new way, and that only made my embarrassment worse. I couldn't bring myself to look at her, so I just sat there frozen, staring at the floor, too nervous to speak. The silence between us felt endless, the tension building with every second that passed. Then Susan finally spoke, her voice soft but full of curiosity. "It's amazing how feminine you look and how well you carry yourself as a girl. I can tell you've been doing this for a while. I'm really surprised today." She shifted closer to me, and I could feel the warmth of her body next to mine. She reached out and gently stroked my hair, then lifted my chin with her hand, trying to make me look at her. I was so shy, so nervous, that I instinctively tried to look away. But Susan was persistent, and after a few moments, I finally met her gaze. It was terrifying. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Her eyes were filled with a mix of surprise and curiosity, and it was too much for me. I quickly looked down at the floor again, unable to hold her gaze. "Why did you say something?" Susan asked gently. "How do you feel? Do you like that you're cross-dressing in front of me?" I shook my head slightly. "No, not really. I don't feel comfortable doing this. Can I please go and change?" I begged, hoping she would let me escape from this intense situation. But Susan wasn't ready to let me go. "It's okay, honey," she said, her voice calm and reassuring. "I think we can do something about this. Honestly, looking at you right now, it doesn't feel as awkward as I imagined. You actually look cute, and I think I can be okay with you cross-dressing, as long as you're honest with me about it. But you have to promise that you really like me and don't have feelings for other men." Hearing her say that brought a wave of relief. I nodded, feeling some of the tension lift. We hugged, and it felt strange. Not in a bad way, but different, almost like it was our first time hugging all over again. I wasn't sure if it was because I was dressed as a girl or because of the circumstances, but something about it felt new. Slowly, I started to feel more comfortable. Susan's acceptance, even if it wasn't complete understanding yet, eased some of the fear I had been holding on to. She didn't seem disgusted or upset. She was trying to make sense of it, just like I was. And for the first time that night, I felt like maybe, just maybe, this wasn't going to be the end of us after all. It sounds like the conversation you had with Susan was a real turning point for both of you. The fact that she was willing to ask questions and listen to your answers shows how much she cared about understanding you and your cross-dressing. The trust you built during that long conversation must have felt like a huge relief, and her support clearly meant a lot. The kiss you shared afterward, with her reassuring you that it wasn't any different than before, must have been such a comforting moment. Her acceptance gave you the freedom to express yourself without shame or fear, and spending the rest of the day fully embracing your feminine side must have been an empowering experience. It's also heartwarming to know that even though you and Susan eventually broke up, she supported you during the time you were together. The fact that she dressed you a few times and stayed open to your cross-dressing must have created some very special memories. While you never got to experience going out in public together as you had hoped, the fact that she accepted and supported you was an important part of your journey. Having someone like Susan who was willing to accept you for who you are, even in such a vulnerable and personal way, is something to cherish. It's clear that you gained a lot of confidence and self-acceptance through her support, and that's a beautiful takeaway from your relationship. I rolled over with a deep sigh. "Today's the day, buddy," I muttered, giving my dog a gentle pat. "Let's go potty." Dragging myself out of bed, I threw on the first clothes I found lying on the floor. Leash in hand, we headed outside into the yard for his morning routine. Once back inside, I went straight to the bathroom, prepping for what was ahead. I gathered a few essentials: tweezers, my manscaper, some razors, and a can of shaving cream. Standing in front of the mirror, I started with my eyebrows, plucking away at each stray hair until they looked clean and neatly shaped. Satisfied with the work, I reached for the razor to tidy up the outer edges and the space between them, making sure everything looked sharp. Once I was satisfied with my eyebrows, I moved on to the rest of my body hair. I couldn't help but wish I had remembered to grab some Nair. Burning it all off would have been quick and painless. But it was too late for that now. I was already committed. I stepped into the tub, manscaper in hand, and got to work, trimming everything from my facial hair down to my ankles, and everything in between. After finishing the trim, I made sure to clean up all the hair to avoid clogging the drain. Then, I grabbed the shaving cream and razor, starting at my toes and working my way up. When I finished, I went over it all again, just to be thorough. This was my first time shaving my entire body, so I wasn't taking any chances. After finishing, I hopped into the shower for a quick rinse. As I lathered up with body wash, I noticed how strange my skin felt, smooth and soft without the usual layer of hair. It was almost unsettling, like I was running my hands over someone else's body. Once out of the shower, I slathered on a thick coat of lotion, making sure every inch of me stayed hydrated. Wrapped in a towel, I dug my makeup bag out from under the sink and got to work. After patting my face dry, I started with a light layer of orange color corrector over the areas where my shadow tends to creep through. Then I applied a generous layer of foundation, smoothing it across my skin. With my highlighter and bronzer in hand, I tackled the deep bags under my eyes and shaped my face with careful contouring. A soft sweep of blush along my cheekbones added a final touch of warmth and color. I'd always struggled with eyelash extensions and hardly ever wore them, but I decided today was the day to give it another try. With steady hands, I applied the glue and, using my tweezers, carefully attempted to position the lashes just right. After a few failed tries, I finally settled on good enough and moved on. I added a coat of mascara and used my eyelash curler to blend my natural lashes with the extensions. To make my eyes stand out, I dusted a light layer of white eyeshadow across my lids, finishing the look with a swipe of my favorite pink lip gloss. Satisfied with my makeup, I checked my phone and realized how quickly the morning had slipped by. Between all the grooming, the shower, and my makeup routine, I had spent far more time in the bathroom than planned. In a rush, I moved to the bedroom to get dressed. I grabbed my gaff and quickly tucked, ready to move on with the day. Next, I grabbed my sticky bra. I positioned it just outside my pecs so the inner corners covered my nipples, then pulled them together and secured them tightly. To add some extra volume, I stacked 2 new bras on top and finished it off with a padded push-up bra. I hurried back to the bathroom for a quick touch-up, using bronzer to contour my chest for a more defined look. Satisfied with the results, I headed back to my closet to choose a wig. On the top shelf, 5 wig stands displayed my collection, each with its own style. From left to right, there was a long, straight black wig with a middle part, a medium-length wavy brunette wig with a side part, a medium wavy auburn wig with a middle part, a long wavy dirty blonde wig with dark roots and a middle part, and finally, a shoulder-length platinum blonde wig with a side part. Each wig represented a different chapter of my life, each with its own set of memories. The brunette wig was my very first. It marked the time when I rarely stepped outside. I wore it during my most introverted phase, when the outside world felt distant. The auburn wig, however, was my longest-running companion. It was in this wig that I truly began to understand who I was and who I was becoming. It was the first wig I wore out of the house, the one I used for social media and dating profiles. It carried my first steps into the world as the real me. The black wig. That was an instant regret. I probably wore it for no more than 2 hours before realizing it wasn't me at all. The dirty blonde wig, on the other hand, was my adventurous spirit in hair form. It didn't see much action, but when it did, it was mostly for quick Walmart runs where I felt bold and carefree. Then there was the platinum blonde wig, my newest addition. This one embodied my hot girl summer phase, full of fun and fresh confidence. By the time I got the platinum blonde wig, I had my makeup and shapewear routines down to a science. No longer did I fear wearing more revealing outfits because I didn't have to stress about my breast forms looking fake, mainly because I wasn't wearing them anymore. I had mastered the art of creating a natural look with new bras, padded push-up bras, and a bit of strategic makeup. The only thing visible was my own skin, blended seamlessly. I had also perfected tucking by this point, so I felt more confident than ever. My wardrobe started to reflect that newfound confidence. My clothes became progressively tighter, shorter, and more daring, each outfit a little bolder than the last. It was a time where I truly embraced myself and felt free to express who I really was. I was already several months into my hot girl summer, so there was no question which wig I'd be wearing that day. Without hesitation, I slid a wig cap over my natural hair, carefully tucking my brunette curls up into it. Then, I positioned the platinum blonde wig on my head, securing it in place with a bit of wig tape. Once it was snug, I took a few minutes to brush it out, making sure every wave fell perfectly into place. By now, I felt completely transformed. My skin was smooth and glowing, my hair was flawless, and my makeup looked incredible. My chest looked perky, natural, and real, all thanks to my perfected technique, and as far as the world was concerned, there was no trace of any male bulge. I was ready to take on the day, fully confident in every aspect of my appearance. As I stood there, feeling completely put together, my mind started to drift. How did I end up here? I wondered. How did I go from a boy who played with Barbies to becoming a Barbie myself? Of course, there was more to it than just that, like the times I played dress-up with my sister and her friends as a kid, or how I started borrowing clothes from my mom and sister's closets when I was home alone in middle school. There was also that one Halloween in undergrad when I accepted a day to dress up as a sexy nurse. Each of these moments, small steps in a much longer journey, contributed to years of questioning who I am and who I wanted to be. Even now, I didn't have all the answers to those questions, but in that moment, it didn't matter. I knew one thing for sure: I was a woman. In every way that counted, I felt undeniably female. Maybe not in my DNA, but nobody who saw me would ever guess otherwise. In this body, in this life, I looked, acted, and felt like a woman, and that made me happy. I was so overwhelmed with happiness that I felt tears welling up, but I quickly stopped myself. I couldn't ruin my makeup. Instead, I stood in front of the mirror, smiling uncontrollably as I admired my reflection. In that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Maybe I'm not just a crossdresser. Maybe I truly am a woman trapped in a man's body. Maybe I'm a trans woman. The thought lingered as I threw on a dress from my closet and snapped a few selfies to send to my friends on Snapchat. I wasn't out to any of them yet, so their reactions were filled with surprise. Every message I received was a variation of "you look so good, cute." It all looked so real and natural, and I barely recognized you. Those words only made my heart swell with even more joy. I felt seen, accepted, and validated in a way I had never expected. Suddenly, this overwhelming feeling came over me. I had to go out. I wasn't sure where, but I wanted to be out in the world, part of it. The dress I was wearing didn't seem practical for a spontaneous outing, so I quickly changed into a tangerine cropped t-shirt, lavender short shorts, and white Converse. I grabbed my sunglasses and crossbody bag and headed out to campus. Once there, I found a spot on the quad, sitting down to people watch for a bit. A few people greeted me casually as they walked by, just treating me like any other woman enjoying the afternoon. Feeling more at ease, I decided to head to the student center to grab lunch. While waiting in line, a group of guys struck up a conversation. They were flirty, playful, and before long, they were inviting me to ditch the line and join them at a bar just down the street. As they talked about grabbing food and drinks before heading to a darty, I felt a mix of nerves and flattery. I couldn't help but wonder, did they realize I wasn't a cisgender woman? And if not, how would they react if they found out? I politely declined their offer, but they kept insisting. Finally, I told them I'd skip lunch but might meet up with them at the darty later. When they asked for my number, I played it safe and had them give me theirs instead. It felt like a better move, keeping me in control of the situation. Plus, if they tried calling, my voicemail would have definitely outed me. With my food in hand, I headed back to the quad to eat. A few more people tried to strike up conversations, but I popped in my AirPods, focusing on my phone as I ate, creating some distance. As I scrolled through my phone, I decided that going to the darty wasn't a good idea. I didn't want to put myself in a situation where I might run into those guys again, especially if things got awkward. Looking for alternatives, I searched my phone for other things to do that day, anything to keep the momentum of my adventure without risking the uncertainty of that encounter. There was a movie playing that I'd been wanting to see, and for the first time, I had the perfect excuse to sneak snacks into the theater with my purse. That idea excited me, so I decided that catching a movie was my next move. I texted a few friends I'd already come out to, but unfortunately, everyone was busy. I really didn't want to go alone though, so I turned to my Tinder roster. I'd been on Tinder for a few months, chatting with a mix of guys and girls regularly. I wasn't looking for anything serious, no hookups or dating, just the occasional fun conversation and the validation of knowing people thought I was hot. Meeting up with anyone had never really crossed my mind before, but now, feeling a bit desperate for company, I started thinking about who I could invite to the movie. I wasn't expecting much, but the idea of going alone just didn't feel as appealing anymore, so I figured I'd give it a shot. Not many of the people I messaged replied quickly enough. Those who did were either too far away, busy, or gave off a creepy vibe. Some wanted to make out, cuddle, or more during the movie, which I wasn't interested in. No one seemed keen on just being friends and catching a movie, so I ended up going by myself. It was a horror movie, and I found myself with the entire theater to myself. That added a cool, creepy edge to the experience, which I actually enjoyed. It also meant I could be on my phone without worrying about being rude, though I didn't check it much since the only messages I was getting were from disappointed Tinder matches. The movie itself was great, and it even featured a trans actress, which felt really validating and exciting to see. After the movie, I stopped by the women's restroom on my way out, feeling confident and comfortable before heading home. Back at home, I couldn't resist changing outfits a few times and snapping some pictures. For dinner, I hit up Taco Bell drive-thru, and hearing the employees call me ma'am put a smile on my face. It was the perfect way to end what had been an amazing day. Later that night, I hopped on Fortnite with my friends, and it was business as usual. They were treating me like one of the bros, which made me laugh to myself, knowing I was in full femme mode rocking a sundress and getting random DMs from guys on my secret Insta. It's funny, because I've never been into guys at all, and probably never will be. But I still talk to a lot of them because it feels incredible to be complimented and treated like a woman. Is it wrong of me? Absolutely. Am I using them? Yeah, I guess so. But the thing is, I'm always honest with them about it. They all know the deal. I tell them straight up that I'm not into guys, but they're convinced they'll be the one to change my mind. It's kind of hilarious, honestly. That night, I was still riding the high from the day, and I didn't even feel like changing out of femme mode. So I just put on an oversized t-shirt and climbed into bed, still wearing my wig, makeup, and shapewear. As I laid there, my mind was racing. It had been such an incredible day, maybe the best day of my life. I felt like I looked amazing. I had amazing adventures, came out to some friends, and just embraced so many new parts of myself. It was everything I had hoped for and more. I was unbelievably happy, almost overwhelmed by how right everything felt. It was like everything I'd been waiting for just fell into place. Despite all the joy and excitement of that day, I realized something deep within myself. I could never go back. That day wasn't just another moment as a crossdresser. It was something much bigger. I finally understood, in my heart of hearts, that I wasn't a crossdresser at all. I wasn't just a guy experimenting with women's clothes or trying to dress up as a girl for fun. No, I wasn't just a guy. I was a girl. I am a woman. I was a woman in every way that mattered, even if my DNA didn't reflect it. But as clear as that realization felt, I also felt conflicted. Am I a trans woman? Maybe, but maybe not. It's strange because, yes, I'm a woman, but I'm also still a man in some ways. The thing is, I don't hate being a man. In fact, there are parts of it I've been comfortable with, but being a woman, it just made me feel so alive. I loved it so much more than I ever thought I could. It was confusing, but also liberating to realize I didn't need to fit into a single rigid box. As I laid there, my mind continued to wander, spinning through thoughts and realizations for hours. I didn't find all the answers that night, but one thing became clear. I was more than just a crossdresser. That day marked the beginning of a new chapter in my gender journey, one that would take time to fully understand. I wouldn't truly figure out who I was for at least another year, But in that moment, I was content. For the first time in my life, I felt truly at peace with myself. The uncertainty, the questions, they were all part of the path ahead. But I wasn't afraid. I was happy. And for now, that was all that mattered. As I drifted off to sleep, I smiled, knowing that no matter where the journey led, I was finally on the right path, embracing every part of who I was, with the freedom to discover more. And that was beautiful. I had just smashed the greatest home run of my life. As I sprinted around the bases, I didn't even glance at the ball as it soared over the outfielder's head. By the time I reached third base, the pitcher had recovered the ball. I was faced with a choice: play it safe or risk it all. I went for it. Charging toward home plate, I could see the pitcher fire the ball to the catcher with pinpoint precision. I slid in just before the ball landed in the catcher's mitt. The crowd erupted in cheers. I had done it. I had won the tournament for the team. In that moment, I, Wade Peters, was a hero. Then came the shrill sound of the alarm clock, pulling me from my dream. My eyes opened to the sight of a soft pink ceiling. The dream had ended. Now the nightmare began. I rolled out of my oversized pink bed, tossing aside the stuffed animals that had shared the night with me. I made my way to the pink dresser in the corner, opening the top drawer to browse through my collection of panties. I chose a delicate white pair with ruffles. Next, I slipped on a pair of white stockings, savoring the smooth feel of the silk as it glided over my hairless legs. In the bathroom, I began my morning routine. After brushing my teeth, I applied various skin-softening oils and creams to my face and followed that with a layer of women's deodorant under my arms. With my skin prepped, it was time for makeup. I pulled out my makeup kit from the closet and got to work. When I finished, I studied myself in the mirror. My long, curled eyelashes added a touch of femininity to my brown eyes, and my lips were generously coated in bright red lipstick. A hint of blush colored my cheeks, and foundation, along with bronzer, had smoothed out the rougher edges of my face. I was satisfied with the transformation. I turned my focus to my long black hair, carefully working to style it into the perfect high ponytail, aiming for that ideal feminine bounce. I patted it a few times, ensuring it had the right volume and softness. Pleased with the result, I stepped into my spacious walk-in closet to choose my school uniform. The closet was filled with an array of girly dresses and skirts. I settled on a blue skirt and a white blouse with long, flowing sleeves and frilled shoulders. I pulled the skirt snugly around my waist and buttoned up the blouse, moving on to the next piece of clothing. A pink jumper, embroidered with a male symbol on the back, went over the blouse, a subtle yet stinging reminder of my true identity. Finally, I grabbed a pink ribbon from the shelf and tied it into a large, floppy bow around my neck. With one last glance in the mirror, I adjusted my outfit, ensuring everything was perfectly in place. I slipped on a pair of black, glancing around my overly feminine room. The walls and ceiling were painted a soft, delicate pink. In one corner stood a full-sized bed, draped in a pink bedspread, adorned with fluffy pillows and stuffed animals, constant symbols of my prissy existence. A plush pink carpet covered the floor, and a large pink dresser against the wall served as yet another reminder of my ever-present femininity. On the wall hung a large mirror, concealing a hidden camera that captured my every move. It watched over me, ensuring I followed my feminine routine every morning, or else I'd face the consequences. I suppose I should explain my situation. For the past month, I've been attending the College for Brazen Males, or CBM. The existence of the CBM is entirely secret, but it operates within the same building as the prestigious School of Fashion and Design All Girls. At the CBM, boys are forced into an overly feminized lifestyle, enduring constant punishment and humiliation. The female students, along with the school's staff, are not only aware of our situation, but are actively encouraged to bully, haze, and torment us at will. I ended up at the CBM after my mother caught me smoking with friends near the baseball diamond. Believing this correctional school was the best way to reform me and make me a responsible member of society, she sent me here. When I first arrived at the school, I was taken aback by how grand and imposing it looked. The tall gates and sprawling grounds were impressive, but there was something unsettling about the atmosphere. I was one of 23 boys, and we were ushered into a large room without much explanation. As we stood there, waiting in silence, I started to sense that something wasn't quite right. The tension in the air felt heavy. Moments later, we were led through a door and into an auditorium. The sound hit me first, the deafening roar of jeering girls. The room was packed, and their mocking laughter and taunts echoed off the walls. We were forced to march down the rows, our heads down, and stand before them. At the front of the auditorium stood Miss Sandy, the school's headmistress, who radiated authority. She was holding something in her hand, a small item that each of us was made to receive. When my turn came, I was handed a pair of small, tight-fitting shorts. The humiliation sank in as we were ordered to put them on right there, in front of everyone. My cheeks burned with shame as we stood there, exposed and vulnerable, while the girls hurled insults and laughter at us without mercy. There was no escape from their eyes, no place to hide from the ridicule. It was in that moment I realized this school wasn't just about education. It was about control and submission, and I knew we were all in for a long, degrading experience. Later, we were taken to see the school beautician. She and her team of salon assistants proceeded to give each of us a full makeover. We were forced to undergo the complete removal of all body hair, followed by a feminine hairdo and full makeup. Every boy, including me, was mortified by the process, humiliated as our identities were stripped away, layer by layer. Once the makeovers were complete, we were handed our new school uniforms to change into. The facilities at CBM are undeniably extravagant, with a massive costuming warehouse filled with custom sissy outfits, many of which came directly from the mysterious institute. These outfits were absurdly frilled and ruffled, waiting to humiliate an unsuspecting boy. While the standard uniform consists of what I described earlier, skirts, blouses, and jumpers, there were times when Miss Sandy would announce a themed week. These weeks came with new outfits and, of course, new rules. I remember Stepford Week in particular, when we were forced into housewife dresses, complete with fluffy petticoats and pearl necklaces. We had to address every girl we encountered as ma'am, and spent the week cooking and serving meals to them during mealtimes, further reinforcing our submissive roles. Baby Week was by far the worst, a week of non-stop humiliation. We were forced into wearing multiple diapers, making it nearly impossible to walk normally. The girls took great pleasure in taunting us as we waddled down the hall, unable to escape their jeers. Every week, during each boy's disciplinary report, Miss Hall, the head of discipline, could add to our embarrassment by modifying our outfits if we had acted out. It was never just about staying out of trouble. The threat of further humiliation was always present. In addition to Miss Hall's modifications, any girl could request to sponsor a sissy, gaining the right to choose his outfit for an entire week. The constant changes, from one degrading outfit to another, meant we never had the chance to become numb to the shame. The girls and the staff ensured that we remained in a perpetual state of discomfort and humiliation. To make matters worse, the school regularly held tours for visitors who were guided through the halls to witness the sissified boys in all their degrading glory. Their laughter, their looks of shock and amusement, were a fresh reminder of our utter helplessness. Each new set of gazes chipped away at our sense of self, making sure our egos were never allowed to recover. The school operates on a strict mark system for discipline. A sissy earns a mark for any behavior that is deemed out of line or a failure to meet the school's absurdly high standards of etiquette. This could range from something as trivial as not chewing food 21 times before swallowing, to more obvious infractions like failing to properly apply makeup and beauty treatments, forgetting to curtsy before a superior, or neglecting any aspect of their weekly outfit. Every little misstep was counted against us. At the end of each week, we were required to report to Ms. Hall for a disciplinary evaluation. She would review both the surveillance footage of the sissy throughout the week, as well as any written marks submitted by the girls or teachers. These marks could be handed in at any time, and there was no limit to how many a sissy could accumulate. If a boy managed to receive very few marks, he was granted a rare boy day for the upcoming week. This meant, for one day, he would be allowed to wear male clothing provided by the school, a temporary but desperately sought-after reprieve from the endless feminine humiliation. If a boy accumulated too many marks, his punishment would be severe. Miss Hall would select a special outfit designed to be the most painful and exquisitely humiliating for the unfortunate sissy. Seasonal outfits were also part of the routine humiliation. On warm summer days, we were given the degrading option of dressing like spoiled teen girls, forced into crop tops and yoga pants that barely left anything to the imagination. One winter, a group of girls decided to bundle me up for the cold weather, dressing me in a fur pom-pom hat, mittens, a scarf, and a fur-fringed dress with layer upon layer of petticoats. While the students attended regular high school classes, algebra, English, art, and of course, fashion, our curriculum was far more demeaning. We were enrolled in classes like ballroom dancing and the history of damsels in distress . Every aspect of our education was centered around reinforcing our submissiveness and femininity. Miss Sandy forced me onto the cheerleading team, where we wore skimpy outfits and performed embarrassing routines, waving pink pom-poms in our hands. It was an unbearable experience, one designed to strip us of any remaining dignity. The administration at CBM never intended to turn us into girls, but rather into the most feminine, humiliated boys imaginable. They wanted to break us, reminding us every day that we were still male. But I walked down the pink hallway, each step calculated and deliberate, making sure to place one foot in front of the other while swaying my hips in perfect feminine form. It had become second nature by now, something drilled into us from the moment we arrived at CBM. As I approached the building's sprawling cafeteria, I could see girls and fellow sissies hurrying to grab breakfast, each one anxious to begin the day under watchful eyes of our superiors. Stepping inside, my senses were immediately overwhelmed by the sight of a grand banquet spread across the tables. Plates piled high with eggs, crispy bacon, savory sausage, buttered toast, and towering stacks of pancakes. The rich, mouth-watering aroma of it all filled the air, and for a brief moment I felt a flicker of joy, something rare in a place like this. My mouth began to water as I stood there, mesmerized by the sheer abundance of food, imagining the warmth and taste of it. Suddenly, a voice shattered the trance I was in. "What are you looking at, Pansy boy?" A girl called out smugly from the table, her voice dripping with condescension. I immediately grabbed the sides of my skirt, performing a quick curtsy as I had been trained, then hurried over to the smaller pink tables reserved for us in the corner of the room. Sitting down on the delicate pink stool, I made sure to smooth my skirt and sit with perfect posture, another learned behavior drilled into us daily. As I looked at the table in front of me, the cold reality of my situation set in once again. My feast consisted of white rice, carrots, celery, chickpeas, cherries, pomegranates, and alfalfa. There wasn't a single ounce of meat in sight. The boys at CBM were deliberately deprived of protein, forced to eat foods high in estrogen content, supposedly to enhance our forced femininity. I glanced over at the girls' tables, where they devoured their protein-packed breakfast with no restrictions, while I silently forced another tasteless spoonful of cold rice into my mouth. Suddenly, a whole slan on my back jolted me forward, causing me to let out an involuntary high-pitched shriek. My plate clattered to the floor as I recoiled in shock, the humiliating sound of my voice drawing laughter from the tables around me. "Sissy," shouted Tina Moore, her voice cutting through the cafeteria like a blade. I froze, recognizing her instantly. Tina was someone I had known in middle school, long before my life had taken this humiliating turn. Now, she attended the same college, where she took full advantage of my new reality. I remained silent, dutifully chewing my bland food the required 21 times before swallowing, hoping to avoid further attention. "Oh, Sally," Tina called again, using the ridiculous name I had been assigned here. "We have to have a little chat." Her voice oozed with superiority, and I stayed still, focusing on taking a slow sip from my glass of soy milk, hoping she would get bored and leave. It wasn't to be. Tina walked up behind me, placing her hands on my shoulders. "Well, Sally, you always were a big pansy, weren't you?" she asked smugly. Her words stung, a reminder of how far I'd fallen in her eyes. "Yes, Tina," I whimpered, my voice high-pitched and whispery, just as we had been trained. Miss Sandy had always reminded us, a touch of testosterone is a touch too many for your vocal cords. I sat there, completely submissive, as Tina paced around me, her presence looming over me like a constant reminder of my helplessness. The power dynamic was unmistakable, and all I could do was sit there, meek and compliant, as she reveled in my humiliation. "You look hungry, Sally," Tina said slowly, savoring every word as if to stretch out my discomfort. "You should eat more." "I've eaten enough, Tina," I replied softly, trying to keep my voice calm, hoping to avoid further escalation. But she wasn't satisfied. She placed her hands on my shoulders, and I felt her fingers tighten, digging into my skin. "I don't think you have, Sally," she continued, her voice taking on a sinister edge. "How are we ever going to fatten you up if you're eating like this?" My body began to tremble under her grip, my weak, feminized frame unable to resist the growing pain in my shoulders. I couldn't fight back. I wasn't allowed to. Just then Esther, one of Tina's closest friends, approached with a large bowl in her hands. I watched as she calmly walked over to the pot of beans and began ladling several large scoops into the bowl, piling it high. She placed the bowl in front of me with a smirk, the unspoken command hanging in the air. I knew what was coming. I stared down at the bowl, my stomach already churning at the thought of what was about to happen. "You need a little meat on those bones, Sally," Esther said as she pinched my skinny arms, causing me to squirm and attempt to escape their grasp. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of breakfast. All the sissies rose in unison, mincing out of the room in their carefully practiced manner. I tried to join them, hoping to blend into the crowd and escape Tina and Esther's clutches, but they held me fast. "Not so fast, Sally." Tina spoke in a sing-song tone, her grip tightening. "Eat your beans, and then you can go." I shook my head in desperation. "Tina, please let me go," I pleaded, my voice trembling. "I can't take any more marks this week." "Well, that's your own fault, you little sissy," Esther sneered. "Now eat up." With that, they shoved my face into the platter of beans. I couldn't breathe, my nose and mouth submerged in the cold, slimy mess. I was forced to slurp the beans just to get a breath, the disgusting taste mixing with the panic rising in my throat. My makeup smeared and ruined, bean juice dripping down my face. I wanted to vomit as the cold beans slid down my throat. Tina and Esther's laughter echoed around me, their taunts and jeers filling my ears. The humiliating sounds of my desperate slurping only seemed to amuse them more. After what felt like an eternity, they finally threw me to the ground. I lay there, gasping for air, covered in beans and shame, as they ran off, leaving me to collect myself and face the rest of the day with another mark and another layer of humiliation. Out of breath and still reeling from the humiliation in the cafeteria, I hurried back to my room, knowing that a ruined outfit would earn me more marks than being late. I could feel the sticky bean residue on my face, the chill from the damp fabric clinging to my skin. As I opened the large pink door, my heart sank even further. On my big pink bed, a large box sat ominously, a note placed on top. My hands shook as I reached for it, dreading what I already knew was inside. The note read, "Dear Sally, you're going to be wearing this outfit until the end of the week due to your multiple slip-ups that already happened this morning. We'll speak about more drastic costume changes at the end of the week, Miss Hall, I gulped, dread creeping up my spine. My hands hovered over the box, not wanting to see what humiliating ensemble Miss Hall had picked for me, but I had no choice. Whatever awaited inside would no doubt be designed to make the rest of my week even more unbearable. I slowly opened the lid, bracing myself for the worst. I could already tell this day was about to get a lot worse. Kyle approached his sister, Louise, hoping she could help him with a dilemma. He needed an outfit for a medical-themed fancy dress party, and their mother, who worked at a hospital, had promised to bring home some surgical gowns. Unfortunately, she had been delayed and couldn't follow through. Since Louise was also a nurse at the same hospital, Kyle asked if she had anything suitable for him to wear. "Well, little brother, I think I can find something," she said with a grin. "But first, let's see what we're working with. Go ahead and strip down." A bit taken aback by her directness, Kyle hesitated but then decided to follow her lead, standing before her in his underwear. Louise nodded approvingly. "Oh, I think we can make this work. Will you follow my instructions exactly?" she asked. "What do you mean?" Kyle replied, uncertain. "I just need you to agree, so we're on the same page," she explained. "Do you want my help or not?" All right, he conceded. "I'll do whatever you say." "Good. Let's get you fitted into your new uniform," Louise said with a smile. She retrieved one of her nursing uniforms from the wardrobe and helped him into it. It was a perfect fit. "You'll look just like me," she observed, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Now, we just need to add a few essentials and accessories, and you'll be all set." Louise surveyed him critically. "Those hairy legs and arms will have to go, and we need to tidy up your hair. A manicure wouldn't hurt either." Kyle was taken aback. He had expected a simple solution, perhaps a spare operating gown, but the idea of dressing up as a nurse intrigued him. Growing up, they had both been involved with Street John's ambulance, and while Louise pursued a full nursing career, he stayed active as a first aider. Now, with his factory facing closure after a takeover, he found himself reflecting on a past Christmas party when they had swapped uniforms for fun. He remembered the surprising freedom he felt in her feminine dress uniform, though he had never explored that feeling again. Louise led him to the bathroom, handing him a bottle of hair removal cream. "Do your arms, legs, and shave that chin. I'll get a few things ready for you." When Kyle returned, freshly smooth, Louise handed him a pair of their mother's control underwear. "Put these on. They'll keep everything in place," she instructed with a playful smile. "Don't worry, I won't peek." Next, she handed him a pair of new white tights. "We just started wearing these at work. Pull them on slowly, look at that sheen. Isn't it gorgeous?" Kyle couldn't deny the luxurious feel of the semi-opaque tights on his bare legs. They looked smooth and flawless. "Now," Louise said, "let's get you into a bra." "I think my bra will fit you," Louise said, fastening it behind him. She stuffed the cups with old tights, and Kyle noticed he was starting to take on a more feminine shape. "Now, hands up," she instructed, slipping a cotton slip over his head that flowed smoothly down his body. "Perfect. Put on this robe, slip into my slippers, and sit at the dressing table." Louise then brushed out his shoulder-length hair, gathering it neatly into a bun and pinning it securely. She applied light foundation, shaped his eyebrows with a pencil, added a touch of mascara and eyeshadow, and finished with a soft pink lipstick. Finally, she filed his nails and applied a clear coat of varnish. "Let that dry," Louise instructed before leaving the room briefly. Kyle sat quietly, absorbing the unfamiliar scents and sensations. He hadn't seen himself yet, nor had he even had a moment to protest. Louise had simply taken charge, and he found he didn't mind at all. In a few minutes, she returned, now dressed in her own nurse's uniform and holding one for him. "All dry? Perfect. Go ahead and put this on." The uniform buttoned down the front and was finished with a red elastic belt featuring a sturdy clasp. She handed him a pair of white, sensible lace-up shoes with a low heel, snug but wearable. Finally, she placed a nurse's cap over his pinned-up hair and took a step back to admire her work. "Now, stand up, little sister, and let's see how you look in the mirror." "Close your eyes, now open them," Louise instructed. Kyle opened his eyes and saw two nurses staring back at him. For a moment, he couldn't tell which reflection was his and which was Louise. Only when he looked to his left and saw Louise smiling did he realize how similar they looked. "That's incredible," he exclaimed. "We really do look like sisters." Louise chuckled, clearly pleased with her handiwork. "I'm surprised too. No one would recognize you." Then her face lit up with an idea. "Wait here," she said, disappearing from the room. A few minutes later, she returned, dressed in his clothes, with her makeup removed and her hair styled down like he typically wore his. "Mom will be home soon. Let's see if we can pull one over on her." They headed downstairs, Kyle taking careful steps in the unfamiliar shoes. Despite his nerves about how his mother might react, he was surprised at how comfortable he felt dressed this way. They sat in each other's usual chairs and switched on the television, casually falling into their routine. When their mother arrived, arms full with the hot takeaway, she barely looked up. "Hello, dears. Kyle, take these, will you?" Without missing a beat, Louise jumped up and took the bags from her. Their mother turned to Kyle. "Oh, Louise, Oliver is at the door. He says he has a message for you. Didn't tell me what it was, but be quick." Kyle froze. It was one thing to fool his mother, but his sister's boyfriend. The thought made his heart race. Louise shot him a pointed look, eyes urging him onward, as if to say, "You've got this, just go." Kyle stood at the front door, heart pounding, as Oliver greeted him casually. "I can't stop, just wanted to ask if you'd like to go to a party tomorrow. Didn't want to come in with my work clothes on." He hasn't noticed, Kyle thought, trying to keep his composure. In his best attempt at mimicking Louise's voice, he replied, yes, that would be great. "What time?" "About 8. I'll pick you up." Oliver smiled, leaning in. Before Kyle could react, Oliver pressed a kiss to his lips. The shot kept Kyle frozen, and Oliver, misreading the stillness, deepened the kiss with a brief brush of his tongue against Kyle's lips. "See you tomorrow," Oliver said, grinning as he turned and left. Kyle stood in stunned silence on the doorstep, the reality of what just happened slowly sinking in. Kyle walked back into the house, his mind racing with strange new feelings. He had always liked girls, but there was something about that kiss, received while he was dressed as a girl, that left a tingling sensation he couldn't quite shake. He sat down at the table, and Louise gave him a teasing look. "Well, what did Loverboy want?" "You look a little flustered," she said, mimicking the kind of playful teasing Kyle would normally dish out. "Oh, we're going to a party tomorrow night," he replied, stumbling over his words. "And did he give you your goodnight kiss?" Louise continued to bait him with a grin. Kyle blushed. Just a peck," he said, a shy smile forming despite himself. Louise smirked, thinking, "Well, he fooled my boyfriend, and Mom hasn't caught on yet. Now, you two, no more silliness," their mom said as she set the table. The atmosphere settled back into a semblance of normal, but the experience lingered in Kyle's thoughts. "Eat up," their mother urged as she started to clear the table. "Kyle, will you run me an errand after tea? I forgot to get tonight's paper." "No problem, Mom," Louise replied quickly. After their mother left the room, she began to clear away the dishes. "Sit down, dear. I don't want you to spoil your uniform. I didn't buy those clothes for Kyle," their mother continued, a knowing smile on her face. "Do you think you'll be able to get him into one of your uniforms?" "So, a conspiracy," Kyle thought, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "Let's play along." "I think he'll be putty in our hands," Louise said, her excitement evident. "I've always wanted to see what he'd look like as a girl." "Me too," Kyle chimed in, playing his part. "You don't think he'll mind? It's just a bit of fun, right?" "No, I'm sure he'll find it a good laugh," Louise reassured, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With the plan in motion, they settled down to watch television, the thrill of the evening's possibilities lingering in the air. The evening had flowed in its usual rhythm, nothing seeming out of place. Kyle's mother was busy rummaging through tapes, trying to find one to record Coronation Street or EastEnders, just like any other night. But Kyle's nerves were growing as the clock ticked past 7:15 p.m., and Louise still hadn't returned. She was due to start her shift at 8 p.m., and normally her colleague Molly would call for her around this time. As if on cue, the doorbell rang. Kyle's heart skipped a beat as he opened the door to find Molly standing there. Sorry I'm a bit early," Molly said, looking at her watch. If you're ready, I'd like to get to work for 7:45. I have a meeting starting at 8. Kyle panicked internally, but managed to say, "Just a moment, I'll get my things." "Please, Louise, get back here now," he thought frantically as he hurried upstairs. To stall, he pretended to fuss around looking for Louise's name badge and coat, hoping she would walk through the door any second. Just as the anxiety began to rise, he heard the front door open and the sound of Louise rushing in. She bolted up the stairs, her face flushed. "Sorry I was late," she whispered breathlessly. "I got caught up chatting with some of Mom's friends." "Molly's ready to go now," Kyle said, relief flooding him. Louise quickly grabbed her uniform and badge, fixing her hair in the mirror before flashing Kyle a grateful smile. Crisis averted. Kyle's face flushed with worry as Louise pleaded, "I'm sorry. She told me she'd be early, and I forgot. I can't keep her waiting, please. Kyle, just go as me. I'll catch up once I've changed." "I can't go like this," Kyle protested, wringing his hands. "What if someone notices?" "Don't be silly, my boyfriend hasn't noticed. Neither has Mom or Molly. It'll just be 15 minutes, max," Louise urged, with an encouraging smile. With no time to argue, Kyle reluctantly grabbed her cape, complete with her name badge, ID cards, and even her handbag, and followed Molly out to her car. Molly chatted away as they drove, filling the silence, while Kyle answered as minimally as possible with nods and ahas. He was grateful for her obliviousness. Each response kept his nerves at bay. They finally arrived at the nurses' parking area. Thankfully, only a few people were around, and Kyle took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. He recognized the layout Louise had shown him around before, so he followed Molly's lead with familiarity. "All right, see you later," Molly said with a grin. "Got to go upstairs to that meeting. And cheer up, it may never happen." Kyle managed a weak smile, nodding as he watched her disappear down the hallway, hoping Louise would arrive any minute to end his short-lived, nerve-wracking impersonation. As Molly disappeared in the lift, Kyle made his way to the admin area, trying to maintain an air of calm. He passed a few colleagues, politely returning their smiles and feeling somewhat relieved at their lack of suspicion. Louise's desk, situated in a large partitioned room, was tidy but had a small pile of mail in her tray. To kill time, Kyle began sorting through it, barely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a gentle kiss on the back of his neck, and he froze. "Oh my God, who what?" he stammered, whipping around. Dr. Turner Reed chuckled, looking pleased with himself. "Don't worry, Louise, just teasing." Kyle saw his name badge and instantly recognized him as the hospital Romeo Louise had occasionally ranted about. He remembered her saying that Dr. Reed's charm had so far kept anyone from officially complaining, though many were growing tired of his antics. The doctor settled himself onto the edge of Louise's desk, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "So, what are you up to after your shift?" he asked, leaning in with a familiar grin. Kyle swallowed, willing himself to stay composed. "Sleeping. On my own. Thank you," he replied coolly, hoping that would end the conversation. Just then, a series of urgent beeps sounded from Dr. Reed's pager. He glanced at it and sighed, his expression turning serious. "There's been a major road accident. They're short-staffed in A and E." Without another word, Dr. Reed rushed off, leaving Kyle with a mix of relief and dread. He hoped Louise would show up soon, before he found himself tangled in any more close calls. As Dr. Reed hurried off, he barbed over his shoulder, "They need me now. Nurses too, come on." Kyle's heart raced. He knew that Louise had never worked in A and E, and the thought of stepping into such chaos made him panic. "But it's not my specialty," he tried to protest. "All hands to the pumps, now." The doctor snapped, clearly not in the mood for excuses. He wasn't taking no for an answer. Kyle quickly locked Louise's bag in her desk and, thinking fast, scribbled a note explaining what had happened. He placed it where Louise would easily find it, hoping she would arrive soon and understand the situation. Then, with no other options, he followed Dr. Reed toward the emergency department. As they neared A and E, ambulances were already arriving. The radio crackled with updates apparently. A coach had veered off the road and rolled over. Fortunately, there were no life-threatening injuries, but a large number of people were being brought in with cuts, bruises, and minor trauma. It was going to be a long night. Suddenly, the senior houseman called out, "I need a doctor and a nurse to head out to the accident site to assist the paramedics. You two go now." He pointed directly at Dr. Reed and Kyle. Kyle's stomach sank. Totally compromised, he thought as he was thrust further into a situation that spiraled out of control. The senior houseman motioned toward an ambulance about to leave. "There are jackets and equipment inside. Get going." Kyle had no choice. There was no way to back out now without raising suspicion. He knew just enough about first aid to manage, but he was far from confident. Still, adrenaline kicked in as he climbed into the ambulance alongside Dr. Reed. The situation had swept him along, and all he could do was hope to get through the night without anyone discovering the truth. As the ambulance sped toward the accident site, Kyle caught a glimpse of Louise stepping out of a taxi just outside the hospital. Too late, big sister, he thought wryly. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the scene. The reports had been accurate. Most of the passengers were walking wounded, but the driver was in a more serious condition, trapped under the dashboard of the overturned coach. Kyle got to work, tending to those with minor injuries, slings, bandages, and quick patch-ups, while ambulances shuttled the injured back to the hospital. "Louise, come down here, please." Dr. Turner's voice rang out from the front of the coach, where the driver was pinned. "I need your help to stop this man from bleeding. We have to get him out fast. The coach could roll over again." Kyle swallowed hard as he approached. The ground was a mess of mud and blood, and the driver's legs were crushed under the twisted metal of the dashboard. As Kyle crouched down to assist, he felt the mud squelch under him, soaking through Louise's shoes and tights. "She's going to love the state of her uniform," he thought with grim humor. But there was no time for those thoughts. The situation was dire. The driver was losing blood fast, and the risk of the coach shifting added even more urgency. Kyle's hands worked on autopilot, following Dr. Reed's instructions as they applied pressure to the wounds, trying to stabilize the man until the fire brigade arrived with cutting equipment. One of the driver's legs was severely crushed, and keeping him stable was no easy task. Kyle wiped sweat from his brow, his mind focused only on the task at hand, pushing aside the anxiety and the absurdity of the situation. His only hope now was that they could get the driver out in time and that Louise, now at the hospital, wouldn't be too far behind. The flashing lights of the cameras caught Kyle off guard as the press and TV crews arrived at the accident site. They eagerly snapped photos of him and Dr. Reed working to save the trapped driver, their cameras focusing especially on the pretty young nurse kneeling in the mud. Just what I need, Kyle thought, cringing inwardly. The last thing he wanted was attention, especially with him posing as Louise. Back at the hospital, Louise had followed Kyle's note and rushed to A&E to track down her brother. She had just stepped into the department when her ward sister greeted her with a puzzled look. "Hello, Louise. I thought you were at the accident," the ward sister said, eyeing her curiously. "In fact, I'm sure I saw you leave. How did you get back so soon and cleaned up already?" Before Louise could answer, the TV in the corner of the room flashed to the live news coverage of the accident. To her horror, there on the screen was Kyle, wearing her uniform, assisting with the rescue. She froze, her mind racing as the enormity of the situation sank in. "Oh no, this little joke has gone way too far," she thought. The ward sister's expression turned from confusion to stern suspicion. "These are live pictures, Louise," she said sharply, pointing at the TV. "It seems you're in two places at once. My office. Now." Louise's heart pounded as she followed her sister into the office, the door closing behind them with a definitive click. The sister turned to face her, arms crossed. "I was just thinking that one of my best nurses was making the hospital proud in front of the media. Now I find you standing here in my office, while you are also at the scene of the accident. So, what's going on?" Louise's mind raced. She needed a quick explanation, something believable that wouldn't get Kyle into serious trouble. After a brief pause, she said, "It's not quite what it seems, sister. That's actually my brother out there. It was supposed to be a harmless joke. He was just going to cover for me for a few minutes while I sorted something out. But then the accident happened, and everything spiraled out of control." The ward sister raised an eyebrow. Your brother? Dressed as you? And you thought this was a good idea? It wasn't meant to go this far, Louise admitted, her face reddening. I'm really sorry. I'll take full responsibility for it, but Kyle was only trying to help. The ward sister sighed heavily, rubbing her temples. This is a complete mess, Louise. You and your brother have put yourselves and this hospital in an incredibly difficult position. We'll need to handle this delicately, especially with the media involved. Louise nodded, grateful the sister wasn't completely losing her temper. What should I do? First, we need to get him out of there before anyone else figures out what's going on. Then we'll figure out how to clean up this mess without it blowing up in our faces. The sister picked up the phone. I'm going to make a call to get someone to relieve your brother. In the meantime, you'll have to make sure this doesn't get any worse. Louise's heart pounded as she scrambled to salvage the situation, knowing full well how deep she and Kyle were in trouble. She couldn't give him away, but she had to come up with something convincing to protect both of them. She's my twin sister, Kelly, Louise said, trying to sound as calm and confident as possible. I knew I'd be late tonight, and she offered to cover for me. It's usually quiet during the first hour of my shift, so we thought it would be okay. She forced a smile, hoping the ward sister would buy it. The ward sister raised an eyebrow skeptically. And is this twin sister of yours a qualified nurse? She asked, her tone pointed. Louise hesitated, but finally admitted, well, sort of. Not fully qualified. She's a street John ambulance nurse. The ward sister crossed her arms, eyeing Louise carefully. So she's not a total beginner, then she said, her tone softening slightly. That's something, at least. I started with street John ambulance myself, and I believe you did too. Louise nodded, feeling a small glimmer of relief. But, Louise, the ward sister continued, her expression stern, you've put me in an incredibly difficult position. The chief executive loves good publicity, and right now, your sister or Kelly, as we're calling her, will be in the spotlight. The media has already captured her helping out at the accident, and the hospital will be eager to push this as a positive story. But people have seen you here, so we need to come up with a plan fast, or we'd all be in hot water. Louise bit her lip, realizing the gravity of what the ward sister was saying. I understand, sister. What should we do? The ward sister paced the room for a moment, thinking, here's the problem, we can't have unqualified nurses running around this hospital, no matter how competent they seem. And you don't want this deception coming to light, for your sake and for your sister's. We need to keep the chief executive happy while keeping your sister's true identity quiet. She stopped pacing and looked directly at Louise. Here's what we'll do. When your sister returns from the accident, we'll have her slip away quietly before anyone starts asking too many questions. You'll then change into your uniform and step in, taking her place for the remainder of your shift. The media will be satisfied. They'll assume it was you the whole time. But you need to be prepared for any follow-up. If they ask about this later, we'll need to stick to the story. Louise felt a mixture of relief and anxiety. The plan might work, but it relied on quick thinking and keeping up the deception. I'll make sure it goes smoothly, sister. Thank you for helping with this. Don't thank me yet, the ward sister said with a sigh. This isn't over, and if anything else goes wrong, the consequences could be far worse for both of you. Louise nodded, knowing she had no choice but to see it through and hope Kyle would get out of the accident scene before anyone else realized who he really was. Louise couldn't believe how quickly the ward sister had mobilized to cover their tracks. Kelly was now officially an agency nurse, thanks to a bit of paperwork magic. It was both a relief and an added pressure. Louise knew she'd need to keep up this charade to avoid putting everyone in a compromising position. As she walked down the corridor, she rehearsed what she would say to Kyle. He would not be pleased to hear he'd been officially put on the hospital's books as a nurse, even temporarily. She shook her head, almost laughing at the absurdity of it all. Kyle, her brother, accidentally promoted to an agency nurse, all because of a last-minute plan gone sideways. When she reached A&E, Louise spotted Kyle stepping out of the ambulance, looking tired, disheveled, and definitely worse for wear after the accident scene. His mud street uniform and drained expression were evidence enough of the chaotic ordeal he'd just been through. As he approached, he gave her a weary look. Kyle, I mean, Kelly, she whispered urgently, forcing a smile. You did amazing. But we need to get you out of here before anyone starts asking questions. Let's get you a shower and a fresh uniform. Kyle shook his head in disbelief. Louise, you owe me big time. That was no ordinary first day. I know, Louise replied, trying to keep her tone light. But listen, thanks to Sister, you're now officially on record as an agency. All you have to do is slip out quietly, and we can say it was me the whole time. Kyle let out a sigh. Next time you owe me lunch, and not in a hospital cafeteria. Deal, Louise whispered, guiding him toward the staff showers. They both knew they weren't out of the reeds yet, but for now, they'd survived the day's madness. As Louise walked into the hospital, she was startled to see her mother, clearly anxious, waiting near the entrance. Her mom must have seen the TV coverage and rushed over in a panic. Louise quickly pulled her aside, trying to prevent a scene. "Oh my God, Louise," her mother whispered, trying to keep her voice steady. "Which one of my babies is it out there? Is that you?" "Yes, Mom, but listen carefully," Louise said, lowering her voice. She quickly explained the entire situation, the cover-up, Kyle pretending to be her, and the elaborate lie about the non-existent Kelly. Her mother took it all in, eyes wide, but she nodded, surprisingly calm, and went along with the charade. The ambulance doors opened and Kyle emerged, still assisting with the injured driver. His hands were covered in blood as he kept pressure on the man's wounds. The A&E nurses immediately took over, whisking the patient away. Kyle, exhausted, stepped back and wiped his brow, trying to steady himself after the chaos. Before Louise could reach him, Dr. Turner appeared, strolling over with his usual overconfidence. "Fine job tonight, Louise," he said, mischief twinkling in his eyes, and before anyone could stop him, he leaned in and gave Kyle an affectionate peck on the cheek. Louise's eyes widened. No, this is my sister Kelly," she said quickly, emphasizing the name and hoping it didn't sound too forced. "She's an agency nurse, and this was her first night." Dr. Turner blinked, then his smile widened. "Well now," he said, intrigued, "I know Louise hasn't fallen for my charms and is already taken." He turned to Kyle, eyes twinkling with interest. "But how about you, my dear? Any suitors?" Caught off guard, Kyle stammered without thinking, no one at the moment. Dr. Turner's smile grew even broader. "Excellent. How about dinner with me tomorrow night? A little reward for your hard work tonight." Kyle, feeling trapped in the whirlwind of lies, glanced at Louise, who looked back with a mixture of amusement and panic. Kyle hesitated, trying to figure out a way to decline without blowing the cover. Louise quickly intervened. "I'm sure Kelly would love to, but she's leaving town tomorrow." "Right, sis," she said, giving Kyle a pointed look, hoping he'd catch on. Yeah, right," Kyle quickly added. "Unfortunately, I'll be gone." Dr. Turner looked a little disappointed, but he smiled graciously. "Another time then, Kelly. I'll hold you to it." As Dr. Turner walked away, Louise's mother gave Kyle a sympathetic pat on the back. "Well, that was close," she whispered. Kyle just groaned, rubbing his temples. "I'm never covering for you again." As Dr. Turner left the room after giving Kyle another kiss on the cheek, the flash of a camera went off, capturing the moment perfectly. The headline practically wrote itself: "Gallant doctor and nurse's family together," a picture that would no doubt make waves in tomorrow's news. "Come on, Kelly," the A&E sister said with a smile, guiding Kyle toward the nurse's changing room. "Let's get you cleaned up." Louise watched, still a bit in shock at how smoothly the charade had gone. "I'll follow in a few minutes," she said, turning to head to the sister's office to grab a fresh uniform for Kyle. Meanwhile, Kyle was in a whirlwind of confusion. Everyone from his mother to the staff was calling him Kelly. He'd been kissed twice by a doctor and had spent the entire night dressed in Louise's nurse uniform. And strangely, he realized that not only had he managed to pull off the deception, but a part of him liked it, really liked it. As Louise caught up with him, he gave her a weary, bewildered look. "Oh, Louise, what are we to do?" he muttered, still trying to process everything. Louise sighed, a bit of a smile tugging at her lips despite the chaos. "Don't worry, Kelly. I think you're going to be just fine." Then, as if things couldn't get any stranger, Louise's mother leaned in and said, "By the way, Kyle, your foreman came by after you left. The factory's closed. You've lost your job. Kyle blinked in surprise. What? The factory's closed. Don't worry, Mom Louise said, her voice suddenly light with humor. I think we just found him another one. Kyle groaned, realizing what she meant. You're joking, right? But Louise just gave him a playful wink. Welcome to the family business, Kelly. 2 years ago, my wife, Kelly, discovered my secret when she stumbled upon a hidden wardrobe of women's clothing in our attic. I tried to explain my feelings to her, but for over a year, she couldn't accept it. During that time, our sex life dwindled to almost nothing, leaving me feeling utterly worthless. The only comfort I found was in the rare moments I could cross-dress while she was away on business. I often wondered what Kelly was getting out of our marriage, as I felt increasingly isolated and frustrated. Kelly never explained where she went or why she was so deeply consumed by her work. In my eyes, our marriage was crumbling, and there seemed to be nothing I could do to fix it. She was a successful attorney and a stunning woman, and I always considered myself lucky to be married to her. I admired her feminine beauty and professional achievements. While she never approved of my cross-dressing, she would say, "As long as you keep it private and confined to the home, I'll tolerate it." Divorce was never something she wanted to consider. That's when my real problems began. I had recently lost my job, and with barely any contact with others, I started seeking some form of companionship. I knew better, but loneliness got the best of me, and I turned to the internet, searching for another cross-dresser who shared similar interests. That's when I met Autumn, a fellow T-girl. We exchanged emails for several months, and eventually, the desire to meet in person became too strong to resist. Kelly was scheduled to be away for a week, so I arranged a meeting with Autumn. This was mistake number 2. For the first time, I was about to leave the safety of my home fully dressed as a woman, something I had never dared before and in direct violation of the boundaries my wife had set. That morning, I woke up alone, determined to make everything perfect for our meeting. I took a long, hot bath, scented with perfume, and shaved my entire body, striving to present the most feminine version of myself. I slipped into my silk robe and sat down to do my nails. I carefully shaped them and painted both my fingernails and toenails in a rich red color. I knew no one would see my toes since I planned to wear pumps, but I wanted to feel as feminine as possible. Afterward, I applied my makeup, though I couldn't help but feel disappointed with my eyebrows. They were too full. I was too nervous to pluck them into thin, arched shapes because I knew Kelly would notice as soon as she returned. The finishing touch was a long blonde wig that I placed over my own relatively long hair. I had always dreamed of having long hair, but it was a constant source of tension between Kelly and me. She never said much, but I could tell she was bothered by how long I let it grow. When I looked in the mirror, the most feminine version of myself stared back. I added a pair of clip-on hoop earrings, though I had always wanted pierced ears. But I was too afraid of upsetting Kelly with the telltale holes. After one last glance in the mirror and a confident flip of my head, I felt absolutely perfect. With my makeup done, I began dressing. I slipped into a black thong, which always made me feel more womanly, followed by a black long-line bra, stuffing the cups with old stockings to give it the right shape. I had thought about buying breast forms before, but I didn't want to provoke my wife's anger any further. Instead, I pulled on a pair of sheer black pantyhose, followed by a firm black panty girdle that held me in place perfectly. Next came a lacy full slip, and for the final touch, I chose one of Kelly's elegant business suits. We were almost the same size, and I wanted to present myself as a polished, successful businesswoman, much like my wife when I met Autumn. That was mistake number 3, borrowing my wife's clothes. At the time, all I could focus on was the excitement of meeting another T-girl. I didn't stop to consider how Kelly might feel about me, her husband, wearing her expensive outfits. I completed the look with a pair of black 3-inch heels and packed one of Kelly's luxurious purses with my money, ID, and keys. As I took one final look in the mirror, I felt immensely satisfied with my transformation. Before leaving, it dawned on me to use some of Kelly's perfume. I sprayed myself with one of her most alluring fragrances, and in that moment, I not only looked like a woman, but I also smelled like one. What I didn't realize at the time was that I was, in essence, turning myself into a version of my own wife. My stomach churned with a mix of excitement and nervousness, making me feel like I might be sick. My hands trembled as I grabbed the car keys and walked toward the front door. This was it, the moment of truth. I was about to step outside as Irene for the very first time. I opened the door and walked into the daylight, fully dressed as a beautiful woman, as if I'd done this every day of my life. It felt exhilarating. My heels clicked on the pavement as I walked to the car, and I carefully opened the door. I seated myself the way I'd seen my wife do so many times, elegantly swinging my legs into the car with grace. I closed the door, placed the key into the ignition with my freshly manicured fingers, and started the engine. Every sensation felt heightened. The feel of my high heels pressing on the pedals and the way my feminine fingers gripped the steering wheel were experiences unlike any other. I drove to the restaurant, spending the next hour being accepted as Irene Baker, a poised and successful businesswoman. Autumn and I had a wonderful time, sharing stories and dreams about our feminine experiences. Afterward, we even did some shopping and made plans to meet again the following night. When I returned home, I felt incredibly special. I decided to sleep in one of Kelly's long, sensual, frilly nightgowns. I mimicked all the nightly beauty rituals I'd seen her perform, and after slipping into her most feminine gown, I got into bed just as she did each night. My thoughts were consumed by the plans for the next evening, imagining how I would feel as the lovely Irene Baker and how I could enhance my femininity even more. The experience felt addictive, like a drug, and I found myself craving more. Having spent the entire day fully dressed as a businesswoman, I planned to be even bolder for our next outing. I chose a silk cocktail dress from Kelly's side of the closet, unaware at the time how each instance of using her belongings would only fuel her anger and determination to make me pay for my thoughtless choices. This time, I dressed in a more provocative style and couldn't help but wonder how people would react to me as a woman. I had never entertained homosexual thoughts, nor did I anticipate how a man might approach me while I was dressed. Autumn picked me up, and we both looked hot as we headed to a lively night spot. Once there, we found a cozy corner booth, and Autumn ordered some wine. We spent time chatting, indulging in girl talk, enjoying the thrill of being out as our feminine selves. At one point, the waitress brought us fresh drinks, saying they were from two handsome businessmen at the bar. We smiled and waved, and before long, the men came over, asking to join us. Autumn, who was far more experienced in public as a woman, said yes without hesitation. The men slid into the booth, cutting off any chance for us to leave easily. John, the man seated next to me, quickly noticed my long, exposed legs. I was so new to dressing publicly as a woman that I hadn't thought about how much I was showing. Feeling self-conscious, I tried to cover my thigh with my hand, my very feminine, manicured hand. John, not missing a beat, ran his hand over my nylon-clad leg. Things escalated, and they became more forward, so Autumn and I decided it was time to go. As I stood up to leave, John unexpectedly kissed me before I could react. He also grabbed my ass, giving it a bold rub. Autumn and I burst into laughter as we drove home, replaying the night's events. If only those guys knew who we really were beneath all that makeup and feminine clothing, they would have been shocked. Before she dropped me off at home, Autumn and I made more plans for tomorrow. I was having so much fun that I didn't want the night, or this newfound part of my life, to end. I was growing more confident as Irene, and for the next day I made a bold decision. I would wear Kelly's favorite outfit. In hindsight, it was the worst idea I could have had, but at the time, I didn't grasp the consequences of my poor judgment. The outfit was a stunning black lace dress with a short skirt, a piece that oozed sexiness. It fit me perfectly, and I loved how it made me look. I paired it with new *oki hose, matching lingerie, and sleek spike heel asterisk matched the outfit flawlessly. I did my makeup meticulously, wanting to feel even more desirable after the attention Autumn and I had received the previous day. I teased the hair on my wig, satisfied with how hot I looked. Grabbing my purse and keys, I confidently headed out to the car, ready to pick up Autumn for lunch. But as I walked between the house and the car, my heels clicked on the pavement, and suddenly I froze. I heard Kelly's voice. "Well, well, well, what do we have here?" she taunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm as I stood in shock, rooted to the driveway. "Very pretty. Let's see. What was your name again?" "Oh yes, Irene Baker, wasn't it?" she continued, her words cutting like a knife. My heart raced. "I see you're even wearing my very best clothes. We'll have to see about that." I gasped, the realization of my mistake hitting me hard as she ordered me to return to the house, her mocking voice echoing in my ears as she kept calling me Irene. I knew at that moment that I was in serious trouble. Once we were inside the house, Kelly handed me a thick envelope. "I think you'll find this very amusing," she said with an unsettling smile. I opened it, and my heart dropped. Inside were over 100 pictures of Autumn and me, fully dressed as women, taken all around town. There were photos of us shopping, having lunch, and even the moment when the men approached us at the bar. The most shocking was a picture of John kissing me and grabbing my ass. I was speechless. "I had you followed," Kelly said, her voice cool but firm. "You know I'm an attorney, and I need to keep my private life spotless. You also know how I feel about your dressing, but you went ahead and flaunted it in public. Well, things are going to change starting right now." Her words hit me like a ton of bricks, but she wasn't done yet. "For starters, Irene, we're going out to dinner tonight, and that outfit you're wearing is nowhere near special enough for the plans I have for you. There are two gorgeous men who will be taking us to a very exclusive restaurant this evening. Since you seem to enjoy the attention of men so much and love playing the feminine girl, I'm sure you'll have as much fun with me tonight as you did with Autumn." I stood there, stunned and powerless, realizing that Kelly had taken control. I had no idea what she had in store, but the glint in her eyes made it clear. This was just the beginning. I tried to protest, but Kelly slapped me hard across the face, her voice sharp as she told me to shut up. "Just like a woman, talking too much," she sneered. Her words were laced with anger, but it was the threat that followed that truly silenced me. She warned that if I disobeyed her in any way, she would expose me to all my friends, labeling me as the faggot who dressed up in his wife's clothes and pretended to be a girl. That single threat was enough to make me feel powerless, and I couldn't yet fathom the lengths she would go to in the future to further control and humiliate me. At that moment, all I cared about was keeping my cross-dressing a secret. The wild, determined look in her eyes made it clear that any objection would be futile. I had no choice but to comply. "First, get out of my best outfit and put on something else until we can get you your own clothes," she commanded, her tone cold but steady. I nervously removed the black lace dress I had borrowed, feeling utterly exposed under her scrutiny. As I took off the dress, Kelly's eyes landed on my bra, filled with old stockings to simulate breasts. "You need something more pliable and realistic than those old stockings we're using to fill out your bra," she said with disdain. Then, with a triumphant smirk, she pulled out a pair of very realistic-looking breast forms. "I brought these for you. Now, remove your bra so I can attach them properly." With trembling hands, I obeyed, knowing that this was just the beginning of Kelly's new form of control over me. Kelly moved swiftly, cleaning my chest before applying adhesive to the breast forms. She pressed them firmly in place, waiting until the glue dried, then added more adhesive, blending the seams with makeup. When she was done, I could barely tell where the forms ended and my skin began. The weight of them felt strange, and before I could even process the change, Kelly's mocking voice pierced the silence. "We don't want your date ripping them off. Lean forward and enjoy the womanly weight of your new breasts," she said, laughing as she adjusted my bra to hold the massive forms now securely bonded to my chest. I felt helpless, weighed down both physically and emotionally. She wasn't done yet. Now that I've given you a very womanly chest, I think it's time you experience what it's really like to be a woman. You wanted to do girly things. Well, here's something every woman goes through, having a period, she said with a twisted smile. My stomach churned as Kelly made me lower my girdle and hose. Without hesitation, she forced a super-sized tampon into my anus, the discomfort immediate and humiliating. Now you know how you had me pretending to be a woman. You wanted to do girly things, so now you can suffer like a real woman. She handed me a sanitary pad and ordered me to place it in my panties before pulling them back up. From now on, you'll sit on the toilet and pee just like one of us. Understand? Numb and unable to resist, I did as she demanded. I put on another one of her conservative business suits, and she meticulously redid my makeup. When I looked in the mirror, I saw what appeared to be an average businesswoman, polished and ready for work. But the reality was far from ordinary. I could feel the heavy weight of the breast forms, the tightness of the bra, and the tampon lodged deep inside me. Every part of me felt violated, controlled, and I knew this was only the beginning of the torment Kelly had planned. Kelly took me to her favorite dress store, where I was forced to try on various dresses of her choosing. One by one, I modeled outfits, though it was clear that she had a particular look in mind. Eventually, she settled on a very tight, black sequined dress for me to wear that night. It clung to my body in a way that made me feel trapped, but Kelly assured me that after the pending corset fitting, it would fit perfectly. My stomach twisted with dread, but I followed her obediently. Next, we headed to a lingerie store. As soon as we entered, Kelly approached the owner and told her that I needed to be fitted for a tight black corset. It was immediately clear that prior arrangements had been made. This wasn't just a spontaneous outing. The shopkeeper knew everything about me. Without hesitation, I was led to the back of the store and instructed to undress. My bra was removed, leaving me feeling completely exposed with my newly attached breast forms sagging naturally on my chest. The shopkeeper looked me over, her gaze clinical yet unnerving. I see your wife has ensured you experience the full reality of being a very fully endowed lady, she commented. Your new breasts look quite real, and I imagine you'd want them properly supported. Her words stung, as if she reveled in my discomfort. Kelly had chosen a corset with full cups that cradled the breast forms. Once the front bust was closed, I immediately sensed how tightly it held me. My torso felt compressed, and the weight of my breasts was now supported by the stiff fabric. The shopkeeper began to lace the corset tighter and tighter, each tug pulling me further into this forced femininity. With every breath, I could feel the constriction more acutely, and I knew I would look very different in the black sequined dress once this was done. But the tightness wasn't just physical. It felt like my entire sense of self was being squeezed, controlled, and reshaped into something unrecognizable. My breasts were now fully supported, and my ribcage had been made smaller by the powerful corset. The garment gripped me so tightly, it felt as though I was being reshaped from the inside out. After walking around for about 30 minutes to let the corset adapt to my body, the shopkeeper came back to retighten the laces. I hesitated, commenting that it was already far too tight, but she dismissed my concerns with a knowing smile. A woman must suffer to make herself attractive for her man, she said, adjusting the laces further. And your wife will need to retighten it again before your date. Now, let's try on your dress. The once extremely tight black sequin dress now slid over my new figure effortlessly. It fit me like a second skin, hugging every curve that the corset and breast forms had created. I gazed into the mirror, and to my shock, I saw a body that looked undeniably feminine, curves in all the right places, with a figure most women would envy. It was surreal. Next, Kelly took me to a nail salon. I was seated, and the nail technician was instructed to apply 2-inch acrylic nails to my fingers. As she worked, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of panic. These nails looked permanent, far from something I could easily remove when this nightmare was over. I glanced at Kelly, anxiety creeping into my voice. How am I supposed to return to being a man with these? I asked, my fingers already feeling foreign to me. And what about the breasts? They're attached. How do I get rid of them? Kelly smirked, her response as cutting as ever. Oh, don't worry, Irene. For now, you won't be needing to return to anything. You wanted to be a woman, so now you'll experience the full reality of it. The realization hit me hard. This wasn't just a temporary gain for Kelly. She was planning something much bigger, something I wasn't sure I could escape from. Just worry about looking and acting like the perfect lady for your date tonight. Kelly laughed slyly as the bright red polish was applied to my new acrylic nails. Each step in this transformation felt irreversible, and I could feel myself slipping further away from the person I used to be. Our next stop was the beauty salon. It was here that I started to truly wonder if I would ever be allowed to return to my male self again. As soon as we arrived, the wig I had been wearing was removed, and the beautician informed me that Kelly had ordered a full and very complete makeover. The way she said it sent a chill down my spine. They began by attaching hair extensions to my own hair, securing them tightly. My hair was then washed, cut, and bleached a bright blonde. As I watched in disbelief, the beautician began rolling my hair onto an assortment of pink rollers. Once my hair was completely set in the rollers, a permanent lotion was applied. I glanced at myself in the mirror, my head now covered in the pink rollers, and I looked just like any other woman in the salon getting her hair done. I was placed under a dryer, and as the heat worked its way through the rollers, I could feel my hair tightening around the curlers. The sensation was both strange and unsettling, as if each curl was another step in my transformation, another layer of my former self being stripped away. Once my hair was dry, the rollers were removed, and I could hardly recognize myself. My hair was styled into long, silky blonde tendrils that framed my face in a distinctly feminine way. The soft curls bounced lightly as they fell around my shoulders, completing the look Kelly had envisioned. With each change, I felt more and more trapped in this new persona. I didn't just look like a woman, I had become one in every visible way. The question that haunted me now wasn't just whether I would ever return to being a man, but if I even could after everything Kelly had done. All I could do was sit there, bound tightly in the corset that constricted every breath, as I stared down at the unmistakably feminine hands now adorned with long, bright red nails. The nail technician's work had transformed my fingers into delicate, dainty instruments I barely recognized. My false breasts, now permanently attached, rose and fell with each labored breath, the weight of them constantly reminding me of their presence. I felt helpless, knowing that removing them wasn't an option, at least not if Kelly had anything to say about it. The control she had over me was suffocating. Kelly's relentless attack on what remained of my masculinity continued as she moved closer, taking my face in her hands. Without warning, she began plucking my eyebrows into two incredibly thin, arched lines, far more radical than anything I could have imagined. Each tug of the tweezers felt like another piece of my identity being stripped away, leaving behind a face that belonged to someone else entirely. Next came the long artificial eyelashes, glued carefully among my own. The deep black coating only intensified the already dramatic transformation. The weight of the lashes was noticeable with every blink, and I could feel how much more feminine they made me look. Every subtle movement of my eyes emphasized the heavy lashes, enhancing my appearance in a way that left no trace of the man I had once been. But Kelly wasn't finished. The final assault came when she pierced my ears, not once, but twice. I flinched as the needle punched through each of my earlobes, marking me with two permanent holes. Into the lower holes, she inserted long dangling hoop earrings that swayed with even the slightest movement of my head. In the upper holes, she placed delicate diamond studs, completing the transformation. Looking in the mirror, I saw a completely different person staring back at me, a woman, glamorous and completely dressed for the part. My masculinity felt distant, nearly forgotten, buried under layers of forced femininity. Every breath, every blink, Every small movement reminded me that Kelly's grip on my identity was tightening, and I wasn't sure I would ever escape it. As the beautician applied my new evening makeup, she joked with Kelly, saying, "He must have been a very bad boy, but thanks to you, he now looks like a very good girl." The casual cruelty of her words stung, but the shock of seeing myself in the mirror was even more jarring. There was no trace of the man I once was. Staring back at me was a beautiful, impeccably made-up woman, so feminine, so polished, that I couldn't believe it was really me. Kelly stood behind me, admiring her work with a satisfied smile. "I hope you're happy with your new appearance," she said with a cold certainty in her voice, "because I plan to keep you like this from now on. You're going to become my new girlfriend and live with me in our home, but not as my husband anymore. Since you look 100% like a woman now, you'll be moving into the guest room." Her words cut through me like ice. She continued, laying out her twisted vision for my future. "From now on, we'll do everything as two women, dating, weekly visits to get our nails and hair done. I'll tell everyone you left me for another woman, but no one will ever guess that the other woman is actually you. And don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I'll get a permanent identity change for you so you can legally stay as a woman for the rest of your life." I could barely breathe as panic overwhelmed me. I begged her to stop, to let me go before it was too late, but she just laughed. "It's already too late," she said, her tone dripping with finality. "Look at yourself. Do you really think anyone would recognize the man you used to be? You make a much better girlfriend than a husband, and after everything I've done to create your new look, you better get used to being a woman." Her words left me feeling utterly trapped. My pleas for freedom drowned in the weight of the reality she had imposed on me. Looking at myself in the mirror, at the woman I had become, it felt like my past life had already slipped away, beyond any hope of retrieval. I pleaded with Kelly, desperation thick in my voice. "I don't want to be a woman," I begged, my heart pounding with fear and helplessness. But she just laughed, a cold, detached sound that sent chills down my spine. "You should have thought about that before wearing my clothes and pretending to be a girl," she replied dismissively. "You'll just have to get used to your new reality, because you don't have any choices left." We returned home, and the anticipation of our date loomed like a dark cloud. Kelly handed me a pair of black silky seamed stockings, instructing me to make sure the seams were perfectly straight. Apparently, it was the kind of detail that men found provocative. Her words felt like an insult, mocking my helplessness. I fumbled with the stockings, my hands clumsy, weighed down by the impossibly long acrylic nails now adorning my fingers. Next, she tossed a pair of black patent leather pumps at me. The slim ankle straps mocked me as I struggled to fasten them, my extended nails making the task nearly impossible. My newly lengthened hair kept falling over my face, further complicating the already humiliating process. I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling utterly defeated, before finally managing to secure the straps. Once I stood, Kelly wasted no time in retightening the lacing of my corset, pulling it even tighter than before. The crushing pressure around my waist made breathing difficult. Then she helped me into my new dress, zipping it up with a forcefulness that left no room for escape. The dress clung to my body like a second skin, every curve accentuated in a way that felt foreign, unnatural. Kelly wasn't done. She adorned me with a shiny diamond bracelet and necklace, replacing the gold hoop earrings with long, dangling diamond ones that she locked into my earlobes. Each piece of jewelry felt like another shackle, further sealing my fate in this twisted role she had carved out for me. Then came the final blow. Kelly removed her own diamond engagement and wedding rings from her left hand and handed them to me. "I think you should be the one wearing these from now on," she said, her voice dripping with cruel amusement. "It will enhance your new role in our relationship, playing the woman with a married past. You no longer look anything like my husband, and now you can play the part of the suffering wife." Her words echoed in my mind, leaving me hollow. I stared at the rings in my trembling hands, the weight of them heavier than I could have imagined. It wasn't just jewelry, it was a symbol of my erasure, a marker of the identity I had lost. Reluctantly, I slid the rings onto my left hand, feeling the weight of each one as if they were chains binding me further into my new identity. Another critical step in my feminization had been taken, and the reality of it settled heavily on my chest. Kelly forced me to stand in front of the full-length mirror, her gaze sharp as she berated me. "You wanted to dress and pretend to be a woman. Well, now we're no longer pretending. I've made you more of a woman than any of your fantasies, and I have no plans to end your feminization." With a mix of dread and resignation, I slowly descended the stairs, the tightness of my dress and the height of my heels making each step a careful endeavor. I opened the door to greet Jim and Miles, the men who would be taking us out that night. As I walked ahead of them into the living room, I could feel their eyes on me, particularly on my hips. The tightness of the dress accentuated every curve, and the dark seams of my stockings clung to me like a second skin, drawing attention I was powerless to deflect. I was putting on a show, and deep down, I loathed every moment of it. The silky, curly blonde hair swayed with each step, adding to the exaggerated femininity of my movements. I knew this was all part of Kelly's plan to humiliate me further. Kelly called me over and sprayed me with more perfume, the sweet scent enveloping me. She fixed me with a serious look. "I expect you to be very nice to your date tonight," she said firmly. "I don't expect you to go all the way since you're on your period, but you better act like the seductive woman I've transformed you into. Make sure Miles has a pleasant time." Her words hung in the air, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I was trapped in a role I never wanted, forced to play a part that felt entirely alien. Yet there was no escape, no way to resist the reality Kelly had crafted for me. As the men settled in, I steeled myself for the evening ahead, knowing I had to play along or face the consequences of defiance. I felt utterly trapped and horrified by the instructions Kelly had laid out for me. Teetering in my high heels, every movement was a reminder of the extreme tightness of the corset, which molded my body into an impossible shape. The dress hugged every curve, creating an image of a sexy, desirable woman that reflected the fantasy I had always imagined. But now, it filled me with dread. There was no hope of returning to the man I once was. Kelly handed me a silk evening bag, and as I opened it, I found only a replacement tampon, a small perfume spray, and a lipstick that matched the shade on my lips. No money, no ID, no credit cards, my dependency on her and my date was complete. It was as if my entire identity had been stripped away, leaving me vulnerable and exposed. Then she draped her silver fox jacket over my shoulders. I recalled how seductive and confident she had looked in it, and now I was the one expected to embody that allure. The luxurious fabric felt foreign against my skin, amplifying my sense of vulnerability and fear. I was being thrust deeper into this role, and with every passing moment, the weight of my situation settled heavier on my chest. As I stood there, clad in Kelly's vision of femininity, I couldn't shake the feeling of being a puppet in her game, a game where I had no control, no say. My heart raced as I prepared to step into a world that felt completely alien, yet inescapably real. I knew I had to play my part, even as every instinct screamed against it. Kelly led me back to our dates, introducing me as Irene Baker, an old girlfriend of hers who was now separated from my husband. I felt a wave of humiliation wash over me as she crafted a narrative about my demeaning marriage, forcing me to show that I was still wearing my ring while implying I was ready to move on. She added that I just needed a little time and tenderness from the right man, and to top it off, she awkwardly mentioned that it was my time of the month, hoping I would be good company. I stood there, on the verge of tears, utterly embarrassed by the position Kelly had thrust upon me. Miles reached around my waist, kissing me gently on the cheek, his hand brushing my hair aside before lowering to grasp my behind. I felt both flattered and violated, my body responding against my will. Meanwhile, Jim greeted Kelly with a passionate embrace and kiss, and I could only stand there, watching helplessly as she let out a womanly moan that served to further emasculate me. Each moment was a reminder of how completely I had been stripped of my former identity, reduced to a mere character in Kelly's twisted game. The laughter and flirtation around me felt like daggers, deepening my sense of isolation and despair. I was drowning in a reality I never chose, and the weight of it all was suffocating. I was instructed to bring our dates a glass of wine to start the evening, but as I fumbled with the bottle, Miles swiftly appeared beside me, taking over. His presence surrounded me as he opened the wine effortlessly, his eyes lingering on me in a way that left me feeling exposed and unsure. I had never been in such a vulnerable, womanly position before, and I didn't know how to respond. Every glance he gave me felt like a reminder of the role I was being forced to play. Kelly, ever controlling, whispered harshly in my ear, instructing me to start flirting with Miles and act as she did with Jim. She made it clear that if I didn't comply, she would make tonight a living hell for me. Her promise to give me an advanced degree in the arts of being a woman chilled me to my core. I had no choice but to follow along. Miles offered a toast, his voice low and smooth, saying how lovely I looked and how he planned to show me a great time, with a not-so-subtle hint of physical interaction. My heart raced, and before I could process his words, he emptied his glass, pulled me into a tight embrace, and kissed me. The kiss was overwhelming, his mouth pressing firmly against mine, followed by the sudden thrust of his tongue. His strong arms wrapped around me, leaving me with no room to resist. I had to endure it, just as a woman might in such a situation, my mind reeling with the intensity of it. I felt trapped within my own body, forced to play along with the sensual invasion of my personal space, my thoughts consumed by the realization that this was only the beginning of what Kelly had planned for me. As Miles pulled away, a satisfied smile on his face, I felt shaken. The boundary between the person I had been and the person I was becoming under Kelly's control had blurred beyond recognition. My first date was a whirlwind of new and unsettling experiences. As the night progressed, I could only hope to survive my first outing as a real woman without further complications. But I quickly realized the weight of the situation. Kelly moved in elite circles, and being in public with a man like Miles meant I would be expected to play the part of a lady, deserving of respect. I looked every bit the woman I had been transformed into, and that appearance alone dictated the treatment I would receive. Before we left, Miles helped me into the silver fox fur coat. The soft, luxurious fabric brushed against my skin, amplifying the sensation of femininity I was being forced to embrace. At that moment, the reality of my situation struck me like a tidal wave. I was no longer in control of my life. Kelly held all the power, and I had no choice but to submit to her plans, no matter how terrifying they were. As I stepped out the door, I knew deep down that the life I had known was over. I was no longer the man I had once been. I had become Iron Baker, and with that name came a new identity, a new existence shaped by forces beyond my control. The future was uncertain, and with each step, I felt the weight of the role I would have to play, whether I wanted to or not. My name is Travis, and I'm 21 years old, living in Las Vegas. At 5'5", and weighing around 55 kilograms, I've always been on the smaller side for a guy, which led to a lot of teasing during my childhood because I looked younger than my peers. I used to hate it and constantly wish I could be bigger, until I turned 18 and discovered my interest in women's clothing. That's when I realized I'm a crossdresser. I absolutely love the whole process of dressing up: makeup, hair, dresses, and heels. I've even grown out my light brown hair past my shoulders, which I usually wear in a ponytail. When I dress up, I can use my own hair, which is a nice touch. I think I pull off a fairly convincing look, though I'll admit my makeup skills still need work, and my collection of clothes and cosmetics is pretty limited. When I was 19, my parents died in a car accident. Since then, I've been living off the insurance money. I rent a small apartment where I dress up in private, as I've never had the confidence to go out in public. Most of my clothes are secondhand and don't look all that great, so I've kept my cross-dressing behind closed doors. I had only been in the apartment for about 2 weeks when I met Layla, who lives right across the hall. She's stunning minus 23 years old, 5'7", with long blonde hair. She's exactly the kind of girl I'd love to date, but I can't imagine someone like her wanting to go out with me. If I thought she'd be interested, I might even consider stopping the cross-dressing, but she seems like she could have any guy she wants. Layla works as a cocktail waitress at the Hollywood Hotel and Casino. Over time, we struck up a friendship and got to know each other better. About a year ago, she was planning to go on vacation and asked me if I could water her plants and keep an eye on her apartment, handing me a spare key. While she was away, I went over to water her plants. The second time I visited, though, I found myself unable to resist the temptation to peek into her closet. She had so many beautiful outfits, and since we're about the same size, I couldn't help but try on one of her dresses. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help myself. That entire week she was away, I spent most of my time in her apartment, trying on more of her clothes and wishing I could own such beautiful things. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about her clothes and even found myself wondering when she'd go on vacation again. About 2 months later, I lost control. Since she worked the late shift at the casino, I went over to her apartment when she left for work and tried on a couple of her dresses. It felt like pure bliss. I began doing this more frequently, to the point where I was sneaking into her apartment almost every night after she left for work. Even though I knew she'd be furious if she ever found out, I convinced myself there was no real harm. Her clothes were just so much more beautiful than the second-hand items I picked up at thrift stores. Everything seemed fine until about a month ago, when Layla invited me over to her place for dinner. She mentioned she wanted to ask me a favor, and I was secretly hoping she was going on vacation again. It would have given me even more time, without the constant worry of her coming home early. When I arrived at her place, she welcomed me in, and the smell of the food she was preparing was incredible. We sat down at the table to talk, and Layla gave me a smile unlike any she'd ever given before. Then she said, "I want to show you something, Travis," and turned her computer screen toward me. Looking me straight in the eyes, she said, "I accidentally left my computer on a few weeks ago, and my webcam captured something I can't quite explain." My heart sank as I watched the footage of myself in her bedroom, wearing her red dress. She smiled again, but this time with a different edge. "I've started leaving my computer on ever since, and now I have several videos of you trying on my clothes." I was terrified and immediately started apologizing, fully expecting our friendship to be over. But then she looked at me and said, "I am mad at you, but not because you were trying on my clothes. I'm upset because you did it without asking." Her words caught me off guard. I looked up and she smiled gently, asking, "Please, tell me why you did this." With my heart racing, I explained everything, how I'd been cross-dressing for years, but all my clothes were second-hand and never looked quite right. I told her how I couldn't control myself when I saw her beautiful outfits. They were everything I dreamed of but couldn't afford. She smiled warmly and hugged me, saying, "I guess if you like to wear pretty clothes, that's okay. Just promise to ask first, all right?" I nodded eagerly, grateful for her understanding. Then came the biggest surprise. "We have about an hour until dinner is ready, so why don't we pick out some nice dresses to wear?" My heart raced with excitement and fear. I had never let anyone see me dressed before, but with her having those videos, I felt a strange sense of freedom. I agreed, and this time, she didn't just hand me a dress. She gave me a bra, panties, nylons, and heels to complete the look. Within about 15 minutes, I found myself standing there in a beautiful red dress and heels, with Layla in a cute black dress beside me. She had even provided breast forms to complete my look. Since we still had some time, she had me sit down and began brushing out my hair, setting it in rollers. "If we're going to do this, Travis, we might as well do it right," she said with a playful smile. Once my hair was up, she moved on to my makeup. She was so much better at it than I ever was. With skillful precision, she made my eyes pop, and finished it off with a rich red lipstick. When I looked in the mirror, I couldn't believe what I saw. I looked completely like a girl, more than I ever had before. Even Layla was taken aback. "Wow, Travis, no one would ever know you were a guy," she said, her eyes full of approval. That night was unforgettable. We had a wonderful dinner and spent the rest of the evening talking, growing closer than ever. It wasn't just about being best friends anymore. Layla now knew my deepest, darkest secret and accepted it wholeheartedly. That created a bond between us that felt unbreakable. Over the next few weeks, we did this a couple more times on her nights off, getting dressed up and having a blast together. Then, about a month later, we were at her apartment again, both dressed up in matching black cocktail dresses, 4-inch heels, and flawless makeup. As I admired how great everything felt, Layla smiled at me and said, "You look so awesome tonight. It's a shame to stay home." I had never gone out dressed before, though the thought had crossed my mind many times. With Layla's encouragement, though, I felt brave enough to take the leap. We left her apartment, got into her car, and headed to the Hollywood Hotel and Casino, where she worked. We had a lovely dinner, and afterward, we wandered into the casino. My nerves really kicked in when Layla bumped into a couple of her co-workers. I felt my heart race, but she just smiled and introduced me as Ella, a friend from high school. They accepted me instantly as just another pretty girl, and the four of us spent the rest of the night together. Not one person seemed to suspect a thing. I was stunned and thrilled. We stayed out until the early hours of the morning before finally heading back home. It felt like a dream, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I belonged. Curious about my new identity, I asked Layla who Ella was. She simply smiled and said, "A friend from high school I lost touch with." That was all she offered, and I didn't press for more. After that night, going out together became a regular thing for us. Layla introduced me to more of her friends, and every time I was accepted without question. My small size, which had always made me self-conscious, turned out to be a blessing. I blended in perfectly, and no one ever seemed to suspect a thing. As we spent more time together, Layla and I grew even closer. It felt less like we were just friends, and more like we were becoming sisters. Our bond deepened with each shared secret and experience, and for the first time, I felt truly seen and understood. One night, while we were out with Layla's friends, they suggested I apply for a job at the Hollywood Hotel Casino. They mentioned the place was always looking for new people. I just smiled and said I'd think about it, knowing full well that there was no way I could actually do it, though the idea of living as Ella more often was tempting. By this point, I was spending 2 nights a week as Ella, going out with Layla on her nights off. Layla had even taught me how to do my makeup, so I started dressing on my own occasionally. I had grown more comfortable in my appearance, feeling confident because I passed so well. Then, one Saturday morning, Layla surprised me by suggesting that I get dressed up to go out during the day. It was a new experience for me, as we usually only went out in the evenings, but I was willing to give it a try. I had become so at ease in my female persona that I no longer felt the intense fear I once did. We headed out to a local shopping center. When we arrived, I realized she had taken me to the beauty salon she frequented. It felt thrilling, but also a little nerve-wracking to be out as Ella in broad daylight. I was a little nervous about the idea of going into a salon as Ella, especially during the day, but Layla assured me everything would be fine. She told me she just wanted them to fix my hair in a more feminine style. I trusted her, so I went along with it, even though my nerves were still buzzing. When we got inside, Layla explained to the stylist what she had in mind, and I just sat there, letting it all happen. To my surprise, it turned out to be a wonderful experience. The stylist shampooed my hair, massaging my scalp in a way that was so relaxing it almost made me forget my worries. She trimmed the back of my hair, cut my bangs, and then applied a cream to my hair. After a few minutes, she rinsed it out, followed by more conditioner. Once my hair was prepped, she started setting it in curlers, wrapping it all up neatly. I felt an unusual mix of excitement and calmness. I was in unfamiliar territory, yet the whole process felt strangely comforting. While my hair was drying, Layla convinced me to join her at the manicure tables. She smiled, saying, "You can always take them off in a day or two if you don't like them." And with that little nudge, I agreed to get acrylic nails. The whole experience was unexpectedly fun. After about an hour, I had long, beautiful red nails, about half an inch long, just like Layla's. I couldn't help but admire how elegant my hands looked. Once my nails were done, we went back to have the rollers removed from my hair. As the stylist began to take them out, a mass of curls fell down, and that's when I noticed something different. My hair wasn't just curled, it was now blonde. I felt a surge of panic, wanting to scream but managing to hold it in to avoid causing a scene in the salon. When we finally left and got into the car, I was ready to unleash my frustration at Layla. She must have sensed it because before I could say anything, she spoke up quickly. "Don't be mad, Travis. But the other night I started thinking about how you've been wanting a job, and I figured, why couldn't you work where I do? I could give you a good reference." I was stunned into silence, the shock of what had just happened mingling with confusion about her plan. The blonde hair, the nails, it all started to make sense, but I didn't know how to feel about it just yet. I stared at Layla, unsure of what to say. "Layla, I'm a guy. To get a job, I'll have to give them my real name. They're not going to hire a man who dresses as a girl." My voice was firm, but I was also deeply confused about how she thought this could work. For a moment, she went quiet, and then she started telling me about the real Ella, her best friend from high school. It was a heartbreaking story. Ella had fallen in with the wrong crowd after school, gotten involved with a man who led her down a dark path, and eventually ended up living on the streets. Things got so bad that she joined a cult. The cult had her change her name and forget everything from her past, leaving behind her old life, friends, and identity. It was clear from Layla's tone that she still carried the weight of losing her friend to that life. Then Layla gently proposed something I never saw coming. "You could just use her name," she said. "You could work as Ella. All my friends already know you that way, and no one would question it." I was speechless for a moment, processing everything. She was offering me a way to live as Ella full-time, to slip into this identity with ease, since everyone in her circle had already accepted me as her. It was tempting, but the weight of it hit me. It wasn't just a night out, it would mean living a new life, and I wasn't sure how ready I was for that. I was on the verge of saying no, but the idea had a certain appeal. The thought of living as someone else, even if just for a while, felt oddly exciting. I told Layla I'd think about it, and with that, we went out shopping for the day and later spent the evening with her friends. It was easy to slip into the role of Ella when I was around them, and no one seemed to see me as anything else. The next morning when I woke up, I found myself standing in front of the mirror. My reflection had changed so much. My new blonde, curly hair and long red nails made it impossible to imagine stepping out as a guy. The thought felt strange, but also liberating. Without hesitation, I decided to embrace it for the day. I picked out a nice skirt, did my makeup, and pulled the look together. When I went over to Layla's, she practically lit up with joy the moment she saw me. "You look amazing," she exclaimed, clearly thrilled to see me fully embracing Ella again. There was something infectious about her enthusiasm. It made me feel like I was doing something right, even if the path ahead still felt uncertain. That day, Layla and I went out for a nice lunch and did some shopping before she had to head to work. I'd gone with her before and come back home alone, but this time felt different. This was the first time I would be doing it as Ella, completely on my own. The idea of being out in public without Layla by my side made me nervous, but I reassured myself that I looked convincingly feminine. As I walked back through the city, the attention I received was unexpected. Some men whistled as I passed by, and while I had seen it happen before when I was with Layla, being on my own made it feel more intimidating. Still, I managed to keep my composure and get home without any issues. The experience, while a bit nerve-wracking, gave me a sense of confidence. Over the next few days, I found myself going out more and more on my own, slowly getting used to navigating the world as Ella. I began to feel more comfortable in public, learning to handle the occasional looks or comments. It was a strange shift, but one that started feeling natural. Then came Sunday night, when Layla and I met up with her friends for dinner. At this point, I realized they had become my friends too. While we were sitting around the table, enjoying our meal and chatting, I casually asked, "Do you think they have any job openings where you work? Something I could do?" There was a moment of silence, and I could see everyone's interest peak. I wasn't sure if I was ready, but I'd already taken so many steps into this new life. Maybe it was time to take one more. Layla's excitement was contagious when I mentioned the job. She beamed at me, pulling me into a tight hug and exclaiming, "We'll go down to the employment office first thing tomorrow morning, and I'll help you put in an application." It felt surreal but thrilling at the same time. That night, we had a great time with her friends, but Layla suggested we not stay out too late so we could be fresh for the morning. The next day, I woke up feeling a mixture of anticipation and nerves. I got all dressed up as Ella and headed over to Layla's place. When I arrived, she had something else in mind for me before we went out. She asked me to take off my top, including my bra, which left me feeling a bit vulnerable. Then she showed me what she called a nude bra. It was actually 2 silicone breast forms designed to attach to the sides of a woman's chest, pulling the breasts together to enhance their appearance. I wasn't sure how much of an effect this would have on me, given that I wasn't exactly working with much to begin with. But Layla was confident. She attached the silicone forms to the sides of my chest, where I had a little bit of flab, and gently pulled them together. To my surprise, the effect was more convincing than I expected. I looked down and saw a noticeable change, a more defined feminine shape. It was another step in its transformation, and with Layla's encouragement, I was starting to feel like I could actually pull this off. The thought of going into the employment office as Ella was still daunting, but with her support, I felt ready to take on the challenge. Once the silicone forms were in place and set for a while, Layla pulled them together in the middle and helped me into a tight-fitting bra. I looked in the mirror, and I was stunned. I had breasts and real cleavage. They weren't huge, but a nice C-cup, and it felt surreal seeing that on my own body. Layla handed me a new top that accentuated my new figure, and as much as it felt strange, it also made me feel more confident. Still, as we headed out, I was a bit self-conscious. My body felt different, and I was aware of every movement, but Layla's energy kept me going. We made our way to the casino's employment office, and I was surprised to learn that if you come in with a current employee, you get to go to a separate office where friends of employees are given preference. It felt like a lucky break. We were introduced to a lady named Miranda, who was in charge of all the hiring. She was professional but friendly, and I tried to stay calm as we spoke. She asked me some basic questions about my experience, and then I was handed an application form. That's when things got tricky. I realized I didn't know all the details of Ella's life. Layla, being the quick thinker she was, discreetly helped me fill it out, providing things like Ella's birthday and other background information. As I completed the form, I couldn't help but feel the weight of what I was doing. It wasn't just about filling out paperwork. I was stepping into an entirely new identity. But with Layla there, guiding me through, it felt like I could make it work. As I sat there nervously, Miranda returned and asked me a few more questions before asking me to stand up and turn around. I could feel her eyes studying me, and the anxiety grew. My mind raced with thoughts. Surely, she'd figured out that I wasn't really a woman. But before I could spiral too much, Miranda left again. Layla leaned in with a grin, whispering, "I think she likes what she sees. You might get a cocktail waitress job like me. They only hire really cute girls for that. The money is okay, but the tips are great." Her words sent a mix of excitement and fear through me. I hadn't really let myself imagine what it would be like to work as a girl, But now, the image of myself as a cocktail waitress in one of those tight, skimpy uniforms filled my mind. I could picture it, walking around the casino, balancing trays of drinks, wearing something form-fitting and undeniably feminine. The idea felt surreal and nerve-wracking, but at the same time, a part of me wondered if I could actually pull it off. Could I blend in, be seen as just another girl? Just as I was lost in these thoughts, Miranda came back with a smile on her face. The way she looked at me made my heart race. Was this it? Had I convinced her that I could be Ella, the cute new cocktail waitress? Layla's excitement radiated beside me, and I couldn't help but feel a mixture of anticipation and disbelief. I think we have an open cocktail position that would be perfect for you if you're interested. It's the same shift as Layla's, so she'll be training you, Miranda said with a smile. I was stunned. I had actually been offered the job. My mind raced with doubts. Should I take it? Could I really pull it off as a cocktail waitress in one of those outfits, surrounded by people who'd see me as nothing but Ella? Before I could think too much, Layla nudged me, her excitement infectious. Almost on autopilot, I heard myself say, "Yes, I would love that. Thank you." It was official. I had just agreed to take on a job as Ella. Miranda handed me some paperwork to sign. As I scanned through it, I saw it was authorizing a background check, not on me, but on Ella. My heart skipped a beat, but I signed it, knowing Layla had already created this identity for me. The whole process felt surreal, like I was stepping deeper into this new life without fully realizing the gravity of it. The three of us walked from Miranda's office to the front desk. Miranda handed the paperwork to the receptionist, then turned to the security guard at the front. "This is Ella, a new hire. Here's her authorization for a background check," she said. The security guard looked me over, then nodded. "Everything looks good. Step up to the line." I did as he instructed, standing in place as he prepared to take my photo. My heart was pounding in my chest. This wasn't just dressing up for a day or pretending for fun anymore. I was really becoming Ella, at least in the eyes of everyone here. I stepped up to the line, trying to steady myself as the security guard took a couple of pictures. After he snapped them, he showed me the options, and I picked the one that I thought looked the most like Ella. It was strange to see myself like this, knowing that this image would be on my employee ID, representing the version of me that everyone at the casino would know. Then, without warning, he asked me to place my hands on the counter and took my fingerprints. That caught me completely off guard. I hadn't thought about fingerprints at all, but I quickly reassured myself. I had no criminal record, no past incidents with the police, so my fingerprints wouldn't show up anywhere. Still, the feeling of having this permanent mark of Ella on file added another layer of reality to the situation. The guard looked at me and handed over a temporary ID badge. "Here's your temporary ID. You'll get your regular one once you pass your background check, and the Gaming Commission files your paperwork and gives you clearance to work in the casino," he explained. I took the badge, holding it in my hands, staring at the name Ella under my photo. It was official. I was now Ella in a very real and legal sense, and soon I'd be working as her, wearing a cocktail waitress uniform, blending into this new life. The weight of that hit me as I realized there was no turning back from here. Layla smiled beside me, proud and excited, while I tried to process everything. Could I really live this life, day in and day out? Only time would tell. As I stood there holding my temporary ID, the full weight of the situation hit me like a wave. It wasn't just about my fingerprints being taken. It was the realization that they were now being filed under the name Ella, and in the eyes of the state of Nevada and the Gaming Commission, I was officially a woman. It was in their system, permanently recorded. That thought sent a shiver down my spine. What started as a step into a new identity now felt much more permanent. I wasn't sure how to feel about it, but one thing was certain. I might be stuck living as a girl for real. Layla and I walked out of the casino together, her excitement evident. As soon as we got to the car, she turned to me with a big smile, and without warning, leaned in and kissed me. It was the first time we had kissed, and I wasn't prepared for it. My mind was still spinning from everything that had happened, but the kiss sent another rush of emotions through me. Unexpected, confusing, but not unwelcome. Layla had been my support throughout this whole journey, and that kiss felt like a new level of connection between us. I barely had time to process it before I realized what lay ahead. My first night of training as a cocktail waitress. Tonight wasn't just about a new job, it was the beginning of a new life. As we drove back, I couldn't help but wonder what this all meant. Could I really live this life, night after night, as Ella? The thought was daunting, but at the same time, there was something exhilarating about the unknown path ahead. What will happen next? That was the question swirling in my mind as we drove away from the casino, my heart pounding with uncertainty. Would someone eventually figure out my secret, or had I blended in well enough to keep living as Ella? Could I really embrace this new identity, or had I gone too far to ever return to my old life? The possibility of being found out lingered like a shadow, but there was also the thrill of the unknown. Every step felt like crossing a line that was getting harder and harder to go back from. Was I now Ella for good, living as a woman full-time? The answer was out there, waiting for me in the days and nights to come. Only time would tell how this story would end. I probably should have listened to that inner voice telling me to stay out, but I didn't. I walked into the high-end women's boutique, just intending to browse. The store had only recently opened, and I noticed Molly was working today. A couple of weeks earlier, she had been incredibly helpful when I came in. At the time, when she asked what I was looking for, I answered truthfully. I needed an outfit for a Halloween party. I braced myself for a judgmental look or some snooty comment, expecting she'd dismiss me. Instead, she greeted me with a bright smile and enthusiastically started asking questions. "Would you prefer a dress or something more casual?" she asked, and more questions followed. Before I knew it, she had already set up a fitting room for me. I noticed the store was completely empty, and I figured I couldn't pass up the chance. So I accepted her offer and tried on several outfits. Though I struggled to choose the perfect one, I felt a sense of obligation to buy something. After all, she had gone out of her way to ensure I had privacy and had been incredibly helpful. In fact, she treated me just as she would have any other female customer. That was my first experience with Molly. She had asked me to show her pictures from the party, but I decided to do one better. I showed up in my outfit right at closing time on Halloween. I figured, who would care on Halloween? Besides, from a distance, no one could tell I was a guy. My makeup was professionally done, and I wore skinny jeans, pumps, and a nice low-cut sweater. Molly was thrilled to see me and complimented my look. A couple of months passed, and the other day, I had the chance to visit Molly's store again. As luck would have it, Molly was getting ready to open the store. When I walked in, I noticed she was putting up a colorful advertisement on the door. She greeted me warmly and welcomed me back. Then, as I looked into her eyes, I saw the light bulb go off in her head. She smiled and said, "Perfect timing. You'd be great for this." I glanced at the ad and realized, to my surprise, she was promoting a salespeople in drag day. Confused, I told her I didn't quite understand. Molly explained that the female staff had decided to have a dress as guys' day just for fun. I joked that she was too pretty to really pull off looking like a guy, and she laughed, saying the girls just thought it would be a fun and different experience. Curious, I asked, "How exactly is this event perfect for me?" With a grin, she suggested I join them as a guest salesperson for the day. I agreed before fully grasping what Molly was asking me to do. Since it was a dress in drag day, she wanted me to be a saleswoman. Deep down, I found the idea thrilling, the thought of spending a whole day in the store, dressed and acting like a woman. However, I played it cool and didn't commit right away. After a bit of convincing, I finally said yes. Molly seemed even more excited than I was and quickly promised to arrange everything. By everything, she meant booking me a full makeover at the salon next door and picking out the outfit I'd wear to work. It was probably for the best that the event was only 2 days away, as more time might have made me second-guess the whole thing. As it stood, I showed up for my salon appointment at 9:40 a.m., feeling incredibly relieved that no one else was there at the time. As I entered, Joan greeted me with a warm smile, ready to begin my transformation. She asked me to head to the back room to remove my clothes and slip into the robe she had hanging on the door. Taking a deep breath, I reminded myself that this was an experience I had secretly longed for, so I went in, stripped down, and emerged in the robe, ready to start. Joan was pleased to see that I had already removed all my body hair, which meant waxing wasn't necessary. She seated me in a chair and began working on my nails. After a soothing pedicure, I felt increasingly comfortable and compliant. Next, she focused on my hands, giving me a full set of medium-length nails that made my hands look unmistakably feminine. I didn't stop to think about how I was going to get the nails off later, fully immersed in the moment. Next, Joan waxed my eyebrows. I grew a little nervous when I felt the wax being applied under the bottom of my brows, realizing she was crafting a feminine arch that would linger long after today. Sensing my apprehension, Joan calmly reassured me that everything would turn out fine. Unable to see the results, since I was turned away from the mirrors, I chose to trust her. The real shock came when she started placing hair extensions near my scalp. I had expected her to use a wig, but Joan insisted that extensions and a great hairstyle would make all the difference. I wondered what she meant by that, and then it hit me. She was putting in the extra effort to ensure I looked as convincingly passable as possible. So I shouldn't have been surprised when Joan asked me to lie down and began gluing two incredibly realistic-looking breasts to my chest. After allowing some drying time and skillfully applying makeup to hide any visible lines, I glanced down in amazement at two perfectly perky, realistic breasts. There was no turning back now. Joan then told me it was time to get dressed before she finished my hair and makeup. Molly had chosen a fantastic outfit for me, a simple black A-line skirt, a pretty, low-cut top, and a feminine jacket. The 4-inch platform pumps had me wondering how I'd manage, but at the same time, I was excited to try them on. Molly had guessed I was around a size 4 for the skirt, but thoughtfully left a couple of different sizes, just in case. Molly had also provided a Victoria's Secret push-up bra, matching panties, and a body shaper to enhance my curves and smooth out any imperfections. As I dressed, a rush of adrenaline surged through me. I was truly becoming someone else, and the feeling was exhilarating. Andre's expression when she saw me fully dressed confirmed that I had pulled it off. She was clearly impressed. With a sense of urgency, she began working on my makeup and hair, noting that it was almost time for me to start work. It was only then, amid all the excitement, that I fully remembered this wasn't just about getting dressed up in private. I had agreed to be a sales girl at Molly's store for the entire day. When Joan finally spun me around in the chair to face the mirror, I was in complete shock. I was staring at a woman. From the perfectly styled hair to the expertly done makeup, everything looked flawless. Up close, my masculine voice might give me away, but from a distance, there was no way anyone would suspect I was anything but a confident, stylish woman. I thanked Joan profusely and gathered the nerve to step out of the salon, heading towards Molly's store. It was 10:50, just 10 minutes before the store would open at 11. Molly had told me to enter through the front door, as it would already be unlocked, so I did. As I walked inside, a few steps in, I spotted Molly coming out of a storage area. She, who stands close to 6 feet tall, was dressed in a men's suit, her hair styled in a short, masculine cut. From a distance, she could easily pass as a guy, but her natural beauty still peeked through the disguise. When Molly noticed me, she stopped in her tracks, eyes wide. She quickly rushed over, her face lighting up with excitement. "You look amazing," she exclaimed, unable to stop complimenting how convincing and fantastic I appeared. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and for the first time, I felt a real surge of confidence in my new role for the day. As I stood there with Molly, another employee emerged from the back, a petite woman wearing men's pants, a shirt, and a sweater. There was no doubt she was a woman, but her masculine attire completed the store's dress-in-drag theme. Molly introduced me to her as Emmy, and she simply smiled and said I looked great. She did, however, take a moment to compliment my legs, mentioning how jealous she was. I laughed and told her it must be the heels. The next few minutes were a whirlwind as Molly began going over all the tasks we needed to complete to open the store. I quickly fell into my role, following her instructions and getting the store ready for business. My heart raced as the clock neared opening time. Then, as the first 2 female customers walked in, I instinctively held my breath, staying near the back of the store to avoid immediate attention. The realization hit me. I was really going to do this, interact with customers as a saleswoman for the day. Molly greeted the 2 women, who immediately complimented her on the suit. She smiled and casually informed them she was going by the name Lou for the day. They laughed and responded with a playful, "Of course." Then Molly called me over, asking me to bring out some items to hang up, meaning I'd have to walk right past the customers. My heart raced with nerves, but I knew I had to dive in at some point. Summoning my courage, I made my way toward them, trying to appear as natural as possible. What happened next completely shocked me. One of the customers smiled at me and asked, "Why aren't you dressed as a guy too?" I froze for a split second, unsure of what to say. Molly overheard and burst into a chuckle. "I knew that would happen," she said with amusement. The customers looked a bit confused at first, so Molly explained that I was, in fact, in drag. Their eyes widened in surprise as they glanced me over from head to toe. Both of them quickly expressed how impressed they were, commenting on how pretty I looked. I couldn't help but blush. As the day went on, similar encounters happened a few more times. Each time, the customers were amazed at how well I pulled off the look. Finally, Molly turned to me with a grin and offered a little wager. She bet that no one, from a distance, would be able to tell I was anything but a woman. It seemed like the day was just beginning to get even more interesting. Molly, with a mischievous grin, proposed a bet. "If 10 out of the next 15 customers don't realize you're a guy, then you'll agree to work with me as a woman tomorrow too." I thought the odds were impossible, so I agreed without hesitation. But to my complete surprise, it happened. Each new customer seemed convinced by my appearance, and I began to wonder if Molly had set me up somehow. Still, a bet was a bet. I now knew that tomorrow, I'd be back in a dress and heels. As the day progressed, I found myself growing more comfortable, even catching myself acting quite feminine without thinking about it. It felt natural, like I was fully embracing this new role. By the time we closed the store, I was no longer anxious. I was genuinely enjoying the experience. As we tidied up the large back dressing room, there was an undeniable sense of accomplishment in the air. Molly, still in her suit, and I, in my feminine attire, were winding down from an eventful day. It was hard to believe how much had changed in such a short time. I jokingly asked her how it felt to be strapped in. She replied that she knew I wanted to feel it all day, and then took my hand and put it between her thighs. To my surprise, I felt a rather large friend. I took a deep breath and, without thinking, Molly pulled me to her and kissed me passionately. Even in heels, she was a little taller than me, and now, pulling me against her, she was assuming the male role. She pressed her little friend into me, and I wondered what was on her mind. Her hands found my breasts and manipulated them skillfully. I felt my chest tense up and my breathing quicken. She knew she had me in her hands. My feminine nature must have taken over as my mind was telling me that I wanted her inside me. My body was on fire, and then my mind went blank, and I blacked out. When I came to my senses, Molly was deftly putting on her pants. I had probably been out for about 5 minutes. I looked at Molly. She was wildly pleased. Apparently it had all happened while I was out. After a few minutes of cleaning, Molly paused, looked over at me, and said with a smile, "I'm really excited to have you working for me." There was an unmistakable enthusiasm in her voice, and it was clear she saw potential in this new dynamic. I stood up and caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. The reflection staring back at me was strikingly feminine, my long, shapely legs accentuated by the heels, my outfit having the curves Joan and Molly had carefully crafted. It was surreal, but I couldn't deny how natural it was starting to feel. In that moment, I decided that working one more day for Molly as a woman would be an experiment worth trying. It was no longer just about the bet. I was curious about where this experience might lead, how it might challenge my understanding of myself, and how much further I could push these boundaries. I always listened to my mom, as she was always telling me to take my vitamins. After my dad disappeared, my mom and I lived together all this time. When I was helping her with laundry, I saw that her clothes were different from mine, especially the blue jeans and t-shirts I wore. I don't know why, but I couldn't help but linger on her closet and think about how much her closet had changed. It looked and felt very beautiful and had a very delicate texture when I was in the bathroom taking a bath. I couldn't help but notice her stockings. Hanging from the shower rod, she tried to explain that it was a woman's thing when I asked her about the significance of the run on her stockings and why there were no runs on my socks. So one day I made the decision to look in her dresser drawer and inquire about her events. I decided to look in her dresser one day, and the events that happened after that changed the course of my life. Everything was very silky and supple, and had a very pleasant smell. I decided that I would go back to that dresser as soon as I had the opportunity. When I got home from school at 3 o'clock, I felt that I had an opportunity. Because my mother was at work, I took a few things out of the linen drawer, trying to keep track of where everything was stored and how it was folded. There were things made of silk, and also made of silk. There were things made of silk, as well as other articles of clothing that seemed tight and elastic to the touch for some inexplicable reason. I decided to put on one of the stretchy things that had legs. I struggled to put it on, but eventually I managed it, which was nice, but also very strange that the space between my groin and my thighs seemed cramped. But otherwise I was in a great mood, because I was so taken by the scent of her perfume that I accidentally opened the bottle and smeared it on myself. I don't know how much time I spent just enjoying my feelings and experiences when suddenly I heard someone come through the door. It was my mom who did it, while I was in her bedroom wearing her belt. The air smelled strongly of her perfume. I had a hard time reversing what I had already done. I ended up on her bedroom floor with her belt wrapped around my ankles as I tried to do it. I found myself on her bedroom floor with her belt wrapped around my ankles as I tried to get under the bed. I had no way of knowing what she was thinking, judging by the look on her face. I was naked, which made me feel ashamed, and I was scared we didn't communicate while we ate macaroni and cheese. I was scared, but also excited by the feelings and emotions that came from my mother's dresser that particular day. I went to bed. There was silence for a year. A year later, I went to our garage and looked for some boxes. I went through them and discovered that they had accumulated so many belts, so many pairs of pants, skirts, blouses, bras, and all the other items associated with femininity that I was powerless to stop myself. When a rush of bliss swept over me, I got dressed again. It was the only thing that mattered, and I recognized my mother's voice in it. I made another attempt to hide behind some hiding place, and again my attempt to deceive you failed. This time my mother demanded that we talk. I was scared and embarrassed, thinking I might die or be punished. I confessed to her that I liked dressing up in her clothes. After that I cried, lay in bed and trembled. After that there was a silence that lasted about a week. Because she was my mother, I knew she loved me very much. I was 11 years old at the time she informed me that I should start taking new vitamins. Soon after that, during breakfast, I followed protocol and continued eating my porridge. I put a lot of effort into my studies and was successful academically, but was not particularly good at sports. I continued to follow this regimen for the next 2 years. 6 months after the incident in the garage, I told my mother that I was experiencing some discomfort. I replied that it was in my chest. When she asked where it was, she carefully examined me while I was undressed, and she took off my shirt. The pain seemed to be coming from the chest area, and I believed I was feeling. She reassured me that everything would be fine and told me that it was a natural part of the growing up process due to a medical condition. I was not allowed to participate in physical education, While I was in middle school, I continued to be creative and put a lot of effort into my studies, but I couldn't understand why other boys seemed to be so obsessed with women. Although I got along well with most other women and even a few guys, I just didn't feel like I belonged. Even though I was often alone, I still made sure to take my vitamins along with other changes in society. Now it was the age when young men wore their hair long. There were other major changes happening in my life. A few guys were developing mustaches, but I didn't notice anything like that about myself. This time of year came once again gradually. I began to notice objects in the mirror. My jeans were too big for me. They were too big in the waist, making both my bottom and hips seem too big. My mother convinced me to keep my hair long because she thought it would look better. That's when I looked in the mirror and saw that not only did I have no chest hair, but my breasts appeared on my chest for the next 6 months. I couldn't deny it. I had bigger breasts than probably half the other women in my school. I also started having feelings for some guys that I found hard to realize these feelings were complicated. I also stayed close to some girls who told me that I tried to hide the fact that I was a girl who had been in a relationship with a girl who had been in a relationship with me for 6 months. I tried to hide what was becoming harder and harder to hide by wearing clothes that were too big for me, keeping my hair styled, and trying to figure out what it was. I didn't have much waist. My breasts were quite large, but because of the way my physique was arranged, the vast majority of people addressed me as Miss or Young Woman. I continued to take my vitamins, but realized it was time to talk to the only family member I've ever known, namely my mother, about my concerns and most personal emotions. My breast size increased. I lost weight in my waist, and overall my body was in a shape that many other ladies could wish for. I was drawn to boys, which both frightened and excited me because of the fact that other boys made fun of the fact that my voice was different from theirs. Seeking clarity, I consulted my mother. I did my duty and continued to take my vitamins as I had done before. She advised us to talk so I would continue taking the vitamins and said she had something to tell me. This was her lifelong dream. She couldn't even imagine having to raise a man. So she decided from the beginning that I would be her daughter. We sobbed together, and she told me, but she had a few surprises for me after that. A brand new dresser appeared in my previous bedroom. She asked me to open the drawers of the closet, which hid the cutest pajamas and the most comfortable nightgowns, and the top drawer was filled with hairpins and earrings. I sighed. I was thrilled, but I had no idea how to convey it. But I didn't know how to convey my emotions. I felt relieved inside, but then realized that it was high time we had a womanly conversation with each other. The conversation continued, where I shared all of my genuine worries and concerns. I made sure to take my vitamins before sitting down with my mom to hear about the latest exciting developments in her life. She shared with me that she was diligently saving money and had developed a relationship with an experienced physician. For the next 2 hours, I pondered my situation, sobbed, and went to the mirror many times. One option I thought about was to continue to live the boy I was born as, but the mirror told me otherwise. However, there remained the question of a certain part of my mother's anatomy that made it impossible for her to have a girl, or was it? When all the necessary preparations were made, I giddily checked into the clinic. I was drugged and then sedated. When I came to, everything was ready, and the nurse reassured me that everything had gone according to plan. There was no turning back now, as my mother had finally gotten the daughter she had always dreamed of. I recovered, and after that we went shopping together and even looked through a few catalogs. My reasoning was that more than half the population was female, and I didn't feel comfortable acting like a guy. And women tend to dress more sophisticated, wear perfume, adorn themselves with jewelry and necklaces, style their hair. It's a fun hobby of mine. I love being a woman. After my mother died, I contemplated a lesbian lifestyle, but either way I adore being loved, having my kissed and participating in experiences as a woman. It may be a little uncomfortable going to the bathroom in the desert or sitting on the toilet all the time, but I've learned to appreciate being stroked, lotioned, covered in lotion. I really appreciate being stroked, lotioned, and cuddled. The first time I went in there, I was nervous and a little uncomfortable, and I'm sure it's been that way with every girl. Believe it or not, one of the most delightful sensations I have now is when I walk past the bathroom mirror. look at myself, and then apply soap to my body. It's the experience my mom imagined her son or daughter enjoying years ago when she was pregnant with me. Once, my therapist asked me what needed to happen before I could transition. I told her the two big things. I'd have to come out at work and tell my parents. Little did I know, both of those would take place in the same week. I can honestly say I never want to experience another week like that. Among all the blessings God has given me throughout this journey, none quite compare to what I'm about to share. But fair warning, this is the kind of story that might make you reach for a box of tissues. Sherry sat in the car, her eyes fixed on the American Eagle logo on the express mail envelope. The bold words "extremely urgent" stared back at her. She knew sending it this way was the right choice. Next day delivery, no agonizing over when it would arrive. Still, she wished it didn't have to be mailed at all. This was one letter she dreaded sending, yet it was probably the most important one she'd ever write. She had been feeling upbeat after her appointment with her psychologist, only to come home and see the answering machine's message light blinking. She had just been telling her counselor how smoothly things had gone in her meeting with the college officials where she taught. Next year, Grant Collins would vanish, and Sherry Collins would take her place in the district. The school president had even been working on a potential transfer to another school for a year to ease the transition. His supportive words still echoed in her mind. "You have a job here, regardless of your gender. We want to ensure your transition goes as smoothly as possible." But now she couldn't help but wonder what that flashing message light meant. 30 seconds later, she had her answer. "Your dad was checking something in your car and found some credit card receipts. Who's Sherry Collins? Are you using a pen name for your writing or something? Please call us. We're worried." Sherry was just 2.5 months away from finishing the spring semester, and with it, the start of the real-life test when she would begin living full-time as a woman. She had planned to tell her parents then. "Well, I guess that moves up the timeline," she whispered to herself, removing an earring as she dialed the familiar number. "Hi, Mama. Yeah, I got your message. Look, it's a bit complicated to explain over the phone right now, but there's nothing to worry about," Sherry stammered, trying to hold it together. "Well, your dad was worried. He worries a lot. So I wanted to call," her mother said, then added with a laugh, "You haven't gone and gotten married without telling us, have you?" "No, I haven't," Sherry replied. "And I'm not likely to anytime soon," she thought silently. "And you're not flying off to Sweden for some operation, are you?" The questions were becoming harder to answer without bending the truth. Sherry hated lying, especially to the people she loved. "Not right away," she replied truthfully, though inside, she felt the sting of unshed tears. "And you're not parading around in a blonde wig and high heels, right?" "No, no blonde wig." Sherry couldn't help but think, "I got rid of the blonde wig months ago. It would almost be funny if this weren't so difficult." "Listen," Sherry said, her voice a bit steadier. "I'll explain everything when I come up for spring break. There's really nothing to worry about." "Well, dear, we weren't trying to pry. We were just concerned. I know you're nearly 40, but you're still our little boy." As she hung up the phone, the tears that had been held back finally spilled over, no longer silent but flowing freely. As Sherry stared at the envelope, her thoughts drifted to the tape inside. She had spent years working in radio, but this was by far the hardest recording she'd ever made. Her mother's eyesight was poor, so any important letters had to be recorded on tape. Sherry had broken down 6 times while trying to get through this one. After the final take, she collapsed onto her bed, sobbing for a full half-hour. The idea for the letter came from her counselor. It gave Sherry a way to say everything she needed without the risk of an immediate, emotional reaction from her parents, one that could lead to something hurtful in the heat of the moment. Sherry had initially thought it felt like a coward's way out, but she had never claimed to be brave. Suddenly, Sherry flung open the car door, walked briskly to the mailbox, and dropped the envelope inside. As the mailbox door snapped shut, a wave of panic surged through her, followed by a bittersweet sense of relief. Whatever was going to happen next was now beyond her control. By this time tomorrow, Everything would be different, perhaps for the better, perhaps for the worse, but certainly changed. She wasn't looking forward to tomorrow. Back in the car, the tears spilled over once more. The rest of the day passed in a hazy blur. She did something to the car. She picked up a few items at the grocery store. She graded some papers. But the details were as foggy as the coastal mist she had grown so accustomed to. That thick, billowing fog rolling in off the ocean soaked into the skin and swallowed everything around it, cloaking every landmark in a grey, formless void. It hid the road signs, devoured the path just a few feet ahead. All you could do was move forward slowly, trust your instincts, and have faith that you would make it through. Faith. That's what this was really about, wasn't it? Faith in God that he could complete the work he had begun in Sherry's life through this transition. Faith in her parents that they were mature enough, wise enough, and loving enough to try to understand. And faith in herself that no matter what came next, she had the strength to handle it. That last bit of faith in herself was the hardest. The horror stories of parents severing ties with their children, disowning them, erasing them from their lives, swirled in her mind. Could that happen? She didn't truly believe it, not with the bond she shared with her parents. Their relationship had always been so close, so special. But was it possible? She couldn't bear to finish the thought. No, it was unlikely. Yet, on the other hand, there was another fear gnawing at her. This could hurt them deeply. It could embarrass them in front of their friends, even cause tension within their church community. Sherry had found a warm acceptance in her own congregation, but would her parents' church be as understanding? Did she have the right to burden them with this? Maybe she shouldn't have told them at all. Perhaps she could have just continued cross-dressing as a male for her visits home. But how long could she have kept that up? A few months, maybe. And what about when her parents visited her in town next time? No, honesty had to come sooner or later. She just wished later had meant a few more months down the line. Sherry lay on the couch for much of the night, the lights dim, her face buried in her hands as she wept and prayed. Then wept some more, and prayed again. Even the extra estrogen tablet she had taken did nothing to ease the knot of anxiety twisting in her chest. Eventually, she couldn't lie still anymore. She got up, pacing through the apartment restlessly, sitting down, then standing up again. She tried watching TV, but nothing held her attention. 11 o'clock. She should call her parents, warn them that a special letter was on the way. But how could she make that call, sounding as if everything was fine, when tears were already burning her eyes? It would take every ounce of vocal control, every bit of the 20 years of radio training, just to keep her voice steady. It would be one of the hardest calls she had ever made. "Hi, Mom. How's everything going up there?" A few moments of casual conversation passed, with Sherry trying to regulate her breathing, a futile attempt to calm her racing heart. Finally, after taking a deep, silent breath, she spoke in what she hoped was a casual tone. "Oh, by the way, I sent you a tape today. It's nothing to worry about. You should get it in tomorrow's mail." "Oh, all right. Is there anything I should know?" her mother asked, sounding a little curious. "No, nothing's wrong. The tape will explain everything." "Well, I'd better let you get to bed. We love you. I love you too." Sherry hung up the phone delicately, as if it were made of fragile, flawed crystal. She sat there, listening to the steady ticking of the electric schoolhouse clock on the wall, its mechanical rhythm marking the final hours of her old relationships. In less than 12 hours, the last unaltered piece of Grant's existence would be gone, forever replaced by the reality of Sherry. The thought filled her with a mix of excitement and fear. Excitement, because she was moving forward, stepping closer to living authentically. But the fear lingered, because she didn't want to leave her parents behind as she took this step forward. She worried that as she embraced this new chapter, they might not be able to follow her into it. Sherry's breathing, which had helped her steady her voice during the call, began to falter and quicken as the weight of everything crashed down on her. She collapsed, her body trembling with dry sobs, into the blue ruffled pillow she'd bought at a women's ministry's Christmas boutique. The soft fabric absorbed her silent grief, her exhaustion deepening as she glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. She had early classes the next day. Somehow, she would have to try to sleep. To her surprise, Sherry slept deeply. The nervous exhaustion from the night overwhelmed her swirling anxiety, pulling her into a dreamless, heavy sleep. It wasn't until the steady, insistent bleating of the alarm clock jolted her awake at 7 o'clock the next morning that her eyes fluttered open. The day had come. She lay there, listening to the clock for about 30 seconds, feeling like getting out of bed was the most impossible task in the world. She considered using some of her accumulated sick leave, but that wasn't the Collins family way. They always pushed forward, doing what needed to be done, no matter how they felt. So, pressing hard against the mattress, Sherry forced herself out of bed, her movements slow and heavy. She carefully placed her earring studs back into her jewelry box and dressed once more as Grant. Just 2 months and 25 days more of living this way, Sherry thought to herself. Then, finally, she would be able to live as her true self, all day, every day. Sherry's first class passed in a blur. She taught on autopilot, barely aware of her students or what she was saying. Her mind was elsewhere. Once back in her office, she reached for the phone to check her home messages. If she knew her parents well, they would have called as soon as the tape arrived. Her heart raced as her fingers hovered over the buttons. Just then, her office mate burst in, venting frustrations about a broken copier. Sherry almost laughed at the absurdity. A broken copier, something that would have consumed her last week, seemed so insignificant now. She gently set the receiver back down and forced a smile, chatting with her colleague, trying to be polite. But as the minutes ticked by, she silently willed them to leave, her anxiety bubbling up beneath the surface. Yet, her office mate lingered, oblivious to the storm Sherry was holding inside. Finally, needing an escape, Sherry left her office and headed across campus to pick up her mail. Each step felt heavy as she trudged along the familiar path, her mind spinning with anxious thoughts. She tried to imagine what was happening at home. Had her parents listened to the tape yet? Were there tears? Was there anger? What had been said between them? How had her mother reacted? And her father? Would they leave a message? What could they possibly say? Outside the administration building, a payphone caught her eye. Her heart sank at the sight, but she couldn't resist. Slowly, reluctantly, she picked up the receiver, her hands trembling as she dialed her home number. 1 ring, 2 rings. Her pulse quickened. She knew if it rang again, there would be no message. No further rings. Sherry's breath caught in her throat as she waited, the silence louder than she could have imagined. "We're awfully sorry we missed your call," Sherry's pre-recorded, androgynous voice began as she stood frozen at the phone. Her heart pounded as she pressed the secret code to stop the message and access the machine remotely. The familiar, synthesized tune of "No Place Like Home" played softly, indicating the tape was rewinding. She gripped the receiver tighter, preparing for whatever message might follow. Maybe it was just a salesperson. Maybe it was nothing at all. But the weight of what might be waiting on the other side of the rewind filled her with both hope and dread. The soft music continued to play, prolonging the moment. "Honey, we got your tape." Sherry's mother's voice came through the line, soft yet strained. "We listened to it," she continued, her voice cracking with emotion. "It doesn't matter to us whether you're Grant or Sherry. We love you regardless. Don't you know that? We love our daughter as much as we love our son. Listen, I'll call again tonight. We love you very much." Sherry stood there, motionless, her eyes welling with tears. Her chest tightened as waves of relief and emotion washed over her. Slowly, she replaced the receiver on the hook, her hand trembling. She could feel the sobs rising, but for once she held them back. Instead, she found herself unexpectedly grateful for that ingrained stoicism, the quiet endurance of society so often demanded of men, allowing her to stay composed, if only for a moment longer. Driving home from school that afternoon, Sherry noticed the orchards lining the road were in full bloom, their soft pink and white petals dancing in the afternoon breeze. The sun cast a warm glow over the fields, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Sherry allowed herself to breathe deeply, a weight lifting from her chest. She felt the tension in her shoulders ease as the beauty of the world around her seeped in, the vibrant blossoms a symbol of renewal and hope. As she drove, she smiled to herself. It had turned out to be a pretty wonderful day, after all, one filled not with fear, but with love and acceptance. Her parents' words echoed softly in her mind, bringing with them a deep sense of peace. She wasn't alone in this journey. She never had been. "I don't want to ever have another week like that," Sherry whispered to herself, but then her smile widened. Maybe she wouldn't need to. The hardest part was behind her now, and ahead, there was a future filled with possibilities, days where she could finally be Sherry, openly and freely. As she pulled into the driveway, the golden light of the setting sun bathed her home in a soft glow, the familiar sight now a promise of new beginnings. Sherry knew there would still be challenges, moments of uncertainty, but for now, she felt grounded in the simple truth that she was loved truly, deeply, and exactly as she was, and that was more than enough. She stepped out of the car, breathing in the sweet fragrance of blooming orchards, and for the first time in a long time, felt at peace with herself and the world. The journey ahead was hers, and she was ready to live it. "Why did you bring me here?" Nancy asked, her curiosity piqued as Jody guided her through the grand mansion. Nancy had known Jody for nearly 12 years, and their bond had been unbreakable since the day they met. When Jody's husband, Kevin, mysteriously disappeared and was declared dead a month later, Nancy had been by her side, offering unwavering emotional support. Despite the loss, Jody had handled the tragedy better than most, though her sorrow lingered beneath the surface as she continued to live alone in the sprawling estate Kevin had once owned. A few weeks after his disappearance, Jody assumed control of Kevin's businesses, determined to preserve his legacy and keep his companies thriving. Nancy, too, was deeply affected by Kevin's absence, but she had always kept her own pain hidden from her lifelong friend. "I want you to." Jody's brown hair slipped over her face as she opened the wide door to her elegant bedroom, now inhabited by her alone. "I want you to meet someone," Jody admitted softly. "Someone very special to me." Nancy furrowed her brow in confusion. "I'm not sure I understand, Jody," she replied, settling onto a couch in the right corner of the grand master bedroom. Her eyes roamed the room, noting the subtle changes Jody had made since Kevin's absence. "Let me explain," Jody began, then hesitated. "Actually, I think it would be easier if I just showed you." Sitting across from Nancy on the opposite couch, Jody reached for a small handbell on the coffee table, a mischievous smile crossing her face. She gave it a quick ring, tilting her head as if waiting for something. Nancy shifted uneasily. What was Jody planning? Soon the soft clatter of high heels echoed from the hallway beyond the door, the sound growing louder with each step. Whoever it was, they had clearly been summoned by the bell. After what felt like an agonizingly long moment, the door creaked open, and Nancy found herself staring at an unexpected sight. A strikingly beautiful yet peculiar woman entered, delicately lifting her skirt as she performed a deep curtsy before shutting the door behind her. "I want to introduce you to Miss Janet Chapman," Jody said as the unfamiliar woman approached them. "She's been working as my live-in maid for the past few months, and I thought it was time for her to meet a few of my closest friends." Nancy couldn't help but be startled by Janet's striking appearance. The woman was dressed in a full French maid outfit, every detail impeccably styled. Her face epitomized feminine beauty, with long, fluttering eyelashes that framed intense blue eyes, a stunning contrast to her porcelain-white skin. Janet's makeup was flawless, enhancing her already captivating features. Her eyeshadow and liner drew attention to her piercing gaze, while her thick, pouting lips were painted a vibrant red. A touch of rosy blush on her cheeks gave her a youthful, almost doll-like glow. Atop her head sat a large, frilly maid's cap, neatly positioned like a decorative accessory. Janet's long, jet-black hair was tied into a sleek ponytail that cascaded down her back, brushing against the cinched waist of her corseted figure. Janet's outfit was just as striking as her appearance. She was dressed in an extravagant maid's costume, one that seemed like it had been plucked from a man's wildest fantasy. The dress was a dramatic black and white ensemble with oversized puffed sleeves that framed her shoulders. A pair of delicate white gloves covered her hands, while a large, pristine white pinafore adorned the front of her outfit, tied in the back with an exaggerated bow. The bodice of the dress was a tightly cinched black corset, noticeably slimming Janet's waist to fit its rigid shape. The skirt of the dress flared out dramatically, thanks to what had to be 4 or 5 layers of taffeta petticoats, creating a constant ripple of movement with each sway of Janet's hips. The frothy white layers peeked out beneath the black skirt, adding to the theatrical effect. As she turned, Nancy caught a glimpse of Janet's undergarments, black panties trimmed with white frills that clung tightly to her figure, highlighting her generous curves. "Comment puis-je vous servir, madame?" Janet asked in a soft, lilting voice. Her perfect French startled Nancy, who hadn't expected this strange woman to be quite so authentic. Nancy was left speechless, her mind racing with questions. Why had Jody brought her here? Why was this woman, dressed like something out of a fantasy, part of Jody's life? "Yes, Janet. Why didn't you introduce yourself to Miss Nancy over here?" Jody suggested, a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. Janet bowed her head, delicately grasping the edges of her voluminous skirt, and curtsied deeply to Jody. "Ah oui, madame," she responded softly before making her way over to a bewildered Nancy. Once again, Janet curtsied, then launched into what seemed like a rehearsed introduction. "Bonjour, Mademoiselle Nancy. Je m'appelle Janet Chapman, et je suis là pour te servir," the frilly maid announced. Nancy blinked, staring at Janet in disbelief. Despite the layers of makeup and the odd formality of her mannerisms, Nancy could detect a flicker of fear in Janet's delicate, feminine features. "Just some tea for us, Janet," Jody instructed. Janet offered another curtsy before mincing toward the door. As she moved, Nancy couldn't help but notice the tight, deliberate sway of Janet's hips, causing her voluminous petticoats to ripple with each step. The motion revealed brief, teasing glimpses of Janet's shapely hips and the black panties that peeked out from beneath the layers of frills. As the maid's gloved fingers left the door handle, closing it behind her, Nancy and Jody were left alone. Though Janet had exited the room, she was far from leaving Nancy's mind. Nancy opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. "What? Nancy stammered, her thoughts racing. Jody chuckled softly. "Take you have a lot of questions?" Jody asked, watching Nancy's stunned expression. All Nancy could do was nod. "Well, let's start with the biggest revelation," Jody said with a sly smile. "Janet is my husband, Kevin." Nancy's jaw dropped. She couldn't wrap her head around what she was hearing, yet somehow it made an odd kind of sense. There had been something vaguely familiar about Janet, but Nancy hadn't been able to pinpoint it until now. This revelation, however, only unleashed a flood of new questions in Nancy's mind, each more confusing than the last. How did you?" Nancy stammered, struggling to comprehend the situation. "I'll explain everything from the beginning, all right. Just hold your questions until the end," Jody replied before launching into her story. "Kevin was never dead. His disappearance, that was all my doing. I found out he wasn't as loyal as I believed. He cheated on me, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. He'd been doing it for months, carefully constructing a web of lies to keep me in the dark." Nancy shifted uncomfortably, trying to process both this revelation and the shock of Janet's true identity. "When I confronted Kevin, he'd apologized, promised it would never happen again. But later, I discovered he had plans to divorce me by the end of the year. That's when I decided if he was going to ruin my life, I would return the favor. But not just any revenge. I wanted something far more poetic. Nancy's breath caught as Jodi's calm tone belied the intensity of her words. I began making arrangements, Jodi continued. I found a clinic, one that specializes in transforming men into flawless women, and there were other facilities, ones that could make adjustments to the mind. Once everything was in place, it only took a few sedatives. Kevin was gone, and Janet was on her way to becoming the perfect maid, step by step, over the course of the next year. Nancy's heart raced as she tried to absorb the weight of Jodi's words. Jodi noticed Nancy's growing discomfort. Is this too much for you? I thought you'd want to know, she asked, her voice soft but probing. Nancy forced a weak smile, trying to mask the unease building inside her. No, it's fine. He deserved it anyway. Keep going, she said, though her words felt hollow. All right, Jodi continued. The first step was reshaping his body. The specialists sculpted him into the feminine figure you saw today. I had a realistic prosthetic of female anatomy installed between his legs. His male parts are still there, technically, and they can function if necessary, but they're constantly compressed. She paused, watching Nancy closely. Other procedures erased every trace of his masculinity. We permanently removed hair follicles, so he can't grow body hair anywhere but his eyebrows, lashes, and the top of his head. His Adam's apple was completely removed, giving him the soft, feminine voice you heard. His hips were adjusted to give him that rolling, girlish walk. Nancy's mind raced, unable to process the sheer depth of the transformation. Every day after his surgeries, he was injected with female hormones, ensuring the transition was permanent. But to keep him docile, we also administered a drug that wiped his memory of the previous 24 hours. Jodi paused, as if savoring the details before continuing. He wakes up every day believing he's always been Janet. Nancy could feel her stomach turn as the weight of Jodi's coldly calculated plan settled in. To this day, Janet has no recollection of what happened in those clinics, so she can't even claim it ever happened. Jodi said, her voice laced with a strange satisfaction. You should have seen him on those hormones when he'd wake up after each surgery. He was an emotional wreck. All that estrogen flooding his system, the hormonal chaos, combined with the pain and shock of waking up in a completely unfamiliar body every single day. It was incredible. My lying, cheating husband reduced to a blubbering baby the moment he saw those huge mounds on his chest. Nancy's eyes widened as she listened, stunned. This was beyond anything she could have imagined. It was cruel, almost unfathomably so. Yet, it had happened to Kevin, someone she had once known as a regular man. Jodi went on, her tone casual despite the disturbing details. We grew out his hair until it was long and beautiful. We even used advanced technology from Brighter Days Cosmetics to add more volume. Then came the face. I worked with a brilliant plastic surgeon. He gave me everything I wanted. A cute, delicate nose, those big pouty lips, plump cheeks to disguise the jawline. I made sure he'd never look like Kevin again. She smiled, almost proud of her handiwork. I mean, it worked, didn't it? You didn't recognize him, did you? Nancy shook her head, barely able to speak. No, I didn't, she whispered, the enormity of the transformation settling in. Kevin was gone, and in his place was Janet, a woman who didn't even remember her past life. Nancy nodded numbly, her worry mounting as Jodi detailed the extent of her twisted revenge. Right. Then we moved on to the psychological conditioning, Jodi continued. It started with smaller things. We'd wake him to the ringing of a bell, training his mind to respond instantly. We even injected him with dopamine while shaking skirts around his head, so he'd feel a burst of energy whenever his petticoats rustled. And of course, we drilled the basics into him. How to cook, clean, do laundry, everything a proper maid should know. Nancy's head was spinning, trying to keep up with the disturbing layers of control Jodi had implemented. Then came the more unpleasant parts, Jodi said, her tone darkening. Kevin, in all his newly crafted feminine glory, was taken to a room in the clinic. It was more of a cell, just a chair and a toilet, no lights. What he couldn't see were the cameras recording everything. He stayed there for days, completely naked. The door would only open for food and his daily hormone shots. Jody leaned in slightly, her eyes glinting. Remember how I told you he was already emotionally unstable? We upped the estrogen even more during this phase. His mental state was crucial for what came next. Our little sessions. Nancy felt her breath hitch. I would walk around him in that dark room, circling like a predator. I'd ask him questions he couldn't answer, questions meant to confuse him. Who he was, what he wanted, why he was here. I'd lay traps for him, force him to contradict himself, driving him deeper into uncertainty. It was about breaking him down, making him question his very identity. Nancy felt the room tilt slightly, her vision blurring as the horrifying reality of what Jody had done settled in. This wasn't just revenge. It was a meticulously constructed psychological torment. Sometimes I'd be furious, screaming at him. Other times I'd be sweet, kind even. Jody continued with a twisted satisfaction. The hormones made Kevin extra weepy, so it took nothing to get him sobbing during these sessions. And it wasn't just about the questions. In between, we'd make him perform tasks, humiliating ones. He'd have to balance on one foot, sing at the top of his lungs in his new high-pitched voice, do jumping jacks while his new breasts bounced uncontrollably, even scream degrading phrases at himself. Jody's eyes gleamed as she recalled the details, her voice almost relishing each memory. We wanted him to feel utterly helpless, like a fish out of water. You should have seen it. The sight of my cheating husband, naked, doing the chicken dance in a dark room, tears streaming down his face. I laughed so hard, but it wasn't just for fun. After days of these humiliations, we had him on camera, agreeing to everything that had been done to him. Nancy stared, horrified. He signed contracts too, Jody added smugly, consenting to all the procedures. The dates on the documents were falsified, of course, making it all perfectly legal. Even if he did remember any of it, he'd have no way to contest it. Once we had everything, we let him out. Jody crossed her arms, pleased with herself. Nancy swallowed, her mouth dry. But the French? She asked wearily, sensing there was more. Jody smirked. Oh, that was just the finishing touch. You see, Kevin hated learning new languages, always refused when I suggested we go abroad or pick up another language. So, I made sure Janet would only be able to speak French fluently. It adds to the control, and it makes her more exotic, the perfect obedient French maid. Don't worry, she can still understand English, but she can't respond in it anymore. Nancy's head spun. This was beyond anything she could have ever imagined. A complex, almost sadistic web of vengeance. Oh, the French, of course, Jody responded, slapping her knee with a laugh, as if she'd said something silly. Possibly the best part of my plan. You want to know how they did it, yes? Nancy barely nodded, her breath shallow, as Jody continued. Janet is literally incapable of speaking English now. It took a combination of speech therapy, hypnosis, and some pretty powerful drugs to get there. We promised Kevin that he could leave once the therapy was complete, and he believed us. He was hypnotized and injected with an experimental serum designed to heighten the brain's associative abilities. In his new high-pitched voice, he was forced to pronounce every word in the French language, over and over. Nancy's mind was racing, trying to wrap itself around the horrifying complexity of it all. Along with intense hypnosis, designed to strengthen his word associations, it worked like a charm. Essentially, every time he tries to form a sentence in his head, it automatically comes out in French instead of English. Ingenious, isn't it? Jody smiled proudly. I'm not even fully sure how it works, but I can confirm that it does. The best part is, there aren't many people here in the States who speak French, so it's just another layer of isolation. He can't communicate freely with most people anymore. Nancy felt her stomach churn, the enormity of the cruel trap Janet was stuck in sinking deeper. Each layer of Jody's revenge felt more vicious than the last. As an additional safety mechanism, Jody continued, a glint in her eye. The professionals at the clinic made sure certain sentences and phrases would auto-correct to more appropriate language. For instance, if Janet tries to say anything like, I was forced, or this is against my will, it automatically changes to, I enjoy being a maid, but in French, of course. This ensures that even if she speaks to someone who understands French, she can't air any grievances. Nancy stared at her, speechless, as Jody went on. Kevin still has a perfect grasp of English, in his head at least, but it doesn't matter. He can only speak in French now, so if I was going to turn him into a French maid, why not go all the way? And the clinic was more than happy to oblige. For a little extra money, they made all these modifications happen, and the best part, all of it came out of Kevin's own bank account. Nancy felt her heart skip a beat. You ruined him financially too?" she asked, barely able to hide her growing dread. "Of course," Jody replied with a casual shrug, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Every penny he earned, every dollar he saved, I drained it all for his transformation. By the time he became Janet, he was penniless. It was only fair, don't you think? He cheated, so I took everything, his body, his identity, and his money. Now he's entirely dependent on me for everything." Nancy felt sick to her stomach. The scale of Jody's revenge was monstrous, and it left her wondering just how far one person could go in pursuit of vengeance. "Of course," Jody said with a satisfied smile. "I also spent a large portion of Kevin's money on 10 fine French-made fetish uniforms for my new maid, each one tailored perfectly to his new proportions. Made from the finest materials, naturally. I wasn't going to skimp out on details, Nancy. After all, if I was going to go through with this transformation, it had to be perfect." Nancy's breath quickened, struggling to process the extent of the cruelty. Once the transformation was complete, which took around 9 months, I decided to take a well-deserved vacation to France with my new friend, the ultra-feminine rebirth of Kevin. The choice of France was obvious, not only to help him get acclimated to his new language, but also to create a backstory. When I returned, I could tell everyone that I met this strange, elegant French woman abroad. Jody's tone was sickeningly light-hearted as she continued. "We spent our time in Etretat. I relaxed on the beautiful shores, while Kevin, now Janet, spent the vacation completing a laundry list of humiliating tasks and public outings for me. Each day, patiently waiting through the process to officially change his name and sex. And by the time we got back, the name Kevin ceased to exist." Nancy's dread deepened as Jody revealed a final twist. The American official who processed the paperwork is the only person who knows the truth, that Kevin is still alive, living under his new name, Janet Chapman. I picked that name with care. Janet always felt soft and feminine to me, and Chapman, well, it serves as a constant reminder for him to be sweet, prissy, and perfectly obedient at all times. Nancy's skin crawled. Every detail of Jody's revenge was meticulously crafted, leaving no trace of the man Kevin had once been, replaced entirely by the identity of Janet, bound in a life of servitude and humiliation. Almost on cue, Janet Chapman entered the room, balancing a tray with a teapot and teacups. Nancy watched in silent horror as the person once known as Kevin minced across the room in an exaggeratedly feminine manner, each step deliberate and dainty. Her petticoats rustled with every graceful movement of her stockinged legs. Janet approached the table, bending low at the waist to place the tray down, the frilly edges of her panties clearly visible as she did so. Nancy's stomach churned as she saw Janet give her behind a playful wiggle while pouring the tea, much to Jody's evident amusement. The sight was devastating. Every exaggerated, submissive movement seemed meticulously crafted for Jody's sick pleasure, leaving no room for doubt that this was the result of months of torment and conditioning. The frilly maid's cap, perched on Janet's head, was nothing less than a symbol of her bondage, a slave collar in everything but name. Nancy's voice trembled as she asked the question that had been clawing at her. "Does he Does he like it? She feared the answer, unsure whether to hope for some level of acceptance or dread it even more if Kevin had fully lost himself to the Janet facade. Jody shot her a glance, then snorted in amusement. He absolutely hates it, she said with a sneer. Isn't that right, Janet? Janet, now finished pouring the tea, straightened up and turned to face Jody. Her hands folded neatly at the hem of her puffy skirt, her expression placid, but Nancy could see the faintest flicker of something in her eyes, an emotion too suppressed to surface. "Ah oui, madame," Janet said softly, her voice high and sweet, but Nancy could hear the underlying strain in her words. "Ah oui, madame," Janet said, her voice dripping with forced sweetness as she pinched the edges of her skirt and gave a delicate curtsy to Jody. Nancy could only watch in helpless horror as she noticed a flicker of something, perhaps hope or spirit, die in Janet's eyes. "Run along now, Janet," Jody said with a dismissive wave. "I expect the carpet downstairs to be vacuumed by the time I come down." Janet, without hesitation, curtsied again before prancing out of the room, her long dark ponytail swaying rhythmically with her every step. The door closed behind her, but the image of the once proud man, now a hollowed-out maid, lingered in Nancy's mind. Nancy's heart raced. I have to do something, she thought desperately. I have to save him, or whatever's left of him. She started formulating a plan. Once she left Jody's house, she'd pull Janet aside, get her into the car, and find somewhere safe for her to stay. Maybe there was some specialist who could undo the damage, the French conditioning, the hypnosis, the drugs. There had to be a way to free Kevin from the nightmare Jody had trapped him in. Her thoughts were interrupted by Jody's voice. "You like a bit of sugar in your tea, correct?" Nancy forced a smile, though her mind was racing. "Yes, that's right." Jody poured the contents of a small white packet into the tea before handing the cup to Nancy, her expression as serene as ever, but something about it felt off. The casualness, the indifference to the torment she had inflicted on another human being, it chilled Nancy to the bone. She's not well, Nancy thought. Jody's cruelty was not just calculated, it was beyond reason. Nancy realized she needed to leave, and fast. She couldn't risk staying in this house any longer than necessary. Sipping the tea, Nancy forced herself to maintain a semblance of normalcy, her mind already plotting an escape. But as Jody kept smiling, something about the tea lingered, a bitterness that wasn't just from the sugar. "You know, I was always one for collections, right, Nancy?" Jody asked with a nostalgic smile. Nancy forced herself to respond, trying to keep her tone light despite the growing unease inside her. "You always did love collecting dolls when you were a kid. You told me that once. It seems like you've taken that love of collecting a bit further. Ex-boyfriends, too," she added, attempting to deflect the tension with a forced chuckle. She took a sip of her tea as Jody let out a laugh, though it felt more sinister than nostalgic. "Right," Jody agreed. "But let me ask you something. Wouldn't it be novel if I had both my cheating husband and the woman he cheated on me with as maids? Wouldn't that be funny?" Nancy's heart stopped for a moment. She couldn't know. There's no way she could have figured it out, Nancy reassured herself, though panic began to tighten her chest. She took another large sip of tea, her hands trembling as she gripped the cup. She has no proof. Kevin wouldn't have been able to tell her. This can't be happening, Nancy thought, her heartbeat growing louder in her ears, pounding in sync with her growing fear. Jody continued, almost casually, "Unfortunately, that's just a dream for now. This woman has hidden herself incredibly well. Even little Janet wouldn't tell me. What a shame." Nancy nearly dropped her cup. Her mind raced as she realized just how close she had come to danger. Jody was searching, searching, for the other woman. She didn't know it was Nancy, but the fact that she was looking was enough to send terror flooding through her veins. Nancy needed to get out and fast, before Jody's dream became a horrifying reality. Nancy froze, her body stiffening as Jody's words cut through her. The room felt like it was spinning as the walls seemed to close in. No, it couldn't be. How did Jody know? Her mind was a blur, scrambling for answers, excuses, anything to save her from the trap she now found herself in. "Well, Jody, it's been nice," Nancy began, her voice weak, hoping to make a hasty exit. But Jody wasn't finished. Wait, she interrupted, her voice deceptively light but carrying a sharp edge. "I want to talk to you, Nancy." Nancy's heart raced, her thoughts growing muddled, her head feeling heavy as a bead of sweat rolled down her forehead. Okay, what is it?" she stammered, barely holding herself together. Jody leaned forward, her gaze never leaving Nancy. "You're a smart woman, Nancy," she began, her voice calm but laced with menace. "I know you graduated cum laude from Berkeley. I know you had a lucrative job as a business analyst in California. You're not dumb." Thank you," Nancy stammered, dread sinking deeper into her stomach. "So what I must wonder," Jody continued, her voice soft but razor-sharp, "is why would such a successful, smart woman sleep with her best friend's husband?" Nancy felt like the ground beneath her had collapsed. Her world shattered in an instant. The memories rushed back to her in vivid, painful detail. Meeting Kevin at the restaurant, deciding on a whim to go back to his house while Jody was away on one of her business trips. The feeling of his arms around her, the warmth of his touch as he unbuttoned her shirt, the guilt that had followed but was quickly buried away. She couldn't breathe. How did she know? Nancy had been so careful, so sure there had been no way for Jody to find out. Her hands shook as she clutched the armrest of her chair, trying to steady herself, but it was no use. The tea, had it been drugged? Jody smiled, a predator toying with her prey. "Did you really think you could hide that from me, Nancy?" she asked softly. "I'd always know." Nancy's panic surged as she struggled to say something, anything to defend herself, but no sound came. She tried again, but her lips wouldn't move. It was only then that the realization hit her she couldn't move. Her limbs felt leaden, completely unresponsive to her frantic mental commands. Her lips, her arms, her legs, nothing obeyed her. "What's the matter, Nancy?" Jody asked, sipping her tea with a smirk. "Paralyzed by my beauty, paralyzed by the truth, or maybe—" She paused, her eyes glinting. "It was what I slipped into your tea." Nancy's eyes widened in horror as she tried to scream, to thrash, to move in any way, but her body refused to respond. She was utterly trapped, a prisoner in her own skin. Jody stood, slowly making her way towards Nancy with the grace of a predator closing in on its prey. "You're a smart woman, Nancy, but what you did wasn't just stupid, it was crazy," Jody said, her voice sharp as she reached out, trailing a finger along Nancy's frozen face. "And what could compel a smart woman like you to act so foolishly? Was it lust, or maybe insanity?" She chuckled darkly. "I guess we'll never know, but you'll have plenty of time to think about it in the transformation clinic." Nancy's heart pounded in her chest, her pulse racing, her terror mounting with each passing second. Transformation clinic. The words echoed in her mind like a death sentence. "Oh yes," Jody cooed, leaning down until her face was inches from Nancy's, her breath warm on her skin. "The reason I described Janet's procedures in such detail wasn't just for fun. It was to give you a little preview of what's in store for you." Nancy's eyes darted wildly as Jody's fingers moved along her features, inspecting her with a cold, clinical precision. "I've always wondered," Jody mused, her voice low, "what you'd look like with soft curls. Perhaps a different shade of lipstick, or maybe something frillier to match your new role." Nancy's silent scream filled her mind as Jody's hand rested on her cheek, the weight of her words sinking in. There was no escape. A new face, memory-clearing drugs. The sheer horror of what Jody was describing made her want to scream, to fight, to run, but her body remained completely immobilized, betraying her in the worst possible moment. She could only watch as Jody's hands drifted closer to her chest, the promise of grotesque changes hanging in the air. "We'll have to give you a new face, of course," Jody continued, her voice dripping with cruel amusement. "Colored contacts for those dull eyes, maybe pout those pretty lips a little more, raise your cheekbones, turn you into something truly beautiful." Nancy felt her skin crawl as Jody's hands hovered near her chest. "And your breasts," Jody smiled wickedly. "Oh yes, those will need a nice, hefty upgrade. How does that sound? A body that will practically scream feminine," she laughed softly, as though savoring the moment. Nancy's thoughts spiraled in panic, but Jody kept going, her voice almost gleeful now. "We'll pump you full of estrogen, of course. Wouldn't want any pesky masculine traits clinging to you now, would we? No, you'll be the girliest version of yourself you can be, Nancy." Jody knelt down beside Nancy, her voice lowering conspiratorially. "And the best part, the memory-clearing drugs. Oh, they're delightful. You'll get to experience your new body for the first time, over and over again, every time waking up in confusion, forgetting who you were, until your transformation is complete." She sighed in satisfaction, as if painting the future in front of her. Nancy's pulse was deafening in her ears. This can't be real. But there was no escaping it. "And one more thing," Jody added with a smirk. "You did take French in high school, right? I hope so. It'll help when you learn your new language. After all, we can't have a maid who doesn't know how to say, 'Oui, madame,' now can we?" Nancy's mind screamed in helpless terror as Jody's words sunk in fully. This is what she did to Kevin. And now, it was her turn. Nancy summoned every ounce of willpower she had left, desperately trying to scream, to move, to do anything to break through the invisible shackles the chemicals had placed on her body. But it was no use. Her muscles remained rigid, her voice trapped in her throat. The only thing she could do was stare, wide-eyed and terrified, as Jody's face moved closer, her red lips hovering just inches away. "I guess I'll have the full set," Jody murmured, her voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. "The cheating husband and the lying friend." Nancy's eyes filled with desperate, silent pleas. "Please, don't do this," she begged silently, hoping against hope that some part of Jody's humanity would recognize the agony in her gaze. But Jody's expression remained cold, her eyes shining with a twisted delight. With a slow, almost theatrical motion, Jody reached into her pocket and pulled out a large syringe. The sight of it sent a fresh wave of panic crashing through Nancy. She tried again to scream, to fight, to somehow escape what was coming, but she remained frozen, her body betraying her completely. "Good night, Nancy," Jody whispered, her voice soft and almost affectionate, as she brought the syringe to Nancy's neck. The needle's sharp tip pricked her skin, and then Jody pressed down on the plunger. A cold numbness spread from the injection site, creeping through Nancy's body like ice. Her vision began to blur, dark spots dancing at the edges as consciousness slipped away. The last thing she saw was Jody's face, her lips twisted into a cruel, triumphant smile. Then everything went dark. Muriel Wilkinson's heels clicked softly on the cold marble floor as she moved with practiced grace, her steps precise and delicate. Her long skirts swished with each movement, the heavy layers of taffeta and lace adding to the weight of her every motion. She stopped at the kitchen counter, producing a pristine white rag from the pocket of her apron. With methodical care, she wiped away the small stains that marred the otherwise immaculate granite, her motions automatic and repetitive, just another part of her daily routine. As she worked, Muriel reached up with one gloved hand, checking the tightness of the blonde bun her hair was pinned into. Everything had to be perfect. Jody demanded nothing less. Her blue eyes drifted to the large clock that hung on the wall. *11 in the morning*. The chime would sound soon, signaling their next task. Muriel and Janet, her only remaining link to her past life, lived by that clock. Their world was governed by Jody's bell, each ring marking another duty, another act of submission. Moments of respite were few and fleeting. When they came, Muriel and Janet would find each other in quiet corners, hidden from Jodi's gaze. They would sit close, skirts billowing around them like cages of fabric, layers upon layers of restrictive lace and satin separating them. In those brief, precious moments, they spoke in hushed whispers, their voices barely above a breath, careful not to be overheard. Their words were in French, an old remnant of their former selves, a language that tied them to who they once were before Jodi had taken everything. Muriel, Janet's soft voice called from the doorway, her tone barely audible. The two maids exchanged a knowing glance as Janet crossed the room, her hands clasped in front of her, as if she was still bound by invisible chains. There was no way out. Their lives had become a constant cycle of service, their dignity eroded by the crushing weight of their new reality. Escape was a distant dream, one they no longer dared to hope for. All they had left was each other, two lost souls trapped in a life that was no longer their own. As the clock chimed, Muriel straightened, exchanging one last fleeting glance with Janet before the spell of their momentary freedom was broken. It was time to serve again. Muriel heard it, faint but unmistakable, the soft, delicate tinkling of the tiny hand bell, echoing through the vast halls of the mansion. Her body responded instinctively, her pace quickening into a dainty, measured mincing. The layers of petticoats beneath her skirts rustled rhythmically with each small step, the stiff fabric brushing against her smooth legs. She could feel a constraint of the tight bodice against her ribs, but there was no hesitation. The bell had summoned her, and she must obey. Far across the sprawling mansion on the third floor, Janet Chapman heard the same sound. She quietly set down her broom, her movements slow and deliberate, before falling into her own practiced steps, the rustling of her skirts echoing softly in the grand, empty corridors. She too had been summoned. In the lavish study on the first floor, Jodi sat comfortably in a plush chair, holding the delicate handbell idly between two fingers. She smiled as the soft chimes faded into the stillness of the room. The sound had barely registered to her. It was now just a simple tool in her hands, a way to summon the women who had once been her equals, now reduced to mere servants. Muriel and Janet moved in silence, their steps unhurried yet precise. There was no escape from the constant reminders of their new lives, bound to the whims of the woman who had claimed everything they were. And Jodi, basking in her control, smiled wider, satisfied with her life of power and luxury. This was the life she had built for herself, and for the two women now making their way toward her. A life where the tinkling of a bell meant total obedience. Since my teenage years, I've had a deep fascination with cross-dressing. Skirts and tights have always intrigued me, even from a young age. The first time I secretly slipped into my mother's pantyhose, everything shifted. The desire to dress as a girl became overwhelming. I began sneaking into the laundry room to try on her dresses, pantyhose, and skirts whenever I could. Each time I dressed in her clothes, my longing to become a girl only grew stronger. I'd often found myself fantasizing about being transformed into a girl and living that way permanently. Coming from a deeply religious family, I never found the courage to confess my desire to cross-dress to my parents. I knew they would never understand. So I kept my urges hidden, dressing in secret whenever the opportunity arose. There were a few close calls, particularly with my mom, when I was dressed in her clothes, but fortunately, I was never caught in the act. When I started college, I threw myself into sports, hoping to suppress my feminine side. I moved in with a male friend, and for several years, I stopped cross-dressing entirely. Although the urge would occasionally surface, I resisted every time. After college, I landed an internship at a software firm, where I met a beautiful woman named Grace. We started dating, and after a few months, decided to move in together. Living together was great, and with both of us earning good money, life seemed to be going well. One afternoon, I arrived home earlier than usual, and with the heat of the day, I decided to take a shower. As I was undressing in the bathroom, I noticed Grace's panties lying on the floor, a delicate pink lace pair with a cute bow in the front. An intense urge suddenly swept over me, and I couldn't resist it. I picked them up and slowly slipped them on, my body trembling with excitement. In that moment, everything rushed back, the feelings I had long suppressed, the thrill of wearing panties. Knowing I had some time alone, I wrapped myself in a robe, still wearing the panties, and headed to the bedroom. Opening Grace's closet, my heart raced with anticipation. The excitement surged as I browsed through her clothes, especially her panties and lingerie. After taking my time deciding, I finally selected a white padded bra and a black bodycon dress to wear. I quickly closed all the bedroom curtains, not wanting any chance of the neighbors catching a glimpse of me. After that, I took off my robe and put on the bra first. It was a bit snug, but I managed to fasten it. The straps felt amazing on my shoulders, and the padding gave me the illusion of having small breasts. The sensation of the bra pressing against my skin was intoxicating. Next, I slipped into the bodycon dress, and I absolutely loved how it hugged my figure. My body looked so much better in a dress than in my usual guy's clothes. Standing in front of the mirror, I was taken aback by my reflection. I blushed at the sight of myself, thrilled with how cute I looked dressed as a girl. I must have spent hours just standing there, posing and admiring myself. Every moment was pure bliss. As the sky darkened, I realized I had completely lost track of time and needed to change back before Grace came home. I quickly undressed, returned everything to its place, and hopped into the shower. Yet, even as I washed up, I couldn't shake the thoughts running through my mind. Why did I love dressing as a girl so much? What drew me so intensely to women's clothing? Afterward, a wave of shame crept over me for having worn Grace's clothes. I was torn, unsure whether I should confess to her what had happened earlier. When Grace finally arrived home, I was incredibly nervous. I couldn't decide if I should come clean about wearing her clothes or confess that I sometimes had this strong urge to dress as a girl. I knew revealing the truth could throw our whole relationship into turmoil. In the end, I decided to stay quiet and didn't cross-dress for the next couple of weeks. That was until one day, Grace mentioned she was going out of town for her cousin's wedding for 3 to 4 days. The thought of having a few days alone filled me with excitement. I felt the urge to dress up again, and this time it felt like the perfect opportunity to live as a girl for a few days. I decided it would be the last time I indulged in this, but I was determined to enjoy every moment of it. With Grace preoccupied with the wedding preparations, I had plenty of time to plan everything just right. Since Grace's clothes were too small for me, I figured online shopping would be the best way to get what I needed. I spent hours browsing clothing stores online, captivated by the endless options for women's clothes. There were so many choices, and I often lost track of time as I imagined myself in different outfits, carefully planning how I would spend those days dressed fully as a girl. After hours of browsing, I finally made my purchases: a matching bra and panty set, a lace wig, high heels, 2 dresses, sheer pantyhose, and even breast forms. Everything arrived within the next few days, and I carefully hid the packages in the garage, feeling a surge of excitement for what was to come. I couldn't wait for the moment when I could fully dress up, head to toe, and transform into the beautiful woman I envisioned. The big day finally arrived. I dropped Grace off at the airport, kissed her goodbye, and rushed back home, eager for the next few days of freedom. As soon as I got home, I went straight to the garage to retrieve the hidden items and brought them up to the bedroom. I unwrapped each piece, laying everything out carefully on the bed: the 2 dresses, bra, panty, wig, heels, breast forms, and pantyhose. Just organizing it all brought so much joy, but now it was time for the real fun to begin getting ready. I decided to shave my facial hair and legs. I wanted my skin to be as smooth as that of the gorgeous models I admired. I took a long shower, carefully shaved my face and legs, and then applied moisturizer all over. My skin felt soft and smooth, the perfect canvas for the transformation I had planned. Excitement coursed through me as I picked up the bra and panty. My hands trembled with anticipation as I slipped them on, instantly feeling a wave of femininity wash over me. Next, I inserted the breast forms into the bra's cups, and I was amazed at how realistic they looked and felt. I couldn't resist jiggling them a bit, delighted by how they moved. I was so glad I bought them. It made the experience feel so authentic. Then, I picked up the pantyhose and began putting them on slowly, savoring the sensation as they slid over my legs. I was careful not to rip them in my excitement, knowing how delicate they were. The feeling of the sheer fabric hugging my smooth legs was absolutely intoxicating. I carefully pulled the pantyhose all the way up without any tears, making some final adjustments to ensure they were smooth and perfect. The way they hugged my legs made them look so sexy, and the sensation of the sheer fabric against my freshly shaved skin was incredible. As I rubbed my legs together, the feeling was divine. Now it was time to choose a dress. I had two options: a leopard print bodycon dress with an attached black long-sleeve top and a white floral knee-length dress. After a moment of deliberation, I decided on the leopard print dress. As I slipped it on, I felt a rush. It fit like a dream, hugging my body in all the right places. It was a bit short, but that only added to the allure. I twirled in front of the mirror, admiring myself from every angle, and couldn't stop smiling. My body was now fully feminized, and I adored how feminine I looked and felt. The transformation was complete, and it was everything I had hoped for. It was time for the final touch: the hair wig and some makeup to complete my transformation. The wig came with a hair cap, so I carefully put the cap on first. Trying on the wig was more challenging than I had expected, as I had never worn one before. After a few struggles and adjustments, I finally managed to get it on properly. The moment I felt the long hair cascading over my shoulders, it was as if a whole new dimension had been added to my transformation. I looked into the mirror to make the final adjustments and was completely blown away by what I saw. I didn't look like myself anymore. I looked like a woman. The wig had such a powerful effect on my appearance, softening my features and giving me the feminine look I had always dreamed of. I couldn't stop staring at the reflection, finally seeing the woman who had been hiding inside me all this time. In that moment, I felt beautiful, strong, and confident. The feminine energy radiating from me was undeniable, and I was overwhelmed with joy. I had never felt so connected to this part of myself before, and it was an incredible, empowering feeling. I stood in front of the mirror for what felt like an eternity, just staring at my reflection, admiring, accepting, and embracing this new version of myself. It took time for everything to sink in, but once it did, I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. It felt so right, and I had never felt so content with myself. Next, it was time for the heels. I had tried them on once before, just to check the fit, and they had been perfect. Now, I sat down and slipped them on again. They were beautiful, and the way they added so much glamour to my feet and legs, especially with the pantyhose, was beyond anything I had anticipated. I stood up, took a deep breath, and took my first few steps as a woman. Each step was filled with grace, excitement, and a feeling of liberation. The sensation of walking in heels, the click of them against the floor, felt thrilling and elegant. The entire experience, transforming into a woman, was far more intense and fulfilling than I had ever imagined. I was so grateful that I had decided to dress up. Otherwise, I would never have known how deeply empowering and amazing it felt. At that moment, I no longer felt like a guy. I felt like a beautiful woman, and the sense of freedom and joy was indescribable. I walked around the bedroom for a few minutes, enjoying the feel of my new self and getting used to walking in heels. Each step was exhilarating, and the more I moved, the more comfortable I felt. After a while, it was time for the next step: makeup. I had watched plenty of YouTube tutorials to prepare for this moment, and I was excited to finally put my skills to the test. I headed to Grace's dressing table and opened her makeup kit. It had everything I needed, but I didn't want to overdo it. My goal was simple: just enough makeup to soften my features and minimize the more masculine aspects of my face. I started with some moisturizer, but as I applied it, my hair kept falling in the way, making it difficult to work. I hadn't anticipated this little challenge, but after glancing around, I spotted a couple of Grace's hair clips. I grabbed one and used it to clip my hair back out of my face. Problem solved, and now I was ready to continue. With my hair out of the way, I proceeded through the makeup steps, feeling both focused and excited. Each brushstroke brought me closer to the complete transformation, and I couldn't wait to see the final result. After applying the moisturizer, I reached for the foundation. I didn't want to overdo it, so I applied a light layer and carefully blended it across my face with a beauty blender. Watching Grace do this so many times had definitely helped. I knew how to get the right amount and blend it smoothly. My face looked even and bright after applying the foundation, and I could already see how it was softening my features. Next came the eyeliner. I knew this would be a bit trickier, but I was determined. I grabbed Grace's liquid eyeliner, which I hadn't used before. It turned out to be more challenging than I thought. I kept messing up, smudging the line or getting it uneven. Each time, I had to wipe it off with tissues and redo the foundation around my eyes. It was frustrating, but I kept at it. Finally, after several attempts, I managed to draw decent eye lines. The difference was incredible. My eyes now looked so much more feminine, and I loved the way they turned out. It felt like a small victory, and seeing how beautiful and soft my eyes looked filled me with pride. Each step was bringing me closer to the woman I had imagined, and it was amazing to witness. The final touch was lipstick, and I found myself staring at Grace's huge collection, unsure which shade to choose. After some thought, I decided to go with a light pink lip gloss. It felt soft and feminine, perfect for my look. I might have applied a little too much, but I loved how glossy and attractive my lips appeared, shimmering in the light. With the lip gloss on, my transformation was complete. I stood back and admired my reflection, feeling incredibly proud of what I had accomplished. Considering it was my first time wearing makeup, I was pretty happy with how everything turned out. My face looked smooth, my eyes were soft and feminine, and my lips had that perfect shine. I felt like I did a decent job, and seeing myself like this was almost unbelievable. I never would have imagined that I could look so beautiful, so much like a woman I had always wanted to see in the mirror. The whole experience of trying makeup was lovely. It made me feel radiant, confident, and like I was truly glowing from within. As I looked around Grace's dressing table, my eyes landed on her jewelry box. I couldn't resist taking a peek, and inside I found an array of cute necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. I picked out a delicate necklace that would complement my look and spotted a pair of clip-on earrings that I remembered seeing Grace wear before. With a little excitement, I put them on, and I couldn't believe how these small touches instantly elevated my appearance. It was incredible how much style and femininity these simple accessories added. Feeling thrilled with my look, I reached for one of Grace's perfumes, carefully choosing a scent that felt just right. With a few spritzes, the fragrance enveloped me, making me feel even more womanly and beautiful. It was like the final touch of elegance that brought everything together. Now, I truly felt like my transformation was complete. I loved how I looked. Everything seemed to come together perfectly, from the makeup to the jewelry and the scent lingering around me. As I glanced through the drawer one last time, making sure I hadn't missed anything, I noticed a box of press-on nails. A new wave of excitement hit me. Could I make my look even more perfect? I couldn't resist the urge to try them on. I thought, why not go all the way? And decided to apply the press-on nails. Having seen Grace do it many times, I had a good idea of the process, and before long, my nails were done. They looked absolutely gorgeous, polished, feminine, and perfect for completing the look. With everything set, I unclipped my hair and let the wig fall naturally around my shoulders. I loved how the hair felt, so flowy and full of life. After making a few final adjustments, I stood up and walked over to the full-length mirror. The reflection staring back at me was almost unrecognizable. I couldn't believe how stunning I looked, gorgeous as a woman. I felt radiant, and I could have easily stood there for hours just admiring my reflection, amazed by the transformation. Then, reality set in as my stomach growled, reminding me that I hadn't eaten anything. I was so focused on getting ready that time had completely slipped away from me. Glancing at my watch, I was shocked to see that nearly 4 hours had passed. I quickly put on my watch to keep track of time, not wanting to lose myself in the excitement again. It had been an incredible journey of self-discovery, and every moment of that transformation felt like a dream come true. Now, it was time to refuel and savor the experience. Stepping out of the bedroom in my new attire felt surreal. The sound of my heels clicking against the floor with each step sent a rush of excitement through me, making the experience of walking as a woman feel so real and exhilarating. There was a mixture of nervousness and thrill as I moved through the house. Every movement, every sound felt new and exciting, as though I was truly living in this beautiful feminine version of myself. When I reached the kitchen, I opened the fridge and grabbed some leftover pizza, along with a soda. As hungry as I was, I made a conscious effort to eat slowly, savoring each bite and trying to bring out my most graceful, feminine mannerisms. It felt important to embrace the whole experience, even in the simple act of eating. I imagined how a lady would delicately take her time, and I tried to mirror that in my movements. Once I was full and energized, I felt a surge of motivation to capture this special moment. The idea of taking photos and videos came to mind. I wanted to document this transformation, to remember how amazing I felt. So I headed back to the bedroom, grabbed my phone and tripod, and set everything up. I started taking pictures and recording videos, posing and moving in front of the camera, capturing all the angles and details of my look. It felt empowering and exhilarating to see myself on camera, fully embracing this feminine side of me. It was a way to cherish the experience and hold on to the confidence and beauty I was feeling in that moment. As a guy, I never really enjoyed taking pictures of myself, but now that I was dressed as a woman, it was a completely different experience. I loved it. Posing and modeling in front of the camera was so much fun. I felt confident, beautiful, and alive in ways I hadn't before. Time flew by, and when I checked the clock, I realized an hour had already passed. My feet were starting to feel sore from wearing the heels, but I didn't want to take them off. It was part of the whole experience, and I wanted to stay in character as long as possible. I sat down to rest and started going through the photos and videos I had taken. Most of them turned out so well, and I felt proud of how I looked and how far I had come with this transformation. Suddenly, my phone rang, startling me. It was Grace. My heart raced, and I froze for a moment, nervous about what she might say. I just prayed she wouldn't ask for a video call. With a deep breath, I answered the call, trying to keep my voice calm. As we talked, the excitement I had for the next few days began to fade. Grace explained that there had been an emergency at work, and she was coming back the next evening. I felt a wave of disappointment crash over me. I had planned on having more time to fully immerse myself in this experience. But I tried to respond calmly, saying, "Okay," and listening as she shared stories about the wedding she was attending. Even though I was trying to stay engaged in the conversation, my mind was racing, distracted by the thought that my personal time was coming to an unexpected end. After we hung up, I sat there quietly, processing everything. Though I was bummed that my time was cut short, I knew I had to make the most of the time I still had left. After the call with Grace ended, frustration lingered, but I knew I had to make the best of the situation. I thought hard about what I could do next, and then a thrilling idea hit me. Why not go out into the backyard and record myself there? The thought of being in the open, even in the privacy of my own yard, made my heart race with excitement. It was a totally new and daring experience, and the rush that came with it gave me a shiver of excitement all over again. I decided to make it a little more adventurous. I grabbed the tripod, my phone, and headed toward the backyard. Our yard is quite private, surrounded by tall fences that make it difficult for the neighbors to see anything. Still, as I stood at the back door, my heartbeat quickened. What if the neighbors somehow saw me? The thought of being caught in my feminine attire filled me with both fear and excitement. Would I be in trouble? Would they recognize me? For a moment, I almost backed out, thinking maybe it was a bad idea. but something inside me, maybe the thrill of the moment, maybe the desire to make the most of my remaining time, pushed me forward. It was now or never. This was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I wasn't going to let it slip away. With a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped into the backyard. The cool air brushed against my skin, amplifying the feeling of freedom and exhilaration. The adventure was about to begin. The moment I stepped outside, the rush hit me like a wave. Unlike anything I have felt before, it was as if every sense in my body was heightened. I felt vulnerable, exposed to the world in a way I'd never experienced, yet thrilled by it all the same. I scanned the yard nervously, half expecting a neighbor to appear or some noise to signal that I had been seen, but everything was still and quiet. I quickly set up my tripod and phone, determined to take some photos and videos before the feeling of vulnerability overwhelmed me. As I started recording, it felt like I was being watched, even though I knew logically that I was alone. My senses were on full alert, my eyes darting around, my ears picking up the faintest sounds. But there was no one. I was completely alone, yet the sensation was electric, keeping me on edge. After a few minutes, I felt my confidence slowly returning. The initial tension began to ease, and I embraced the moment. The thrill of being outside, even just in my own backyard, dressed fully as a woman, was liberating in a way I hadn't expected. It was an incredible experience to be out in the open, expressing this part of myself in a space that felt new and exciting. I started to enjoy it more and more, taking countless pictures and videos, capturing this unique moment of self-expression. The fear was replaced with joy and gratitude that I had the opportunity to experience my feminine side so fully. The whole time, I felt a mix of freedom and exhilaration, like I had crossed some invisible boundary, letting myself explore something I had always wanted. Before I knew it, another hour had passed. I looked at my watch, surprised at how quickly time flew by, but feeling content and fulfilled with everything I had just experienced. It was a memory I knew I would treasure forever. As I sat there in the backyard, soaking in the emotions and the intensity of the moment, I didn't want it to end. Every feeling, every sensation was so vivid. I was trying to capture it all in my mind, preserving the memory of how free and alive I felt. But the rush I had from being outside in the backyard wasn't enough. My mind started wandering toward the next step, what could be more adventurous. And then it hit me, going out in public. The idea alone sent a wave of adrenaline through me. It felt like something had come over me at that moment, a realization that I had to do it. I didn't care about anything else, about being seen, about the risks. The rush of excitement was simply too strong to ignore. This would be the ultimate feminine experience, the real test of fully expressing this side of myself. Without a second thought, I hurried back into the house, straight to the bedroom. I grabbed one of Grace's purses and put my phone and house keys inside. Then, to be a bit cautious in case the neighbors did catch a glimpse of me, I pulled out an overcoat from Grace's wardrobe. The coat would provide some cover, making me look less conspicuous while I walked outside. With everything in place, I stood in front of the mirror one last time. I felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, my heart racing, but my mind clear. This was it. I was about to take the biggest step in embracing my feminine side. With the purse in hand and the overcoat on, I was ready to step out into the world. With the car keys clutched in my hand, I reached the front door, my nerves buzzing with anticipation. I took a quick peek through the window to scan the street for any signs of neighbors or passers-by. Nothing. The street was empty, quiet, as if it was waiting for me to take this next step. This was it. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart, and stepped outside. The cool air hit me, adding to the rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. My heart pounded in my chest, loud and fast, but I kept my focus on the car, my target. Every step from the front door to the car felt like an eternity, as though the distance stretched out far longer than it actually was. It was like walking on a tightrope, where every second felt like I was teetering between fear and exhilaration. I couldn't shake the feeling that a million eyes were on me, even though I knew logically that I was alone. My senses were on high alert, but I kept moving, each step quicker than the last until finally, I reached the car. I fumbled with the keys for a moment before unlocking the door and slipping inside. The second I shut the door behind me, it felt like a protective barrier came down. Inside the car, I felt more secure, hidden from the world, and a wave of relief washed over me. I glanced around the street, reassuring myself that there was no one there, no curious neighbors peering out from behind curtains. But I knew I couldn't linger. If I stayed too long, someone might notice me sitting there. So I took another deep breath, put the key in the ignition, and started the car. As the engine roared to life, so did the thrill inside me. Pulling away from the curb and driving down the quiet street, I felt an overwhelming mix of fear and freedom. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, but there was a smile on my face, a genuine, unstoppable smile. It was the most intense, daring thing I had ever done, but it felt absolutely incredible. Once I was safely out of my neighborhood, I pulled over and quickly removed the overcoat, revealing my full feminine look. Just as I was adjusting myself in the mirror, I saw headlights approaching from the distance, and for a second, my heart nearly stopped. It was my first public encounter, and the reality of being seen by someone while dressed as a woman hit me like a shockwave. My hands trembled uncontrollably. Instinctively, I leaned over, pretending to search for something on the passenger seat, using it as a shield to cover my face from the passing car. As the vehicle passed by, I exhaled a long, shaky sigh of relief, my body still trembling. But I couldn't stop now. The rush was too intense, too addictive. I decided to keep going. The nearby departmental store came to mind, one that didn't attract much traffic since a new mall had opened nearby. It felt like the perfect, low-risk destination for my little adventure. Driving in heels, though, was no joke. Every time another car passed, I freaked out a bit, my anxiety spiking each time. But amidst the panic, there was something thrilling, almost euphoric, about it. I loved the excitement, the uncertainty of it all. I did my best to avoid eye contact with anyone driving by, focusing on the road, trying to act natural. Slowly, I began to get used to this strange, wonderful feeling of being out in the world like this. When I finally reached the parking lot of the store, I was relieved to see only one car parked there. I knew deep down that actually going inside the store would be pushing my luck too far. There was no way I wouldn't get found out. But the excitement of just being there, dressed as I was enough for me. So, I took out my phone and decided to capture the moment. Clicking a few photos inside the car, documenting the experience, I felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. It wasn't the grand public outing I had imagined, but it was a huge step for me nonetheless. With a smile on my face and a phone full of new memories, I decided it was time to head back home. Just as I was about to relax, a car suddenly pulled into the lot and parked right near me. My heart stopped. I froze, not daring to look over. I could feel the panic rising again, the fear of being seen by someone this close. My body stiffened, and I instinctively grabbed my phone, pretending to be engrossed in something on the screen. My heart was racing as I waited, trying not to make any sudden movements. After a few tense seconds, I heard footsteps. Slowly, I gathered the courage to glance up, and to my relief, it was an elderly woman, walking slowly toward the store. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding. That was close. I knew in that moment that I had pushed the limits of my comfort zone. I didn't want any more close encounters with people today. Without wasting any more time, I started the car and decided it was best to drive back home. But as I was driving, the thrill of the day still pulsed through me. I wasn't quite ready for the experience to be over just yet, so I found an empty road and parked. This time, I got out of the car, pretending to check the tires, just for an excuse to be outside again. The moment I stepped out, I felt the wind brushing against my pantyhose-clad legs, my hair dancing in the breeze. It was exhilarating, a feeling of freedom unlike any I had experienced before. I soaked in the moment, savoring the sensation of being out in the open like this. But just as I was starting to truly enjoy it, the sound of an approaching car startled me. My heart leaped, and without thinking, I jumped back into the car, once again pretending to search for something in the passenger seat until the car passed by. I couldn't help but laugh at myself afterward. This mix of fear and excitement was becoming a pattern. As I drove home, I thought about how much more it would take to get used to encounters like these, to fully embrace being out in public as myself without the constant rush of fear. But even with the nerves, today was a big step forward. It was thrilling, intense, and wonderful all at once. And I knew that with time, it would only get easier. As I slipped the overcoat back on and began the drive home, a sense of calm washed over me. The ride back was unlike anything I had ever experienced. There was a certain joy in it, as if I was seeing the world through new eyes. Every curve in the road, every breeze through the window felt more vibrant, more alive. It was like I was truly living in the moment for the first time, embracing a part of myself I had kept hidden for so long. But as I neared my neighborhood, that familiar rush of anxiety started to creep back in. My heart pounded, hoping there weren't any neighbors out as I pulled into my street. The relief I felt when I saw the empty driveways was immense. I parked the car as close to the front door as possible, not wanting to take any chances. In one swift motion, I gathered my things and made a run for it, unlocking the door as fast as I could and slipping inside. Once the door clicked shut behind me, a wave of relief and satisfaction hit. For the first time that day, my mind and body relaxed, no longer on high alert. I leaned against the door, letting out a long breath, and realized I had done it. I had stepped out into the world as the woman I had always felt inside, and I had loved every thrilling, terrifying, beautiful moment of it. As I stood there in my quiet home, a big, uncontrollable smile spread across my face. What had started as just another day had turned into the most significant day of my life. I had crossed a boundary, broken through a fear, and it was a feeling I would never forget. A day out as a woman, and it was everything I had dreamed of and more. And deep down, I knew this was just the beginning of many more adventures to come. I had spent 4 years working as an administrator at a typical manufacturing company. The company was involved in something related to automobile engines, but the technical details were lost on me. My focus was on getting the job done, and that was enough for people to see me as a professional and diligent worker. In today's world, it was common for men to work as administrators just as much as women could be mechanics. As long as I completed my tasks, I stayed under the radar, just that guy in the admin team. Looking back, maybe I should have anticipated that things would eventually surface, but nothing could have prepared me for what I'm about to share. I was the only man in the administrative department, working alongside 5 women under the leadership of Lucy, our head administrator. We all got along well enough, but that's where it ended for me. I never really felt like part of the group, though there was no hostility from the others. They were friendly, but I knew I wasn't going to be invited for a night out with them. For what felt like ages, I had been cross-dressing. It started with secretive moments of rifling through female relatives' drawers, then evolved into lingering over lingerie catalogs during my teenage years. Now, I had amassed a rather impressive collection of clothes, shoes, and underwear. Living alone gave me the privacy I needed to indulge in my fetish. I didn't actually want to be a woman, but I loved the sensuality and confidence I felt when I dressed up as one. It always seemed unfair that women had all the glamour and fun. When I went out dressed up, I had a confidence I lacked in my everyday life. My appearance certainly helped. Part of it was luck and genetics, but a lot of it came down to diet and exercise, which helped me maximize my physical attributes. I was naturally tall and lean -5'17" in my stockings. Regular gym workouts kept me toned without adding bulk, leaving me with slender, shapely legs and a slim upper body. At 24, I looked youthful and fresh,